Welcome back to our reviewers. Is everybody? Aaron is there. Marla, you're there. Vince is there. And Ada, you're there at least in writing. Hello. We've finally got so far this semester. It's been sort of like a strange trajectory throughout the studio. I think for everyone right now. So I'm actually kind of really happy that like we finally sort of like made it to our final review day, and like it's been sort of like interesting to see the last couple of days of reviews. And you know, I think there were definitely sort of some hiccups along the road, but I think overall I was actually very impressed like by everything I've seen so far on sort of like how well everybody has sort of like managed to sort of like maintain motivation throughout the semester, in spite of kind of all the circumstances. So I hope that I can see students join us slowly. I just sent out a reminder that everybody is expected to join for every single session of the review. I think that goes without saying, or should go without saying. So as I said, the reviewers like the reviewers like are familiar with the project brief. We just had a pre-review meeting, and I explained the project, so we had a chance to sort of like talk a little bit about the program brief and the studio. I'm just going to introduce the reviewers to you guys, the students. So we have in this first session from 10 to 12, we have Aaron Seward, who is the editor of Texas Architect. Welcome, thank you for being with us. We have Marla Smith, who should be familiar to many of you, who is faculty at UT and teaches, among other things, the technical communication class and makes you into Revit wizards. And those of you who take that class. We have Ada Corral, who is a principal of the Austin architecture firm, Jobe Corral. And they do sort of like very high quality residential, but also kind of civic architecture projects in Austin. We have Vincent Snyder, who is also faculty professor at the UT School of Architecture and teaches a really wide variety of things, like from construction to integrative and comprehensive studios to seminars that are sort of like based in kind of theory and architectural discourse. So.
Hey, Martin, could you let Meg in? She's in the waiting room.
Oh, yes, I can. Oh, that it must have something to do. Hang on. Let me just check this. She should, at least in my list, she's part of this meeting. Meg, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, good, perfect. It may have to do with the sort of like changed settings in order to allow people who are not affiliated with UT to kind of enter this meeting if there's some hiccups at first. But there should be a password that you type in, and then you should be able to do this. Where was I? So the reviewers are largely familiar with your project. I think we should have sufficient time. We have 2 projects in each 2-hour session, or at least in this one and the next one. So you guys will have approximately 45 minutes for the entire review. Please make sure, and I sort of like wrote a sort of like emphatic reminder about that yesterday, after having been on a couple of these online reviews, that like please summarize and do not describe. I think it's safe to assume that the reviewers are all familiar with looking at architecture, and so I think we will ask when we need to go back, or reviewers will ask when we need to go back somewhere. They also had the chance to preview your projects. And so I think the sort of like brevity and conciseness of your presentation is really, really important here. And just want to sort of reiterate that, so we have time for questions and a real discussion at the end of your project. With that said, I think we're ready to get going with our first group. Susie and Andre, are you ready? Can you unmute yourselves? Or do I
sorry. I think
okay,
so.
you should be able to unmute yourselves. I've given you the privilege to unmute yourselves, and I will mute myself.
Great.
And I will actually mostly try to be the timekeeper here and not say so much. Okay.
My name is Susie. And this
Hey, my name is Andre. Sorry, I'm just getting my stuff all pulled up right here.
And Andre is going to drive for us, so he's going to get it set up on his screen.
And just about ready. Oh, gosh, let's share.
All right.
All right, that is us. Thank you so much for joining our review, and thank you for giving us some critiques. So yeah, let's take it away.
We'll get started. Okay, so we began this project pre-pandemic situation, and as time started moving forward, it really started to find its place within the current situation. Looking at Austin and looking at the current growth of the city, it's really a tech-driven young professional city. So we really started to hone in on this work from home situation and looking at how more and more people are starting to work from home, and then looking at the current situation of the pandemic that we're in, how people are completely isolated. So we are taking advantage of this isolation of live and work and this complete removal of spaces to physically start to move you around.
Yeah, and so as Susie was saying, we had this idea of looking at how people work. And so we looked at the typical commute to work, which was really, you live one place and you drive to work somewhere else. And we thought that wasn't the best way to do it. But also looking at live and work together, we thought that there was some complications with that as well. And so we know that all of us firsthand have experienced what it's like to work from home and the problems of that. And so we proposed kind of a solution to where you could live somewhere and then really just walk to work. So your working space is very close by. We have to physically go outside to get there. And so the way that we kind of solved this problem was we took a regular unit and then we took out a segment of that unit. So some square footage was lost. But then when you take all these units together and you group them, you have sort of an area to live and in a grouped area of all the people living together and having this shared workspace. So everyone has their own office, but you have some shared amenities as well. And then moving on, we were looking at what humans kind of need to, I guess, live well. And that is really, as we all know, we need a place to live, we need a place to work, and we need a place for leisure. So we took these three programs, we grouped them together, and then we mixed all those programs in order to create this variety of inside this one housing, so where you can do all three of those things. This is just a summary, which we'll kind of explain later for our presentation.
And then we started picking out different precedents, looking at these spaces and the voids that start to move you around internally as well as externally. And then looking at the site, we started taking note of all these, frankly, these unused empty spaces and the context around them and these parks, but in honesty, they are not used at all. So we started taking note of these as well as the idea of this front porch and this front yard. And then placement on the site, we started out with these two bars, and we really wanted to take advantage of this buffer zone in between this major highway and this small, tiny neighborhood. So taking advantage of the scale of the site is where our placement came in on our factor. These two bars start to break apart and shift in the site, and the building starts to really become this machine for the site for living as well as visibility.
Yeah, and so we were thinking about our program and what we kind of wanted to have in our design. And we really broke it down to having a living space. Of course, it is a housing project, some space for creative offices, and also some space for public leisure and a place to work as well. And then we kind of tied all that together with this really intricate circulation system, which we'll talk a lot more about throughout our presentation, which is really central to our design. And so we kind of brought this building and we put it down on our site, kind of looked at how it interacts with the context. If you look on the left side, that's the new development that was proposed for this area. And then on the right side of the screen, you really see the existing neighborhood. It's kind of trying to balance those scales in a way, kind of addressing the park that is to the north as well. And as I said before, tying the entire design together with this main circulation space in the center. And then just to take you on a brief narrative of what it's like to live in this apartment complex. So we're going to go into our plans a little bit more in depth in the next few slides. But to look at this, you can imagine if you lived here, you could perhaps live on the first floor down here. And then maybe you start your day by going downstairs through this main circulation space. You go to the coffee shop that's down there, grab a cup of coffee. On your way back upstairs, you might run into your neighbor at the grocery store. You guys might walk up together up these stairs. And you then go to work on the fourth floor while your neighbor works on the third floor, and you might go by and wave to, I don't know, someone else you see on the way to work. So we're really interested in this idea of what it's like to, what that journey to work is, and how can we replicate that well in a small space.
So looking at the ground floor, this floor really starts taking this prime example and inviting the exterior, inviting people off that green boulevard and off the street and pushing you into program from that outside edge into this center program. And then going into the other floors, it starts to become this main center spine of circulation that pushes you into bridges, that pushes you into unit. So it works in an opposite effect, is where this main circulation is now on that interior core, and it starts to push you out towards the edges. We're really playing with that basic idea of public versus private, moving you to the edges of that building. The stairs and the bridges become these thresholds and layering of privacy, but also starts to counteract with tension of activation and movement within that space. And so this happens regularly with all the upper floors, with units and then workspaces really intertwined within each other. So it really starts to become this game of placement on these two bars. There is a mix of work and living. And then, so your workspace really could be on a different level, but it shoots you out into that center spine, moves you up, moves you down, moves you across and center. And so these voids from those bridges into your unit, those voids really become the defining factor of that space and that separation from people into your unit. And then we'll go down to the unit plans. So we have a different variety of unit plans, but the same concept applies where it starts to push you in across that bridge, move you around and open up to that edge, open up to the side. The units really start to open itself, and really it's the idea of melting away on the inside and creating layers of privacy. This layering effect really starts to make itself known. And we'll go down to the next one. As well as this layering, we started messing around with the idea of layering within materiality, and we wanted this wrapping effect and this layering effect within the interiors, within the material chosen. So this layering of bridge and stair and screen and void and wood and glass and vegetation start to create this interior idea, the wrapping effect. So looking at the floor plan, it does seem random at first, but it was specifically placed to protect the privacy within the units. And you're gaining the best possible scenario for natural light within this placement and within these voids. These the units essentially start to turn its back towards that center spine of circulation and push you out to the edge. And we'll go to the next one. And so this is where these two bars start to break up. They were breaking up vertically, but now they're breaking up horizontally, and these bars start to stretch and pull away from each other, opening itself up to the exterior, this exterior edges, creating these spaces of activity and program within them, really focusing on this edge condition. And we were faced with the challenge of direct views into the unit, but we were really forced to hone in on this idea of creating this, it's almost like this center jungle, this center spine, pushing these transparencies out, especially with the, we'll go to the next one, especially with these units. It's really the center core, and then it melts away to the edge.
Yeah, and so here you can kind of start to see that central space and how it starts to, how everything is interacting together. And so you can imagine being up here, this is I think the 3rd floor, and you can look down and see your neighbor who is walking through that central area and kind of wave to him or her if you are friends, or maybe you can become friends, I don't know. But it's really about kind of building the sense of community with each other and with your neighbors. So you are not really isolated, but rather you kind of know who you live with, which is something that's not common in Austin or in most of Texas, truly. So looking at these sections, we can see how that central space is kind of tying everything together. You can see those 3 bars, as Susie mentioned. So you have the live bar, or not really a live bar. I mean, everything is mixed together. But there's a lot, there are a lot of units on the that large bar on the left. And then you can see how this central space ties together those 3 bars. And so how you can move from bar to bar, how you can move between or up and down. It's all through this series of stairs and through this series of circulation spaces. This kind of shows the same thing in this section as well. You can see how you can enter that site and how the building is interacting with the rest of the context. And it really brings us to this render right here of what I think shows the lively nature of that space. So you can see all these plants and how that is kind of blocking your view to inside the unit. But then also you can go to the mail room, which is on the 3rd floor, and grab your mail, and you can look up and see the stairs going up to a unit up there as well. So really just bringing that sort of sense of community and liveliness to the project.
So these 2 elevations, we technically have 2 facade elevations, one heavy and one light, really emphasizing this wrapping of skins and this mobility of circulation, not only in the stairs and the bridges, but it starts to become a part of this facade of these screens and defining another layer of sight and motion and really this outline of human edges. Same thing with the street facade. We decided from the street, we wanted a little bit more of a mural type situation to target in with Austin. So this could be any graphic on that wall, but really start to bring in the outside and push you in. And it's all right. So looking at the climate control, we started to target a little bit more of a passive climate control situation with these screens, with this layering, pushing it back, creating openings and closings, as well as a little bit more of the active running through our shear walls and so vertically and then pushing over. And the same thing with plumbing. We had this datum line on all 4 floors of the wet walls, lining them up and dragging them across of what's wet. So it's all on a central line.
Great, and so moving on to the structure and kind of how we organize that, we have, this slide shows the overall structure. And so you can see how there's a few aspects to that. So we have this reinforced concrete frame, which is present in that lower bar and also the really big bar at the back. So that's really just made of reinforced concrete. It sits, the back bar over here, I hope you can see my cursor, shows up, and it's on this giant, it's on these footings, which are actually supporting this plinth. And so everything is elevated in that big tall bar to kind of make, I guess, touch the ground more elegantly in a way. And then you have the steel cantilever, which is supporting that top bar, and that is really just frame steel. And if you look at the hanging bridge structure in between that, it's actually tying that back to the concrete frame. So taking some of that load off of the cantilever. So instead of the cantilever wanting to tip over completely, it's being tied back to that reinforced concrete frame. And then you can see that the bottom bridging is actually completely independent. And so that is completely freestanding. It's on columns. And it kind of makes this sort of gap to where if you're on that 3rd floor with the private space or with the public space, you can kind of, you're free of columns. There's nothing there. You just see bridging and bridging above and below you, which I think is a really nice little detail. And to zoom in on some of the bridging as well, to this back section back there, we can kind of see how that bridging is working. And so how all this connected, you see at those top 2 Bridges, all that is hanging is connected to the reinforced concrete frame and the cantilever, balancing out those forces. The freestanding structure at the bottom, so you can see how all of it is wrapped in wood decking, and then you have these trusses, which are connected, of course, with joists for bracing as well. So really analyzing that central space, which really is the core of our project. And then bringing in the wall section to talk about this briefly, we can see that footing on the bottom left-hand side. So that is the concrete footing that's supporting the rest of that concrete structure. You can see how the bridging ties together to the cantilever and also to the existing concrete frame itself. You see that freestanding bridging structure at the bottom, and some details as well. The details are pretty standard. And so you can, in this drawing, you can kind of see how the concrete is running between those large shear walls that we've shown before. You can see how the operatable metal screen is attached as well. Pretty standard details for the most part. But to tie all that together, that's our project. To reiterate again, we were trying to, I guess, build a sense of community. We were trying to really challenge the way of life, which was present in Austin at the time. It's a little bit different now, but challenge that and kind of see, hey, how can people live better? How can they be more connected to each other? How can they be happier overall? So I think that's all we got, right, Susie?
That's it.
Thanks so much.
Exactly at 15 minutes. That's impressive. Good.
We're
job.
trying. We're rushing through it.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah, we're here.
Anyways, yeah, thank you for listening, and we'd love your feedback.
Yeah.
And we'd love to go more in depth on any part of the project.
Can you go back to the axon instead of the things?
Of course.
Great, thanks.
Oh,
I just had a quick question. The location of the project, that is in the top of that picture, that's the park in the back, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's the park, yes.
Right.
All right, so St. John's is the road that's running right at the bottom right. Is that correct? Is that
St. John's is going to be, yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay.
I have a question about general positioning of the building on the site.
Sure.
And so it seems like the lower, more human scale front, I guess, of the building is facing the commercial side, when the taller and parking area is facing the residential side. And so it seems to me that it almost should be backwards, right? To have the scale that is more residential facing the residential. And I'm wondering if there was any thought about all those connections and integration that you want to do within the building, if any of that happens towards the outside and the existing residential neighborhood. Like the building itself provides all these nice moments for connection and interaction, but it doesn't seem to relate to anything that's happening on the outside. So, you know, when we were talking at 9 about gentrification in this area, it seems like that's an important consideration for here to think about what's already there. So I'm wondering if you guys thought about that at all.
Yeah, so our placement on the site, we started out with the 2 bars of live and work, and we wanted that work side on the ground floor to face that green boulevard, to face that road that's going to slice through the site. Our residential side, our more living site, we wanted it to open up, to create a little bit more of a sense of privacy, open up to that back neighborhood. So that's where those 2 directions started to come into place. But we definitely wanted to turn the back to the street. And so we have those 2 views out.
Totally. And also this area over here. So the area that really is looking at these neighborhoods is actually just fences. And so this area is really not used at all. So I think that the community does use this road, St. John's Road, pretty frequently. And I guess with the nature of the development in general, it is going to bring unavoidably some sort of gentrification, which is kind of, I mean, a problem of architecture in general. However, I think that we did try to position it in a way to where we are not, or these existing community is still able to access all of these areas as well.
So in Austin, there's a code that addresses what's called compatibility. Do you guys know about this?
I do not know
No?
about it.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
So it's actually something that might be changed with the new code and relaxed a little bit. But what it addresses is trying to avoid having very commercial area or commercial looking or multi-stories like this next to residential because of scale. Because of what those people could see from their neighborhood, even if they have a fence, right? They would be next to a parking lot. So even though, yes, like we are placing a new building here and gentrification is part of that new development in an area, I do think that is an opportunity to create a space that does connect those people that are being affected by the new development. So, what could you guys do around that area? Maybe there's a way that those people have access and there's a layer of trail or something that connects them to the park, or what are things that could connect those two communities so that there's not a hard line right there between the old and the new.
Yeah. Martin, I think you're muted.
Just to jump in on the question of the zoning, the land is currently, all of this tract is currently owned by the city. In fact, they bought it back a couple of years ago. As you may know from sort of like Home Depot. And so there is currently, when we worked on the report, like really, I think the zoning basically has not been written for this land. It's all public land. So in that way, I sort of gave that a little bit of a sort of like of a pass on sort of like certain solutions that may not be sort of compatible with sort of like existing codes.
No, and I and that's probably even going to go away. I'm just saying more in the spirit of keeping a scale and an area that is more appealing to the residential side.
Yeah, totally.
So I'd like to jump in and first of all commend you two on designing a really nice multifamily housing project with a high degree of resolution. You're already doing better than most of these types of projects in Austin, like almost all of them. And of course, and the reason that there's not better multifamily housing in Texas is a large part is the development community won't pay for a structure like this. So one of the things about this, one of the things that makes this project so nice is the structural materials you're using, which allows you to pull the thing apart, to have these cantilevers, to have those floating bridges. That's adding a lot of cost to the building. And I'm wondering if you thought about the efficiency of your structural system in those terms.
In terms of cost?
In terms of cost and like actually getting a project like this built.
Truthfully, that wasn't the first thought on our mind. I think we were more concerned with, I guess, an idea of like proposing something where we thought would improve a sort of way of life, or kind of propose a way of life for people. I think that was on our mind more so than what is the economical efficiency of our material choices. Yeah. So,
well, I wish more people thought that way. But I love that they're each that the units are 1 deep, so you have that possibility of cross ventilation. I think that's wonderful. And I'm wondering, the one thing that jumps out to me is the top bridge is exposed to the sun and the elements. And I'm wondering if you thought about shading or sheltering it at all.
To be completely honest, we kind of left the top one exposed. It was just this layering effect. We had not really talked about a shading device. I think that would have been kind of like a next phase of integrating those, like start to panels and start to integrate them into center circulation. So right now it's exposed, but
I think that there would be opportunity for it to be shaded. Kind of as you go up further, though, those bridges become a little bit narrower, and so it's less about kind of occupying that space, and it becomes a little bit more transitional as you go up vertically. And so, I think that strategic shading would have been nice, though. And also, to go back to your other point, sorry, I think we could have iterated this as well in terms of efficiency and like building the units. Something that we did try to do in our design was to kind of try to keep this idea of almost a row housing, not really, but kind of that same idea where in row housing you have shear walls between every single unit. And so trying to make kind of that a little bit more efficient, to where they are units next to each other. You're not having to build units completely independent of one another, but rather there's this sort of modulation that we can take and replicate. And so hopefully that would add to our, or maybe make it a little bit less expensive and a little bit more efficient. So to get back to your first point.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And was parking a consideration here, or are we imagining a post-car Austin going on?
Yeah, we have, we allowed for, I think, 1 parking spot per unit. And then there are some extra parking spots kind of there at the back. So there's some parking that's underneath that structure, and there's some parking back here as well. And so some of those parking spaces are required, of course, for the commercial areas that we have. But for the most part, we are trying to limit car use to not having 2 parking spaces per unit.
We wanted to take it down as minimal as possible, but we really could not do that with bringing in this work scenario and the commercial. So we had to integrate a little bit.
Yeah. So we're trying to minimize, but I think it's unrealistic to say we get rid of it completely in where we live right now.
What did you guys have a page of precedents?
We did.
We did. Let's go back to that way up here.
We started out with the Borneo housing unit and really looking at the opening up and closing itself in, and its project over in Amsterdam. But then taking that idea of that circulation of movement throughout the interior and exterior, we found other projects and bridging projects, as well as these shifting of site from one place to the other within the units. So these were kind of the collective of precedents. So we started taking these ideas from and merging them in.
Yeah, anyway, I really like it. Well done.
So as I said, in terms of precedent, they were able to choose a precedent at the beginning of the semester that was, I mean, essentially, it was just to get a sort of sense of like what's out there in terms of possibilities of housing arrangements, which is like wide and open. But they were not tied to using anything from that precedent. And so I think what you see here is that their precedent in this case was the Borneo housing in the Netherlands. And I think the other ones are precedents that you kind of like assembled over the course of the semester when your interest had become sort of like a little more clear. Is that fair?
Let me add 3 other precedents.
Yeah, sure.
But before we do that, I agree. I'd like to agree that that this is a very well done project, and it's very nice to see, very complete. The only thing from a completion standpoint that's missing that we all understand is is maybe the 3 inches to a foot details, but as we spoke with Martin, we realized, I mean, the sort of redlining phase with all this, I mean, given the complications of doing everything through Zoom and doing this class, I realized what a super challenge that was. But nevertheless, it looks like it's not as though you did less energy. It seems as though you directed your energy elsewhere, which is good. I mean, it's a beautiful project that I'm sure you should be and are very proud of, and will no doubt play a prominent place in your portfolio. It's well proportioned and very thorough, and very. You can take this as a compliment or not. I don't know. I'm not going to interpret that way. I just say that it's a handsome building. But I now that we've said all that, maybe for me the thing is you all do this hard work, and so it's like, what do you take as an architect? Where do you go from here? How do you then start to think about your own abilities in terms of the things that you've achieved this semester, and how might one push that further? And so I'd like to talk a little bit more about that. I think Atta's concern at the beginning, I think, is in fact a real one. And for me, again, the building in and of itself, I said, is very well proportioned, and I understand your strategies in terms of mediating between the big box and the residential. I would suggest, however, though, that maybe maybe to look at the scale needs a bit of a revisitation. It does seem as though it in fact has its own scale, and it's neither the scale nor the residence or of the bigger box, which is fine. But in terms of how it actually engages the both of those, I don't think those are the one place where I think the drawings aren't accurately represented. I mean, you're showing the residential as all these sort of, you know, flat boxes. And we know that that's in case not the residences. I'm guessing a bulk of those are gable. I don't know, but it's they're certainly, just looking at it in plan, the scale. I mean, I'm not really sure what scale of the residences, what scale they are, and I don't mean in terms of the square footage. I mean in terms of their sort of projected monumentality or lack of monumentality. I mean, I live in a very specific neighborhood that has very small houses that have you know, they're built a little bit smaller than they should be, but they have a presence that is much, you know, much larger. Their scale is much larger than the actual physical dimension. So I think that's something in terms of language, in terms of to be able to negotiate between the two. And I know what you're trying to do, and I applaud what you're trying to do. But you know, I mean, I look at the scale you're building. I look at the scale of the outdoor pavilion that you have there, and then I look at the scale of the blocky, you know, residence. And what I'm saying is I don't think you have enough drawings to actually test and just sort of push back on it. The other, so with regard to the precedents, the three precedents I would say to look at is one from 1927, the early part of 1927, which is Le Corbusier at Weissenhof Siedlung in Stuttgart. You know, the sort of language is very much of a language connection that's there. The second one I would look at, and maybe you've already looked at all these, would be the wall houses by John Haettasch. More particularly, I mean, there's sort of like these long, you know, long linear, you know, the parts of the buildings are pulled very, very far apart. It is this notion from the 1970s, in fact, that we live that our lives are very discontinuous. You know, which again is something that you've noticed and that you're trying to ameliorate. But so that you get out of one space, you get in your car, you go somewhere else, and it's a very, very much a kind of isolated, disparate experience, which he highlights in the plans. In a certain way, your long circulation is dealing with that particular aspect. The third one that I think that's really, really important is that there's a series of actually low income housing that addresses Aaron's question with regard to cost, that has won, at least one of them has won a national AIA honor award. But there's like 3 houses done by Kevin Daly out of Santa Monica. And there's a similar strategy, and maybe you know that project, but essentially the architecture is in the walkway, which is what I think your intention was. Mm-hmm. And it's where you have your money. It's also where you have a bit of invention. And I would say that actually you're on the right track there. And again, so you've achieved, you know, a lot here, but then the question would be to go back, okay, now, you know, given a limited budget, what could this walkway be? And I think the walkway for me could be much more like, and I know this is going to be hard to maybe understand with what I said, but your circulation diagrams in the walkway, I think were really some of my, I mean, really my favorite drawings, not some of my, they were my favorite drawings. And if you want to go back to those plans, because it leaves open the possibility of, in fact, yeah, you got the ones with the dashed.
Oh, keep going down.
Way over there.
You get your diagrams. I think it's circulation diagrams.
This one?
No, you there, those guys. Mm-hmm. I mean, look at that, right? So you've got the order that's set up. Yeah, the other one's better for me, but you got the circulation that's set up, all of these, but I guess the one that was before, because it sort of showed, No.
Yeah, so many slides over
You
here.
go back, 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 or maybe I'm going the wrong direction.
I think you're talking about the squiggly line one.
The squiggly line one. Yeah.
Go back up, Andre.
Nope.
Right there.
No.
Sorry.
Hold it.
Don't move it.
This one.
Touch any. No.
Hands up. Is this it?
I don't know that.
There. Don't touch anything. Walk away.
Hands up.
That's it. And what I like about this is this one has the strongest connection between this one, and then you had a section drawing through the building, and don't go to it. But your section drawing almost directly mimics this, where you've got if I'm looking at this as an elevation where you've got the vertical, you got the horizontal, and then you got the down. So it's all really beautifully connected. And this is then the one drawing that connects the vertical to the plan. And so therefore it's giving you an idea that there's a volumetric identity that's possible here. And so the fact when I look at all the other drawings, and in fact, those identity changes as you're looking at the different plans and the different sections, that's telling you that actually that's a part that could be integrated. But the other thing is that what's showing right here is that with the squiggly lines, it's showing something that is quite distinct, which is, of course, as I know by your real section that you have, that's definitely what you're going for, and you're definitely headed in the right direction. But this is sort of much more direct. It needs to be much more, a thing in which the possibility of that is that the circulation is actually something that shapes the building, as opposed to something that is a result. Right now, it reads a bit as though it's a result of the building. The one thing I do like quite a bit with regard to your thinking is that when you look at your overall plans, and that's right, just leave it here. Looking at your overall plans is that you said, and I think it was Susie that said that it looks as though it's random, but in fact it's not random. And yes, I could see that from a pragmatic standpoint, you very specifically located those programs in terms of the connection to one another. So you have the ability to make the function work, and you have the ability to make something beautiful and well proportioned. But what I'm seeing is that the real kind of invention that we're talking about really is happening sort of at the scale. It shows up in the one image of the planter intersecting the structure. And so that's something where there's a sort of a freshness there. And I realize, again, it's a sort of change of scale to think about what can this walkway be? What could it be that could be economical? And again, I think by looking at like Kevin Daly's projects, gives you an idea about what that might be. But you're sort of setting it up that way. The last thing that I want to say is that I'm wondering, just looking at it, and again, looking at the sections, because I agree with Ada that you've got this big scale of the two bars. The big scale is actually facing the residential, and I don't know, I don't quite have that resolved, but again, I don't know if that should be more to the street side, but again, the sections are looking at the sections, which is, on one hand, when you look at the sections, there's alignment, perfect alignment that goes vertical all the way from the roof down to the ground, and other times it sort of steps in a kind of ziggurat fashion. But in either case, the stepping happens in one direction, and it's not more of a mirrored connection, so that again, for me, I would see that the outside of the building would be sort of more straight up as a kind of planar issue. And then you have this, for lack of a better word, this sort of circulation monster in the middle that then deforms the project, and you could have the stepping down and the zigguratting kind of thing that would happen actually on the interior connection only. I think in terms of the relationship, actual relationship with regard to physical relationship to the landscape, that is something where right now you have absolutely no buffer, and it might be be aided by just some solid hedging, or another another structure. A European way of handling it is that that there's some smaller structure that houses bicycles, or maybe that bicycle that's then integrated with some shading for the cars. Something like that. which would also have to be studied in section, but a very beautiful project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just jump in after events there. One of the things that I was thinking about initially when you first were presenting is how clear those initial diagrams were, you know, in terms of telling us exactly what you were doing. And also, interestingly, it convinced me that it was not random, right? Like when you said this could be random, but it's not. I'm like, okay, I understand that they've done a lot of work on that scale. And also, you know, just the richness of the interior space. And I think what I was looking for, and I think it's similar to the other comments, is that there is a real opportunity to look at this as a typology, you know, backing up to precedence or whatever you want to do, and looking at it at a larger scale and how it might aggregate, because Martin had talked about, like, you know, looking at different organizations. So you've done a really clear job of organizing within your own unit, right? Like within this bar, you know, and then once it begins to aggregate across a larger scale, maybe it actually begins to pull apart in ways that that interior courtyard begins to engage the larger site, you know, instead of just being an internal piece. And it actually, that energy that's in there begins to open up. So even if, you know, this exercise didn't allow you to go to that level, to look at it as a typology and how it addresses, you know, either a residential or a big box or a neighboring apartment building or park or something like that, I think you have a lot of flexibility in the multiplicity of scales that you have here just within this typology, which I think is really successful. So I do agree. I do like the idea of looking at the work. I also really enjoyed the work walk, you know, and appreciated the separation between work and live, because I think a lot of us that practice on our own or have small, you know, it is nice to be able to separate yourself, but also in that separation, instead of like me just walking to my carport, you know, to actually have interaction with people and to enliven that space. One thing that I would say, and it's a small criticism about presentation, is that, and it's also a compliment, because your drawings really showed the vibrancy of that center space and the walkway and the connection. I think Susie, it was you was using the word push, you know, like that it's pushing you. And in the images that you showed were really successful in me, that it wasn't so much of a push as it was a draw, or it was an activation of movement, you know, through layers, like you said, layers a lot. And so that was just kind of interesting. Like I kind of like, that didn't match, but your drawings clearly showed, I think, you know, what you were trying to get across. So really nice project.
You can show different images now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Vince is going to allow you to flip.
I'll let Vince drive.
But yeah, I think some of the diagrams that you did, the color diagrams at a larger scale, would work very well. You know, once you start to hone in on that typology, would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I do think that there's a possibility there could be a simplification maybe of some of the structure too, you know, to make it without losing sort of that vibrancy and invention.
Yeah. No, that is definitely true. I think we were kind of just going for something a little bit more extravagant.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun.
Right.
You know, it is fun. Yeah.
We really want to take advantage of that kind of mess in the middle.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I had one other question too. I have written down. So you were talking about a big, like, foundation.
Yeah.
Piece, and I kept looking for it. Like was it that curved piece? And this is just sort of like what I was looking for it in plan, and so that curved piece over there on the left, right?
Yeah, it's actually, so it is a little bit hard to see in the drawings that we provided. That was our own fault. We should have probably done maybe a worm's eye view or something, but yeah, it is a footing. You can kind of see a little tiny bit of it over here or over here. And so it lines up with the shear walls. And so that shear wall kind of continues down to the very base. And then it has this plinth that is right at the bottom of that first level.
So the purpose of that was sort of minimized to keep it lifted a little bit, right?
Keep it lifted, also provide some parking under there, just so it doesn't, it was kind of an attempt to not have this giant building just plop down right next to these tiny houses. but rather at least make it a little bit more, I guess, elegant in the way it reaches the ground. So
Yeah, more of like this touchdown you're trying to get.
Yeah, I think I got a little lost somehow. I don't know.
mhm.
I kept hearing you saying I was looking for like this big, huge,
Giant footing.
which is fine.
Poor
I mean, yeah.
BJ. Yeah.
Really sit down in the ground.
You know, the other thing that would be interesting that I'm not sure how you organize the project in general would be to see some density data, you know, because I think it is interesting looking at the scale of your building next to the neighborhood. And actually, even though it is a large building, the actual units within it in comparison to the neighborhood houses seem comparable, if not smaller, you know, and looking sort of at that density would be interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I mean, we have a couple more minutes for this project. I mean, I think a couple of things that were said that I found really interesting is sort of like there seems to be a tension in the whole project between sort of like a prototype, like the typological idea of actually taking something which is very common, right? It's kind of a walk up, right? It's a bar with a sort of like circulation balcony, but then actually sort of like doubling that up, not as a not with another living bar, but actually kind of like combining it with a sort of like work/commercial bar. And I wonder if when we think about the question of the sort of preciousness of construction and cost, whether there would be a sort of like way in which one could speculate at least on ways in which sort of like part of that, if you sort of like allow that kind of bar, that commercial bar, in parts to be a little bit more commercial almost, to offset some of the costs that would create on the other side. Like, I think it's a really fascinating diagram that these things are sort of like so close together. I think that's one of the thoughts. The other thought is that I thought, I mean, there's an interesting tension, I think, between the simplicity of the bars and the outside surface and the kind of inside squiggliness of the circulation. So I think Vince said that, and I had to think of Frank Gehry's Berlin project at the Potsdamer Platz. Like that is sort of like this gridded exterior, and then there's the kind of like the animal that's sitting inside. And I'm torn. Like I don't have an answer for you guys, but I think there are two moments like where I think I would have sort of asked you to that I found fascinating, where I would want to ask you to sort of like put more detail resolution in. One is the structure, the interior sort of structural and planters, like those moments that could be quite fascinating and I think deserve some more kind of detail development. And the other one was actually your elevations. I thought your elevations, to me, have always been really interesting in that they have a sort of like a sort of rigor, but at the same time, there's like a lot of stuff happening and a lot of sort of like animation in those elevations. And I'm just wondering whether those two go together, or whether maybe one of the things should be simpler. Let's say the elevations should be simpler, and therefore only the sort of like the interior elevation is the animated one, when the kind of circulation does things that the exterior could stay kind of extremely gridded and simple. These are just open questions like that I think kind of I had come up when I sort of like looked at your project once again with a sort of like fresh eye, I think.
Yeah, definitely. There is, I think, an interesting game of kind of simplicity and order versus kind of this idea of chaos and movement. And it would have been interesting to see how the elevations could also have been maybe kind of like really focused on that contrast more. I think there was a lot of interesting ways we could have taken the project, and ways that we could have, I think, reworked it as well, to kind of keep playing with that game, which I think is rather fascinating. Like, how do you put two things that are rather different? How do you put them together next to each other? So,
do you have the end elevations?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. That is an interesting, difficult situation, isn't it? Like you started that whole, amount of energy, and then you're trying to sort of stop it or continue it. And so the answer was a super graphic, right? Like in terms of engagement a little bit. Yeah.
The answer at first, it was kind of this sculptural piece. which we can see if we flip back to this axon. You can kind of see the sculptural entry piece. And then we decided, okay, so we have this kind of free area. What can we do to make it a little bit more Austin, perhaps? And so we thought of throwing a nice big mural on there, kind of engaging some of that local culture, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you caught it. I think they've heard that before.
Yeah, we have heard it. It's true.
Yeah, I mean, what could be painted on that elevator shaft when we were discussing it? It could be anything. So we would, you know, just throwing something fun up there for right now. But yeah, it's really more of this sculptural piece to really bring people off the street and push you in on that ground floor, which is that ground floor is really activated. There's a lot of movement going on. There's a lot of commercial. There's a lot of coffee and bakery and etc. movement. So we wanted to pull you in, as well as seeing behind those elevator shafts of the murals. We wanted to see the that movement from the bridges and from that circulation just start to appear behind it. Where it's slightly off center, but you can start catch a glimpse of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I think it starts to work. I think it again speaks to like what is actually it's looking at. Like it should be different on the side that the park is on versus the side that the street is on. And that, to me, those are the opportunities where it's like a hinge or a knuckle, you know, where it wants to connect in some way. But it's very complex, you know, because there's a lot going on. There's a lot of movement. There's a lot of interaction. So while it presents a difficult problem, its various resolutions could be really interesting. Like it could be part of the typology, like how it connects and engages, you know, in different situations.
Yeah.
Right. So we're almost up to the hour here. So I want to sort of thank Susie and Andrew for sort of like starting us off. I know that's always like a particularly difficult task. And I think also thank you for sticking to your 15-minute time. I think it really served the discussion well. So we have one more project. Meg and Sieg, are you ready for us?
Thank you so much for your feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Myron, I'm going to take a 1 minute break real quick. But
Okay.
Go ahead and get started.
Great. Good
Yeah,
luck
well,
to
that's actually,
you.
if anybody needs to sort of like run out and, you know, sort of like take care of kids or whatever things like we all have to sort of like multitask these days, I think that's absolutely no problem. You know, just feel free, you don't have to announce, just turn off your camera and sort of step out for a bit. I think that should be totally no problem.
Coffee in, coffee out.
Yeah.
Coffee in, coffee out.
Let's see,
Exactly.
post coffee.
All right.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm Zeke. I'm Meg. My partner is Zeke. Okay, our project is called Freeway Islands. The corridor along I-35 in the area of St. John buffers the residential neighborhood through horizontal distance. This corridor is occupied by self-storage facilities, depots, and motels, programs which benefit from direct access to the highway and less desirable land. The densification of this corridor will likely trigger an exodus of these industrial and service programs out to the farthest extents of the city, continuing an urbanism of spread. Instead, what if these programs can stay along I-35 and be leveraged for their ability to buffer new residential infill? We propose the integration of programs such as storage depots and motels into the planning of newly densified domestic space, where buffering occurs not through distance, but through the careful consideration of programmatic adjacencies. We intend to accomplish this with an economy of means arising from typological construction techniques predominant along I-35.
We proposed freeway islands occur along I-35, locally specific to their conditions. The project proposes a zoning strategy to encourage new housing to coexist with existing programs. Here are 3 buildings, proposed buildings for the block of St. John that conform to the proposed zoning strategy, with the northernmost being our building. Around the perimeter, 2 layers of tilt-up concrete create a thickened wall to buffer housing in the center. The 4 walls contain a depot, a motel, a self-storage facility, and a series of accessory dwelling units, which can be used by occupants or rented out. We are inspired by the work of Louis Baltz, who finds beauty in background architecture. So our goal is to utilize the economy of means provided by big box store construction and find ways of translating it to the residential.
Within the walls is a lush oasis. The 4 outer walls respond to their context, with the 2 walls shown here providing a buffer from I-35 to the north and I-35 to the west and highway flyovers to the north. These 2 walls house the depot and the motel. To the southeast, the outer walls have larger and more frequent openings, making the building more porous to the park and residential neighborhood beyond. These walls house the ADUs and the self-storage units for rent. Each facade is indicative of its typology within the logic of a rigidly ordered construction system. From I-35 south, the sawtooth truck bays of the depot and the corrugated metal doors of the storage units can be seen. Each bar of housing responds to the program contained within its outer wall. Whether the housing is directly adjacent but separate, or whether it punches through the exterior program for views outwards. We are particularly interested in this interface between programs, which we will get into in our detailed sections.
So here are egress routes really quickly for that first floor. There are 4 courtyards that create distinct oases in the different quadrants. The landscape elements are spatial, creating outdoor rooms. Parking occurs in the southeast quadrant on the 1st and 2nd floors. Adjacent to the parking are several commercial spaces which open out to the neighborhood side. On the west is the depot facing 35 with office spaces to the east. The motel sits to the north with parking underneath the rooms and an enclosed dog park to the south. The motel lobby presents itself in a compressed space expected from the type, but opens up to a 4-story atrium and cylindrical stair beyond. And here's a section looking south into the courtyard. Depot to the right, ADUs to the left. And a perspective looking towards the ADUs, so looking east.
The building houses 46 units of various sizes, and it includes these additional programs in the outer wall for a total of 185,000 square feet. The building is organized in 2 rings, the wall of buffer programs to the exterior and the residential infill on the interior. Starting with the outer wall, this is circulation for the motel, the ADUs, and the self-storage facilities. And then going to the inner ring of residences, this is circulation for the residences and all the circulation put together. To the exterior, standard prefabricated galvanized steel fire exits are wrapped delicately in a chain link mesh. This is one instance of industrial materials being used in the project to a softening effect. The cross in the center is the distributor. The roof has a retention pond, which supplies water to the landscape. The 4th floor contains a data center, which utilizes the adjacent roof pond for cooling. 3rd story is circulation, which connects to a 3rd story courtyard in this quadrant. And the first 2 stories contain mechanical rooms, which supply the forced air HVAC system, which all of these components contribute to the self-sufficiency of the complex.
The 2nd floor is where most people will enter the building, and a bridge extends from the road to the south into the parking garage. Here you can see paths to the various stairs and oases conditions to each of the 4 sides of the building. There are 10 different programmatic adjacencies. We're going to look at the interfaces for several of those. On-flawed units open towards the courtyard side. The enfilade condition is used where there is a distinct boundary between the housing and the adjacent program. So on the motel and the depot. Generous balconies provide another room. So in this section, you can see the unit breaking through the wall towards the motel and dog park atrium beyond. Units use light gauge framing, and the ceiling is defined by pillowed loose fill insulation. In the motel exterior from the left, just a section of that wall, and then 180 degrees from the interior from that dog park lobby looking towards the motel.
The other unit organization we're calling objects in space. It is multi-directional as opposed to the unidirectional enfilade units. It has views to the interior courtyards, as well as punching through the double tilt-up walls to the exterior. Here, encompassed within the unit, is a rented out storage unit. This unit occurs on this storage wall here. The storage units are accessed by these outdoor balconies. So this is a view of the unit. The objects are clad in plywood. And in the foreground, you can see the tilt-up walls are expressed where they're punched through. And so behind each of these walls is a storage unit. The third floor plan. On the third floor, this courtyard occurs on the third floor above 2 levels of parking, and it's the desert landscape. Here is enfilade units that look onto the dog park and the motel lobby. And objects in space units along these 2 walls. These are storage units here and ADUs here, which are associated with these housing units. This is a view of the desert. Fourth floor plan, fourth floor egress. On the roof plan, you can see these are pop-ups, which allow for double height spaces to occur in the fourth floor units. Pretty much all the way down, units have double height spaces. And this is a row of skylights above the depot and a row of skylights above the motel lobby.
So here, this is a section looking west, cutting through the motel on the north side and storage on the left on the south. And if we zoom into the left side, that storage unit. The storage sits on the left side. Within the tilt-up walls, that is where the storage sits, while the unit punches through and claims that space in the light that comes from the south side. Additional space and at times mezzanine levels are created within the tilt-up walls, which are expressed within the unit. The pillared ceiling and shingled fiber cement boards exist in an industrial scale, but their placement within residential space allows for reinterpretation. Generous balconies act as additional rooms that can be enclosed by operable awning. And here's some tilt-up details on the left side showing where the tilt-up meets the ground, and on the right side showing the tilt-up in plan and how the panels are connected. And here's details of that pillowed awning condition. On the left side is between units, which provides acoustic and fire barrier. On the right side is at the edge of the balcony, that awning condition. So there's the balcony above and the balcony below. And here's a longitudinal section west through the depot with the motel on the right side. So the depot sits on the right side, buffering the office and housing units on the interior. The wall between the depot and buffered programs is simple spray foam insulation that provides fireproofing and acoustic barrier. The industrial methods speak to the simplicity and high tolerance inherent in the building's construction and detailing. And a ballasted roof to the left and that spray foam insulation wall to the right. And here you see the depot exterior on the left side, you see the sawtoothing. And then on the right side is that depot flipped 180 degrees. So you can see the pallet rack sitting above the roll-up doors that could be accessible by a truck.
The facades use elements characteristic to their typology. Truck bays on the depot, false balconies on the motel, and corrugated doors for the storage units. The 4 facades use a total of 2 panel patterns, A and B, used to create different levels of porosity through AAAA, BBBB, or ABAB patterns.
So moving through a construction sequence, not necessarily in order, we have concrete grade beam foundations and spot footings with a slab on top. And then on that slab, the tilt up would be poured. So the first coat is a 2-inch wythe coat with welded wire mesh. So it's just an exterior coat, followed by 3 inches of R6 polystyrene insulation, followed by the 4-inch structural layer of the tilt up. And that gets tilted up. And this is showing each of those panel types on each of the facades. So this is the AA panel on the ADU side with windows and balconies infilling. This is the AB panel on the storage wall. So each of them responds by being relatively open to their condition and filled appropriately. So it's only using 2 types of panel. So that tilt up is poured and then it's tilted up. And then the interior walls are also tilted up. And the parking garage is poured, shear walls are placed, concrete shear walls tilted up, and then steel framing infills, and then open web joists between that, and then light gauge framing for interior fill. And the light gauge is connected to the concrete through welded embeds. Then metal deck and concrete slab, followed by, all the openings being filled with windows and skylights. And then the cladding, shingled cladding on the interior and a sandwich panel on those pop-ups. And then the steel circulation.
Renders of the different facades, again, inspired by Louis Baltz, that show the 4 distinct characters of the facades. Rather than displacing programs typically found along I-35, we propose pushing housing right up against these programs, utilizing their construction techniques and embracing them for the unique spatial and environmental qualities they create.
Thank you. And we'd ask that you don't have to be nice to us in this critique. We hope that you're openly critical.
I'll start by saying something nice, which is this is extremely profane in a wonderful way. It's verging on science fiction, and I love it. I have two initial questions. One is you're calling this one wall ADUs, accessory dwelling units. What are they accessory to? Are they like, do they belong to the proper units? And the other question is, with the exterior tilt up, why are they canted inwards? What is the reason for that?
So the accessory dwelling units are accessory to the units on that side. So each ADU corresponds to a unit. And it could either be rented out or used as, like a writer's room off the edge. And the tilt-up walls are canted because we wanted the exterior to be a little bit more playful. And the idea of tilt-up walls being tilted was kind of humorous to us in a way. And you can see that condition, like those tilt-up walls are tilted and they're also at a regular interval of 15 feet. So sometimes they're never cut. So sometimes they slide past the corner, sometimes they stop short.
Mm-hmm. I think it gives the overall mass of this super block a much a much nicer neighborly presence, but at the same time, it does very much look like certain fortified buildings, which is also cool, I think. It's a very brutal expression, but one that's very, very compelling. I think it's very sexy.
Thank you.
So for me, I think you have a very strong concept and you've executed the concept, right? And I can see what Aaron's saying, like it works in that way, in a conceptual level and as a statement and an idea. But to me, in real life, I wouldn't want to live there, right? It is very harsh. It's not inviting. It's creating a it's just it's this idea of Trump building a wall, right? We need to create separation, so we're going to build a wall. And there's so many other ways of doing that. And just having this be the only way that you're doing that creates a building that I don't want to look at, I don't want to get close to or live in, right? Mm-hmm. There's no human spaces in here. There's no human moments. There's no invitation for interactions. Even that, you've created this inward facing building, but then you go ahead and divide it even more, right? So the space that you're creating in there, you still don't have these opportunities to create special moments or interaction moments within the building. I think sometimes, having this strong concept and idea that is your driving force, you kind of have to break your own rules. I think if I had the same building that maybe has a part of it that completely breaks all the rules and create those other things that are missing here, I would be more sold on the idea. Does that make sense? Because by breaking the rules, then you emphasize your rules, right? Rather than creating this thing that is just all the same without any human scale to it.
I would argue otherwise. I think the wall that separates creates human scale within those courtyards. And additionally, the plantings, if you look there, the plantings create these, small 7.5 foot by 7.5 foot rooms that I think could be quite pleasant and I would like to spend time in.
But if you think about, like, even now, right, when everyone's stuck in their houses, what they're craving is open air. They're not looking for more constricted spaces, right? So by creating all these spaces that are so small and blocked off, you don't have that opportunity for a different kind of space, for a different type of interaction, a different kind of activities. Everything is too regular. So I think, yeah, that could be some interesting spaces, but combine that with a very different type of space and like really break your rules a little bit. So it's not so repetitive and monotonous and just all the same.
Okay.
You can disagree. To me, this doesn't seem like an inviting space. I do think you have a strong concept and there's some very interesting moves that are happening here, but it's just, I would encourage you to think about where you can completely deconstruct this and just create a completely different type of experience within your building and a completely different experience for anybody approaching it or living in it or being around it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I'm trying to work my head around like the aggregation of typologies, right? There's a lot going on. And the idea of gathering all of these typologies together sort of in this tilt up skin, that's an homage to a sort of a brutalist idea of minimalism, right? Is sort of what I'm understanding, and what the result of these things coming together, if it actually transforms what they were originally, right? Which I think is kind of what you're hoping. And then I look at, and so as the individual pieces, I could see how they could work uniquely. Like there's some sections that you have that actually to me are really interesting, like in these units, that I can see the potential in the reorganization of the typology. When I step out of that scale to the next level of the typology, like actually the Home Depot size, right? Like the big box size, that's where I start to get concerned about the reality of how these things come together. Like it's almost like you took, I don't know, the space outside of the Home Depot and put it on the inside. And the larger typology for me of almost, and I think it's fair enough to say, especially from that view that you have from I-35, like it's almost like a prison a little bit. Like I feel like it's just encompassing, you know, like I think there's a fine line between protecting and buffering and then isolating, you know. And so why did you decide to do it in like it's kind of a quasi courtyard, right? Like in terms of that large typology, why did you close it off? I know you said it's more open to the neighborhood, but it's really not, right? Like it's not like embracing anything. It's just completely inward. Is that correct?
Primarily, but if you, the ADU wall, for instance, like the I-35 side, yeah, it is a fortress from that side, but the ADU side has 8 by 10 foot openings all along that edge where you actually see the courtyard beyond. You can access it. It's totally open to that park.
Yeah, I just feel like it's not much of a communication in terms of like actually engaging, you know, or allowing a conversation to happen between scales at that level. So I feel like in some ways it still is quite a barrier. You know, like if you look at it in terms of like, is that inviting me in? Is that engaging me at a certain scale?
So the ground floor would have commercial space. And I think we want to add that this is a lot that wouldn't typically be built on. This is, you know, there's a 500-foot threshold from the freeway over. So we're existing within that threshold that is typically occupied just by big box stores. So this scale is actually, you know, everywhere else is big box. And in most proposals, this lot here is actually larger than we proposed. So I don't think this, like, it fits with existing proposals in terms of its scale.
And I would argue that most development in Austin and Texas in general is already, we're already putting up walls, fences, yards, buffers. We're trying to keep people away as much as possible. And I think this building, in fact, while it is brutal and like kind of scary, it creates a draw. It's like, it does something that like freeway architecture should do, which is, you know, it catches your attention, even if you're like driving 80 miles an hour. So if I saw this building, like I'd probably be scared, but then I'd want to go see what was going on.
I had one suggestion. That one thing that I would be interested in seeing when we sort of go to the issue of scale, a sort of direct scale comparison between your east-facing wall and like any Texas donut that has gone up in the last 10 years in this city. Because I'm not convinced you're much bigger. Like I think if I look at sort of like North Lamar or Burnett, or like I'm actually not convinced that you're more massive than what is already going up everywhere in this city.
I agree, Martin. Just to put, you know, all the cards on the table. I spoke with Zeke, I guess, a couple of weeks ago, and without Meg. Sorry, Meg. But I assume he translated everything. They sent me their drawings, and so I you know, anyway, they know how I feel about the project, but and it is intended, you know, it is intended to be provocative. And you know, there's a tremendous amount of energy that you all have extended. Even, I mean, it's, for me, I mean, the central question here is, and I think for you as well, is the issue of scale, just as Aaron said, because, you know, it started off with this notion of freeway island, I believe was the term that y'all used, and you were looking at developing a strategy that this, in fact, would not be, on one hand, it's not one building, that it's talking about buildings of a certain scale along the interstate and playing within that typology, that this could be a strategy that would be used for other buildings that we tend to dismiss, like the Home Depot or like IKEA or whatever the other big boxes are. And so then that is really, is that a scale that's always been a challenge you know, since the industrial age in terms of how do we handle mass housing at that scale. So, and I think, you know, not knowing a whole lot about construction, but sort of taking it on. But the thing is, again, your construction that you, and I love the sequencing that you had and the way that you thought about it. But again, it's operating at a certain scale, right? I mean, your sequencing of the construction, your understanding of this construction is largely presented at the scale of the overall building, as opposed to, well, I mean, as opposed to, you know, looking at, you know, a lot of specific details. The details that you have are pretty, pretty light in that sense. I don't mean that from a critique standpoint, because as I said before, we understand the deficiencies in the, you know, in the 3-inch or the full scale details that normally come with a building with this. But I think with all the, you know, you've got so many ideas that you're trying to get out. It seems like what you're struggling here with is a way in which to synthesize. Yeah, those are pretty diagrammatic, you know, as a, I mean, they're a checklist with, I got details at a certain scale, but, you know, if you, but it doesn't really, I think it doesn't really go, we had a you know, a pre-studio meeting this morning, and I think I think it was Grant, who you're going to have after us, was asking the question of the you know, the relationship of the detail to the larger building, and so, you know, again, those I'm not saying that you didn't look at it at all, but it's definitely, you're much more interested in this thing at a larger scale. For what I find interesting about it is the fact that I mean, it's clear that you both are very, you know, that you care very, very much about this project. You have a lot invested in it, a lot, so much so that, you know, it's like, yeah, we don't care. You know, give us a brutally honest assessment, and that was that you understanding that it is provocative. I think for me, what's interesting, and I've always been fascinated by this, is the notion of detail and the way in which it connects to scale. And so, for instance, when you look at, you know, you look at Guggenheim Bilbao, and, you know, oh my God, look at all the energy that's invested in that. And, you know, stepping right outside the School of Architecture and just look up at the soffit condition of Sutton Hall. I mean, or Battle Hall, the ironwork that's on there. I mean, an amazing amount of intensity of energy and effort and creativity and construction that go into the building at that scale. And the question may be that today, you know, that scale, maybe we can afford. So, so to look at, you know, more contempt, you know, I mean, what's funny is that those buildings were not built that much before La Tourette, and obviously this is sort of like La Tourette, you know, La Tourette meets, you know, neo-Italian rationalism, you know, and trying to understand the human connection to that. You're very upfront about it being brutalist. But again, the thing that's sort of missing is that one hand, I see the love in a scale, in a section like this, but then when you go to the actual interior, and you're talking about the tilt-up wall versus the drywall versus, you know, whatever, that sort of, it's like the details actually missing at that scale. And I think that's why Ada is Ada is reading it, you know, because it's really kind of a cartoon, that Ada's missing that sort of inhabitability to it, and this sort of abstractness. And so in that sense, I agree. On one hand, I completely understand her reaction. On the other hand, I also understand what y'all are after. And what I'm saying is that that is really the potential, you know, the sort of richness. As I mentioned before, when I talked to you 2 weeks ago, I didn't want to upset the apple cart in terms of saying, you know, I mean, you know, you had 2 weeks left. But I would say the thing that is missing in the project at this point, but it's understandable, is at this level, is how you know, you've got that big, you're presenting the big idea and then actually how it's resolved. And for me, it actually, like this rendering does not show the sort of softness that is potentially alluded to. Again, alluded to in the sections, but not resolved. So you go to the detail and it's basically a line with a light bulb, right? Or it's some sort of a notion of a mesh, but the idea about what that mesh actually is isn't really, you know, isn't really rendered. It may be something, you know, more that becomes more, you know, more volumetric in a certain place. The thing we talked about was I recently was looking at some architecture in Tunisia and sort of fascinated by that you have these very hard, abstract, you know, ancient buildings, and they're softened by the rugs, they're softened by, you know, the sort of tent-like quality, which is, you know, very, very sort of powerful in relationship to the brutalism that's on the, you know, it's on the outside. It's the hard candy shell and the soft gooey inside, you know, is that we're sort of missing this soft gooey inside that makes this thing, I think, say that it's actually really home, and gets past those issues. And it's, you know, it's interesting and intriguing. And I don't, you know, to be fair, I don't think it's, I mean, that's a high bar. That's hard to resolve in any one semester, let alone throwing Corona on top of that. So I don't want to be too brutal about it, pun intended. But the only other thing that I would say is that what I also find interesting is that most of your reviews that you're interested with are these sort of bird's eye from above. And so it's this fascination with an object, which again is either something that you're very conscious about doing, or not conscious about doing, but it does present this thing as an object, which then again separates us from the notion of inhabitability, which I think is the question. By the way, I want to say that I'm also intrigued by the fact that the plans are, you know, overall really, really beautiful to me. I love the plans. But the sections, and those seem, in an odd way, those seem resolved. The sections, on the other hand, almost seem as though they're of a different building. And I'm only saying that in the sense that it's really, I think it really is that you're, you know, is that you're really trying to figure out how to resolve, you know, that large, intense, brutal presentation to the world that you're fascinated by. You know, it's about trying to express what, you know, what in the photographs, you know, that you're in love with, that you're trying to, like, what is that aspect that you're trying to translate that doesn't become, you know, literal. So for me, I'm, you know, similar kinds of things that I'm interested in, for instance, are Ed Hopper paintings, which have, you know, also very high contrasting light and dark issues, notions of American isolationism, you know, loneliness, all those kinds of things. However, he resolves those, even though the drawings are quite abstract, he resolves those within more traditional buildings like the clapboard, you know, the kinds of shadows that are produced by a clapboard system. And so therefore it might be that, you know, rather than just having the straight up, you know, large section here, it may be that you do a supersized clapboard that gives more of a shadow condition, not at the scale of a residential clapboard, but a clapboard that's more at the scale, you know, of a building like this. So it may be that clap may be operating at every half, you know, every half story or every third story, or maybe every fourth story. I don't know. It'd be something like that to sort of like figure out when is it, you know, when is it still brutal and still, you know, gives an indication as to a kind of softness.
So the interior cladding is shingled. I mean, it is essentially, I think it's clapboard in a way. It's the shingled fiber cement board at an industrial scale. So it's not concrete on the interior.
Right. Do you have can you show that to us?
I guess.
Yeah, I was supposed to draw a detail of that. It didn't happen.
But you can see on the handrail there, or you can see beyond, it's this 2 foot on center clapboard. So it's,
Yeah, but I'm
you have that
actually,
larger scale section.
okay, so we're on the same page, except for one thing. I'm saying that I wouldn't do it actually at the residential scale. I would do it at a scale that's between the residential and the very sort of hard exterior. So
I think that's what we were trying to do.
Yeah.
But it's a 2 foot on center. So our reference was that firm that I was telling you about, Letchins Padmanabhan, where they're referencing Venturi's beach house, but it's also Herzog and Demeron at Ricola.
Okay.
It's sort of that scale.
Very good then. Then it may be, again, sort of like, sort of like in the rendering, which may tell you that maybe, maybe the collapse not as deep as it needs to be. It's sort of like, I don't get that softness sort of looking at it. So great. I mean, I would say that I'm not faulting you all for not thinking about the project. It seems as though you're thinking about the project a lot. It just really is. I think the central thing is to walk away from this is to I very much appreciate the sort of thoroughness and thoughtfulness of the project in terms of from a conceptual standpoint and from a get after it architecture standpoint. My biggest complaint over the last few years is that there's too much building going on and not enough architecture happening at the School of Architecture. So this is clear that this is about architecture, and I really applaud you all for your energy and for your intensity. What I'm saying though is that in the future, I think that you need to operate it, and that's the struggle with the class. You need to operate at both scales simultaneously, as opposed to starting at one scale and sort of like working your way in. I mean, it's not like a dinner placement. You're starting with the soup and then you work your way in. It's really that you start at both scales and see where they kind of collide. And I'm not saying you weren't thinking about that. I'm just saying that I can understand where you see this as being quite exciting on the interior. And at the scale and at the human scale on the inside. What I'm saying is that your drawings do not convey that.
Okay.
I think to just jump in, I think there's an interesting discussion here about surfaces in some ways, because you have a lot of surfaces and you have a lot of surfaces that use the same materials. And when you think of sort of like a minimalism in architecture that sort of relies on simple surfaces, then the question is always still, for me at least, what kind of minimalism are we talking about? Are we talking about like a Sejima surface, or are we talking about the Home Depot surface? And they're not the same, right? And they're both, you can both draw them in detail, and you can both draw them in elevation. And I think you're sort of, and it's still, they're like very different things. And I think what's a little bit, we're sort of like a little bit caught in between. And like, I think what I don't quite understand, what I think is hard to sort of like get at, is whether you're sort of like actually making a claim that you are using some of those materials or some materials like within a very simple system in exceptional ways so that they become extremely beautiful, or whether it is really sort of, well, no, it's all very generic, and that's like what we want. And I think you can sort of like want different things here. I mean, I think as an architect, we always want kind of beautiful surfaces and like simple, but still kind of like very well detailed and thought of at that level. On the other hand, you could sort of like make a point. I think that's sort of what you're doing, that any house that we live in here uses sort of surfaces that are industrially available and like hammered onto a couple of 2x4s, which is not a very sort of beautiful detail, really. And so, I mean, I think that, but that sort of like, it's a larger question for me in this project. Is that what is our job here as architects? What's your job here as architects? Is your job to sort of like put those like things together in ways that are innovative because they're used to a kind of different end, but in themselves they're actually absolutely unremarkable? Or is your job to use kind of your skills at sort of like putting things together towards sort of creating like moments at that small scale that actually kind of start to be innovative? Like I'm not giving an answer, I'm just like throwing up a question that I sort of see inherent in your project.
So there's a firm out of France, Bruther, and they're really interested in simple means, and they talk about their buildings as being not minimalist but naked. So I think we take that approach, and their approach is they actually just have very typical details, and they draw very few initially, and all of their work comes in CA, where they're working with the contractor, and they're just finding the easiest way to build the thing. So they're more engaged with the means and methods. Our intention with our details was to say, here are very typical conditions. This is a condition that you'd see, in a typical developer set for Home Depot. But that condition is being met at a scale that's atypical, such as the pillared ceiling. Your experience with that pillared ceiling in a Costco is 30 feet away. Your experience with the pillared ceiling here is 8 feet away. So it's really just a transition of scale more so, and an understanding that in order for this to be a, say, like low resolution building, those details would come from a more knowledgeable hand and people who know how to do that.
Let me step in on that, Zeke, because there's a big difference between European construction and American construction, which I know you understand. Mm-hmm. But there's a completely different contractual relationship. In the 1970s, the American architects walked away from before they used to have control of the construction site, and they had a lot of responsibility with regard to the construction of the building itself. In an effort to avoid litigation, they then walked away from means and methods and turned that over to the contractors. The European architects have not done that. The European architects work with contractors much more closely at the early stages of the building. I mean, before it actually goes on site as well. It's a completely different, more intense relationship. But the thing is that the architect is in fact the leader and the firm, and they're in control. And so therefore, we've given up, when you give up responsibility, you also give up authority. And of course, it doesn't make any difference with regard to litigation. We still get sued as much as ever. So that's the big difference between those. If you look at the construction of the tower on UT, it's probably like, if you look at the working drawing set, it's just like a couple of drawings. I mean, it's basically what we would call design. A couple of design development drawings. The beautiful state capitol in Nebraska, if you ever seen those. I mean, that's at a time when the architects worked with the craftsmen on site to work out the details. But it's no longer done that way. And so that's a nice idea, but I think again, it's within it is that it's not, I guess what I'm saying is that's not really possible here, that there needs to be, or not as possible. We've got a rise in, design build firms, which you may or may not know, not that long ago, was on the AIA, broke the AIA code of ethics. That's something you could not do and would not do. That's now changed. So it may change, in the future, that may change as an idea. But just to clarify, that's not something that's really that possible right now. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it largely happens at a smaller scale that's dealing with design build.
Mm-hmm. And I think I want to move to Europe. But I am, like, there is in Seattle, it's interesting because the contract method is moving towards design build, where the architect works for the contractor. And that's scary too, because the architect has even less control. It's almost like pushing farther and farther away. So yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's been that for a while, that that more often than not, the contractor is dealing directly with the clients, and and they make decisions, and architects are like, which is another reason, which is why you have to be you unfortunately have to be clear about what it is that you want, and that information has to be translated usually sooner rather than later. I'm not saying that it's not gonna change. I'm just saying where things are right now.
Right. Yeah.
Didn't mean to
Okay,
kill that.
so I mean, we have a couple more minutes if somebody has any more comments.
Again, I just want to, I mean, on one hand, it's, I just want to add, you know, I'm very impressed by the volume of work and the intensity of work, and that you all are proud of your project. You should be very proud of your project. I like the fact that it's provocative. I would hate to think that others, you know, students would think, oh yeah, well, you know, they got a lot of critique. Well, you know, that's exactly what you should be doing in school, is pushing those edges. You know, playing it safe doesn't really, you know, it doesn't get you very far down the road. And so I really want to I want to commend your intensity and your effort on the project and the boldness. I mean, it's just too often though, boldness is something that maintains itself only in the, you know, in the 2D image. And I want to also be understood that I'm not saying you didn't attack the detail. It's just that you attacked it at a scale that I think was accessible, to you at this point. And that makes sense to me. So I'm not critiquing you on that end. I'm just trying to make sure that you understand the full scope of, you know, of the things an architect would deal with. And to say that, you know, as your, you know, first comprehensive student and a graduate, you know, as a graduate student, you should be able to do that already. Yeah, is a bit ludicrous. So I'm not saying that at all. I just want to make you understand that I really like your project. It's doing lots of things very well, and there's lots of things that are open-ended. But I think that's I think that was your intention, and I applaud you for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Sorry, go ahead. If anybody has any other.
I agree. It's a tremendous amount of work. So I appreciate that. It's interesting. A lot of times I see the comprehensive and the integrative studios, and one of the comments I often make is it's hard to bring everything up at once. You know, all the ideas that you have to a certain level, you know, and sometimes that ends up being kind of in the middle. And so what you would do is peel off and focus on one area, you know, and do that really well. And we would believe that you could then broadcast that. But you seem to have taken all your ideas and brought them all up in a tremendous amount of work. So, and there is some gaps in it for sure, but I do appreciate the amount of work and the presentation. I looked at your presentation today, and one of the things Vince said earlier was synthesize, you know, and I saw just the tremendous amount of information that was in there. And I was trying to, even while I was looking at it on my own, figure out how to synthesize all of those drawings into something, you know, so it's a lot of work.
I mean, you know, I think I want to be very emphatic that I think you are putting some really important questions on the table here. Like, you know, I think that sort of came up, and I think also in a way that like we don't quite know what to do with the project, because I think it's sort of like, in my mind, your project sort of hits kind of at the heart of two things. Like the one, and probably the, like, you know, more obvious and clear thing is the idea of sort of like that kind of urban statement, the statement of housing and mass production and combination of programs that I think you laid out very clearly in your project as a conceptual vision. I think there is another layer though that I think we are struggling with, and that's the layer that I think goes to the heart of what we do as architects, what we do in comprehensive studio, and what we can or can't do in society. And I think that to me is uncomfortable but also interesting, because I think you're addressing a certain scale that is typically completely, at least in this country, out of the hand of architects mostly, right? Like, so we can make very beautiful details. We can make very beautiful buildings at a scale that is sort of our place in the world that we have assigned ourselves maybe over the last couple of decades. And that, as you sort of pointed out, Zeke, that place in the world is getting smaller and smaller, right? I mean, that's really sort of something. And I think we like to live in the illusion that we have an impact. I would have my doubts about that. And I think you are sort of like making at least a sort of like very, well, I don't like, not necessarily aggressive, but like you're sort of like making a statement. You're sort of like, you're sort of trying to break out of that unspoken convention of the, you know, boathouse on Lake Travis or like Town Lake sort of comprehensive studio. And I really appreciate that. I think that's a sort of enterprise that I think is absolutely contemporary. And of course, it's also an enterprise that is, you know, it's difficult. I mean, it's difficult for me to sort of like, it was not easy for me to give you feedback on the project at times, because like my architect self was like, make that surface really beautiful, like, you know, detail the hell out of it. And I know we had a lot of conversations about surfaces in this project, really, and like I was like, well, what is that surface? Like it's really like the absence of materiality, the absence of palpable materiality was something that I came at like several times in the project over the process. And you sort of like, I think you're very emphatic about like your sort of like attitude there. And I think that's, in my mind, I think that's important about this project. And I don't know if you're providing necessary answers yet, or if it's even possible to provide answers, but I think that's just something that I appreciate in this sort of like context.
Martin, I don't want to throw that off. Maybe this adds to that in a certain way in terms of, you know, how one is thinking and what scale one is thinking. So I appreciate, like I said before, you know, these sort of axos that you're showing, and that they are bird's eye. But the thing it does show, and I think again, it's what image are you trying to convey, is that you know, Austin is an extremely, you know, we have lots of sunlight. It's very, very hot. We got climate warming, and the fact that, and so I think maybe that sort of netting was a way to sort of maybe deal with the exterior condition in a certain way with the balconies. Mm-hmm. But for me, the kind of thing would be like, I would take the ziggurat shape. First of all, I'm not convinced about the ziggurat shape, but because right, and the sort of leaning into the wall, all those are about absorbing heat. It's all about heat gain, which makes this thing even more hostile. And so therefore it might be that actually the stepping takes place the other way, which is that the floor plan is actually narrower, and then the building gets wider as you go up, providing overhang in shade. And again, a sort of, you know, the sort of the clapboard effect. In that case, that would be the clapboard effect that would be happening at the scale of each floor. Mm-hmm. And therefore, you know, making the courtyard more habitable, you know, just by its sort of control of shade. Because the thing I'm struck most by the Baltz photos is that, yeah, they're in black and white because they rely very heavily, like Hopper, they rely very, very heavily on the shade and shadow, and so therefore the black and white, you know, is part of that game, and so it may be that there's more of it's more of an inversion, but that's happening again at the scale of that's happening at the scale of the building. That's not the scale of the detail in that sense.
I was going to share a quick anecdote. This just happened to me this week. We got selected for a city project in Marble Falls. And during the selection process, we were showing, all the projects that we showed were pretty experimental, non-conventional projects. So we're trying to gauge, you know, being Marble Falls, how experimental and non-conventional we could get. And we were told, I believe the exact words were, the architecture shouldn't be more thought-provoking than it needs to be. And, you know, my initial reaction was, you know, I was completely appalled, right? Because obviously we always think as architect, we should have very thought-provoking architecture. But I'm trying to see it more now from the point of view of the client, right? The client needs this project to be a lot more than just thought-provoking, right? So I think it's really great. And I also commend you for the level of thought and rigor in this project. We have to be able to take an idea and really experiment with it and take it all the way through and be strong with it and just exploit it as much as we can. But we have to think about what are all those other things besides it being thought-provoking that we need to do.
I'll say one final thing, which is I love Vince's comment about taking the camp the other way to provide shade for the facade and cut down on heat gain. I look at Boston City Hall as a precedent there. Also, I love the kind of interrogation of the tilt wall system and just basic commercial construction systems. And I would also look at the work of James Wines and Site Architects, the best big box stores that he did.
Yeah, I love those.
Yeah, which are great.
Yeah.
Super, yeah.
All right, good. So we're almost at 12 o'clock. So I just want to thank everyone in this kind of set of reviews, like students and our reviewers, for your comments and insights and discussion. You know, you'll probably be on other reviews in the afternoon, I imagine, if you're not like stop by again here in the afternoon if you have nothing else to do. But yeah, I really appreciated your being there, and we'll sort of do a little break, and then we'll sort of continue here at 12:30. Thank
Martin,
you.
Are you dropping off lunch at our place?
Sorry, I instructed the administration to do so. I don't know what became of that email, but all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, hello, welcome back, everyone, or those of you who are there. I think we're still waiting for two of our reviewers for this session, and I also think a couple of students are not yet back online. So you can see sort of people slowly kind of like trickling in again. I think the good thing is we have I think in this session we have a set of reviewers who have all been part of the pre-review session this morning, so that will I think save us a lot of time and me a lot of effort to sort of like explain the project again. So I really appreciate you sort of dropping in this morning. I think it will be good also for the overall sort of time that we can spend on the actual project. Okay, I can see Uli joining us. So now that our reviewers are complete, you know, we're still waiting, I think, for a couple of students. I think the students who are presenting in this session are here. Stephanie, you're there? Good. Arlene is there, and Gable and is Juan here? Oh, I just received a message that I need to actually unmute all participants because I did not allow you to do that. So as of now, you should be able to unmute yourselves if you have something to say. Sorry, I didn't. This was not a kind of like censorship measure that I was trying to take. Although I reserve the right to sort of like go back to this kind of state at any time during the review. So welcome back to the second session, and welcome to our reviewers. The reviewers know the project, as I said. So I'm just gonna introduce the reviewers to you, to the students. We have as a guest, as an external reviewer today, we have Grant Alford, who joins us, who's not visiting us, but who joins us remotely from Kansas State University in Manhattan, where he is an assistant professor. That is, and he teaches second year. I was on his second year review at Kansas State, and I think he does a great job of sort of like really sort of like doing very rigorous studios and kind of design strategies. He also teaches comprehensive studio there. And I've known Grant for a long time. We've been sort of co-collaborators in various sort of like teaching and or professional environments. So I'm really happy to have him here. We have Cisco Gomez, who probably doesn't need any introduction. Cisco Gomez is not only is he sort of like the associate dean here at UT, but also teaches a section of this very same sort of graduate integrative studio that had the review yesterday. Also, Cisco always comes up with the best sites for his studio, which I think I'm always like, I want to take that studio just for
the weirdest sites. It's different than best.
No, I think it's actually the same. I think they're actually very sort of like, in your case, I think they're actually kind of the same. And then we have Uli Dungle, who's program director of the architecture program, and also has a lot of experience with this type of studio. So welcome to this session. We have two projects that we're going to look at in this session, which should give us more than enough time to sort of comment and sort of like ask questions. I've asked students to stick to 15 minutes in their presentations, which has actually worked pretty well in the first session, I have to say. And I think like that's just like with these online reviews, something that all of you have noticed, that time just flies very quickly. So I would ask the first group, without sort of like much further introduction, ask the first group, Stephanie and Arlene, to just like take us right into your project.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, is my screen visible?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'm Stephanie, obviously.
I'm Arlene.
And our project is called The Spaces in Between. We study the relationship between form and the intimacy of spaces with the goal of connecting the community within and beyond the site by providing a variety of public, semi-public, and private spaces.
So St. John neighborhood was separated into two disconnected pieces after the construction of I-35 and the commercial corridors on either side that followed. Our site is adjacent to I-35 and lies within that commercial corridor, that buffer zone. It has few amenities within a 5 to 10 minute walking distance, and particularly there's a lack of grocery stores and restaurants. And then in this area, there's also a lack of public green spaces, and the few spaces that do exist are disconnected from each other.
So the goal of our design is to balance openness and connectivity with protection from the highway and a sense of enclosure. So starting with the field, we start with a 20-foot grid across the site based on our studies of the intimacy of spaces. And we found that 20 feet was determined to be like a comfortable public space. And then with the form, the curved forms of the building encourage the public to pass through. The remaining space between the buildings is divided into public, semi-public, or private outdoor space. This space is walkable, although a central public path is also provided. And then we have the buffer on the outer edges. So the north and west edges of the site are taller and less permeable to buffer the highway, noise, and air pollution. And views along the exterior of each building offer additional filtration of particles. I mean, vines, not views. We use these 4 scales of space as our tools, making sure each person has access to all 4 types of spaces. By providing a variety of scales of space, we are creating opportunities for stronger connections within and beyond the site that support different levels of interaction. So a variety of scales of spaces results from the building forms. These spaces occur at all levels of the site and often overlook and interact with each other while still maintaining necessary privacy in the units.
So we chose Site C as our site because we wanted to respond to both that stepped park and the proximity to the highway. So in response to those two conditions, our buildings rest on a plinth that contains parking as well as other commercial programming, and that is accessed at street level on the north side, while the top of the plinth is on grade with the adjacent park due to a 12-foot height difference across the site that we took advantage of. Yeah, this is our site.
Just a quick, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just you can go.
Okay. Next slide. So our units range from studios to 3-bedroom apartments, and we have an equal distribution of each of those. The 2- and 3-bedroom apartments are 2 levels and have ground level access, while the 1-bedroom units in the studios are accessed on the upper level and have a shared balcony. Each of the curved buildings has a protective outer wall that acts as a buffer from the highway. And it also has a semi-transparent inner wall that has a screen that balances that need for privacy with the need for light and airflow. And then shear and plumbing walls run in between the units. We have a public path through the site that connects between the park and Blackson Avenue. And then the ground level units are accessed via sidewalks, while the upper level units are accessed through shared corridors at the ends of the building, or shared stairs and upper corridors. Our public outdoor space extends into the adjacent stepped park, and then semi-public outdoor spaces result from the form of the buildings where these courtyard conditions are created where the building wraps around itself in that interior side. And then each unit also has private outdoor space in the form of ground level patios, upper level balconies, or sometimes both for the larger units, one overlooking the other. And then in addition to the 50 housing units, we are also providing a cafe and a restaurant at the street level along Blackson Avenue to address that lack of food within walking distance. And then there's also community amenities centrally located on the site, and that includes a gym, a community garden, a recreational room, and then laundry and mail facilities. And the way our systems are distributed is we have 3 zones, and then our systems travel horizontally below that plinth level, and then vertically through the shear and plumbing walls and into the units.
So here we have the garage level, which is accessed by car via Blackson Avenue. So you'll come in through here, and you have access to units on the level above. You take these elevators or these stairs. You also have the option to go up to the park via these stairs or this ramp. There are other programs on this level, such as a gym, a coffee shop, office spaces, and also a grocery store. On the level 1, which is basically a plinth, you come up through on this building through the elevators or the stairs. And there's, and this building here in the middle also serves as like kind of like a community building where it provides like an event space for like celebrations or meetings, and also laundry facilities. This level can also be accessed from Blackson Avenue through these stairs on the north side, or you can make your way through this pedestrian path to the park, which is on grade with this plinth. And on this level, you have access to the 2-story units, which are either 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom. And these units have like a private patio along the outer edge, while the inner edge of the building serves as like a semi-public space. On this level, we have access to 2-story units that are either, oh, sorry, I already said that. So now to access the studios or the 1-bedroom studios, you come up through these stairs right here, like on either end of the building. And they each have like a shared balcony space so you can enter your units. But for the other units that are 2-story, this is where the majority of the bedrooms are located, and also private patios. And also the community building has a roof garden on the top, which kind of like fosters that sense of community and also like education within this, I guess, like community. And as we move up the stairs, this is the 3rd level, which has the 1-bedroom units or the studios. And again, like these stairs create like this opportunity right here for like more semi-public spaces.
So this is the long section through the site facing the park. And this just shows how that plinth really works to lift the residential buildings above the street as a way to protect it from traffic and noise and pollution, and to also like redirect it to face the park. And then this shows how the garage and storefronts are on grade on Blackson Avenue, and then with the parking also on grade, and then the curved buildings on grade with the park with a stair connection between them. The north elevation is one of those 2 harder edges of our site where we're doing the most work protecting from. This is facing that highway flyover. So this is a hard edge with a gap in the middle where there's a public stair that goes up and connects to that path. And then the storefronts at the bottom. Yeah, you can see the storefronts here too. So this also shows that green boulevard along the east side and how it offers just an additional way to access from the street up to the park level. And this view is from the pedestrian path facing towards Blackson Street. And it just shows some of the interactions between, for example, this private patio and the public path, or the community garden overlooking a central public park on the site, how those different scales of space interact with each other. And then this view is from the shared balcony on the 3rd level, where there's a nice space at the top of the stairs overlooking the public park. And this space is more semi-public because you really only need to access it if you live in the upper units. And it's shaded, but it's still connected to what's happening below in the park through the use of these screens.
And these are our unit plans. So we have a studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and we have 3 bedrooms, different types depending on where in the building you are. So we have a studio, which is again located on level 3 and accessed through a shared balcony right here. Then we have a 1-bedroom, which is also on level 3. But this one also provides like a private balcony. This is a 2-bedroom, which is accessed from level 1, the plinth. And you can see here the different scales of spaces taking place. Like along the inner edge, you have the semi-public space, and then like on the outer edge, you have the private patio. The 3-bedroom, which also offers a private balcony. And then this is a 3-bedroom as well, but located along the curved part of the building. And this interior view is a view from a 3-bedroom unit on the 1st level, and you can see the shadows cast by the brick screen. The users can still have a view to the outside, but still have a level of privacy. And this door right here slides open to allow for natural air to like go through the unit.
Our structural system consists of, we have concrete retaining walls along the parking level, and then a concrete plinth or a concrete structure holding that plinth up. We have a steel frame on top of that for each of the residential buildings. And then we have composite metal deck floors and metal stud shear walls in between the units. So this is a wall assembly for the wall that's facing the semi-courtyard space. So the purpose of this assembly is to balance privacy with light and airflow and still having a connection to that space. So we have these 12-foot by 5-foot brick screens where all the bricks have holes in them, and there's metal rods holding it together with a steel frame around the edge, and that's bolted into the steel structure. And then beyond that are these sliding floor ceiling height glazed panels that can be moved back and forth, so you can be fully enclosed in your unit, or you can also still have that airflow pass through. And then our other main wall assembly is on the other side, and the purpose of this one is to act more as a buffer from the roadway noise and traffic and air pollution, but still allow light and airflow to go across the unit. So this has, we have gypsum board and then a metal stud framed wall with rigid insulation, waterproofing on it, and then a brick veneer. And from that wall, we have these 5-foot by 5-foot cutouts where there's either a full window, or there's a window with a smaller version of that brick screen in front of it, or it's some other combination of half window, half screen. And that's depending on the room type that lies beyond each window, and also like the lighting needs, the egress needs. We wanted each space to be a little more customizable. And then in between those cutouts are these steel cables that are bolted into the structure that allow for vines to grow on them to provide additional air filtration. And then there's a planter with the growing medium at the base of each building. So this is what those two assemblies look like together and how they complement each other. So that brick screen wall is the one on the right that overlooks the courtyard, and it's that more permeable side. And then the other side is overlooking the other spaces and has fewer cutouts. And then you can also see on that third level is that corridor to access the 1-bedrooms and the 1-bedrooms and studios. And that is, it has the same brick screen as the lower levels, but it doesn't have that glazing behind it. So it's like open air. It's supposed to be kind of a nice passageway to get to your unit. And then this section cuts through our community building, and we wanted that building to be the most permeable to, as a way to distinguish it from the rest of the residential buildings. And then also off to the left, one of the curved buildings is raised above the plinth level to create a shaded public area. So this view shows the variety of public, semi-public, and private spaces and their adjacencies to each other. And our goal is that by providing this variety of spaces, the community will have opportunities for connection with each other while still being able to retreat back to their own private spaces. And all of this is while still remaining above the street level and protected from the traffic, the pollution, and the noise of the adjacent roadways.
And that's it.
Hey, thank you.
Can you describe again this building that's on Piloti? That's an atypical condition, right? Typically you have two floor units down on the ground.
Yeah, so we've removed that lower level. And then since typically the lower 2 levels are a 2-story, like multi-level unit, we just changed that to be additional 1-bedrooms and studios that have that balcony for access.
Like I have a sort of list. I was taking notes, so just so you know, I was typing notes, not just working or something. A lot of my comments, I think, hinge on a little clarification on what your claim is of what the curves do. And I can think of, I like the project and I think that it's really well documented and compelling, but I feel like I didn't actually hear exactly what you're claiming the strong kind of formal figural language does. And I can kind of propose some later, but I'll sort of modulate what I'm going to say based on what you're claiming. Could you just say what the curviness does for you?
Yeah, and Stephanie, feel free to add on. I think it's kind of, there's 2 pieces to it. The first one is we were really interested in that condition where the building wraps around on itself and creates that semi-public space that's still connected to the rest of the space around it, but also kind of has that sense of enclosure. But then we also wanted the space between the buildings to be something that was really easy to move around and move between. And we felt like having these curved forms would achieve that better than something more rectilinear.
Okay. I was kind of, seeing these kind of projects, I feel like there's I was expecting the sort of flows argument that the curves lend themselves to being meandered around or something, which I think is kind of the second thing that you said.
Mm-hmm.
And, on the one hand, I'm sympathetic to it and I like it. On the other hand, I think sometimes I wonder about how effective that is, or how much, I'm always sort of skeptical of how much we can control or influence people's like specific behaviors. But I think, and I'm kind of asking it as an open question, because the other ways you can, it's a big project, so it obviously stands out. And it may be a question for later is what I also find really interesting, which is the identity and branding aspect of it, which is kind of things we don't usually like to talk about, but are super important to like development projects. So if I'm going with the kind of flows and it's sort of leading the eye and then leading your navigating around the buildings and sort of trying to encourage you to explore the place. Maybe one question getting into the tectonic level of expression and the material palette and even into the details I wonder about is pretty visible on the axon, where there's almost like a pilaster condition, like you have these really strong vertical pattern that goes around the whole thing. And I wonder about that, because if it's about this kind of acceleration of views and leading the eye and all of this lateral horizontal movement, then I'm wondering what was and I'm open to be persuaded, but I'm curious if those are at cross purposes to have the verticals be so strongly expressed against the flowing curves. Question mark. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You may answer.
The question, sorry, just the question was why the verticality? Okay. Well, especially along that north and west edge, we were really trying to buffer from the highways. But I think we liked the idea of having these, we started off with these really monolithic forms, and then we were playing with how we add detail to those to make them like more human scale, like nicer spaces, seeing how we could kind of merge those two, because we started really at this mass scale and also the very like intimate space scale. Do you have anything to add?
I mean, specifically though, I don't make sure we're not talking past each other. It has to be a certain height, but the expression of those vertical zones, which I think become vegetation or something, there's like screens. So these specific things that's like a formal, or at least what I would call it, that's strictly a formal decision. Like you've patterned the building with vertical stripes, but the logic is all about the horizontal forms. And I think you have to make that case in order for it not to seem like a contradiction. And for that matter, and even if I kind of like it, so I'm going to kind of defer judgment on it, but the grid of windows and punched windows also is like a particularly, that as a pattern is particularly up and down and left, right. It's kind of homogeneous. And so, one could imagine just to like pick on like a Zaha type of expression of the facade that explicitly flows along the curves that flow and work in the horizontal. You could have chosen that. Maybe it's a good decision not to do that, but I think you have to put those pieces together for me visually.
Yeah, like we originally had like the outer edges just covered in like this mesh, but as we progressed along our design, we thought it was best for us to, we moved in the direction of breaking that horizontalness with those vines. So we moved away from using that mesh that would just cover everything and use the steel cables to do that breaking up of the facades.
Can you maybe go into the floor plan where you kind of see your shapes? I mean, I kind of had the same question that, I think this one's good, that Grant was having. What is the curvature really doing for you? And, even, even if I buy into it, I mean, I think it works better in some parts of you. I mean, you're kind of setting up the system for yourself, but I think you also shouldn't be, I mean, you've set up the rules, and I don't think you should be afraid to break the rules if you need to break them. I think the system works maybe relatively well where you don't, maybe where you don't have kind of the, you know, the long turns like here. I mean, even here, I think it's probably almost not doing enough, but then I'm concerned about like a space like this, where kind of, because the ratio it's setting up is like 20, 20, 20, right? I'm not quite sure. I don't know how tall that is. I guess that'd be three stories right there.
2 stories, yeah.
I'm just not convinced about that. That's going to be a very pleasant space to be in. So I think maybe calibrating, and I think setting it up as a typology, I think it's interesting to kind of have these hook-like planes, but then maybe, you know, also being, I mean, I know you're obviously constrained by the site, but then also being flexible within that, you know, if the building's taller, maybe that courtyard space or semi-courtyard space gets a little wider. Or also when the building, like I find this guy here at the end a little strange. This kind of half a donut, someone's bitten off of it. And then also, like, I found like clearly here in this building, in the community building, I mean, I think the kind of the extrusion kind of works for you, maybe where you only need a certain depth of floor plate to allow for a residential unit. But then when you're trying to get a big communal space together, I don't think you should be afraid of breaking from your rule. Maybe that building actually becomes circular or something, that you're gonna get, you know, you get, because you get these spaces that are not terribly generous, especially in that community building. So I don't think everything has to follow the rule that you're setting up. You setting up the rule, you can break the rule. And kind of to follow up on Grant's comments about the elevations, I find that, I mean, I think the strategy where you kind of closed off to the outside and then you're kind of more transparent to the inside courtyard has a little bit of the, you know, what Alejandro Aravena's residence hall does, right, on the St. Edward's campus. I think you might have too much openness towards, because you have floor to ceiling glazing everywhere on the inside of those inside faces, right? And then you have the screen over it. But I still think there would be an issue of privacy. I mean, you definitely need some shades or curtains or something in there to give you privacy. So I'm wondering if that could be a little bit finer tuned. And then on the outside, I find the punched windows, kind of the sameness of the size is a little relentless. And then also, I think especially I like the way you do the balconies, kind of these inside spaces, they're covered, they're shaded. They're not these tacked on balconies that we see on the high-rise buildings in downtown Austin that no one ever uses and they just put their bike on. I think it's protected from the wind. It's, you know, you could potentially even put a screen on there so you protect it from bugs. But then I find like you kind of get this little porthole that you can kind of look out of, and I think that could have been maybe a little bit more generous and also expressed in the facade. And I think, or maybe even lined with, maybe the reveal even lined with something else. But I think it could have broken up that facade a little bit more and not giving you this kind of relentless punched hole appearance that you have right now.
I was thinking that too about the screen. You have a rendering which looks like a nice scene, but I was struck by the stark grid of light coming in, and you have to be careful. I think we have this kind of like, you know, brise soleil screens are good no matter what, but having that pattern in your space can be like painful almost visually. Like it's not always a super positive thing, and it might give you a logic. And of course, this is like the proverbial, like if you had another week to work on it, you might let the skin adapt to the orientation, at least, of the sun. And so maybe that kind of projection makes sense. Maybe even in the East, you wake up to it, but like at night, like it seemed like you're kind of showing in that rendering, having that bright grid of contrast would set off migraines probably in me. But can you go back to your plan? Because I really love a rigorous shape program, you know, like, and I mean like program of shapes, not the building use. And I can see the tangents and the alignments, and I think you've really deftly synthesized a lot of variety within it, which I come to think is just a fundamental of architecture. Of what we try to do is accommodate variety within a coherent system, is like bedrock. And you've done a lot. So maybe I just want to indulge in reading a little bit of the deeper implications of the geometry. And I'm wondering if it was conscious or just if what you thinking at your comment, because now it's really clear that you've maintained a really strict, absolutely strict, I guess, width on these buildings. And so that in itself is kind of homogeneous, because it's not like, somehow it's like you've made these strong figures, but by virtue of being so self-similar and operating at the same width, you read it like a field, which is, I think, pretty fascinating, but specific. And I'm kind of trying to think of what that means, and if it's undermining the figure, or if that's really interesting. So you have, it operates kind of like one mitochondrial thing, right? Just to sort of doubling and folding back on itself, instead of maybe on the negative side, one might say, maybe perhaps given the language of the shapes, they could have a little bit more identity. Like they're all going to look alike. I don't know if that's a net positive or not. Like you could probably mistake one from inside of it. Like you'd have to get your orientation to understand which kind of apse shape you're looking at. But also it kind of lends me to wonder, did you ever explore any where they connected? Because you could push that in one direction and say that this is sort of one super long building, and then play that narrative out as kind of a continuous building, and that would be one road. Or did you ever play with some of them getting thicker, or some of them having a tighter or more generous radius so that some of the interiors would work better? Like, you know, I think there's a bathroom, it's a little pixelated on my end, but I know you run into the triangular space problem in some of these areas inevitably, and it doesn't quite play out well. And you might have just said, well, maybe we have to tune the radius that this turns to make it a little bit more manageable in planning. And I'm just kind of curious what other options you looked at, or if it was intentional to say they have to be the same.
Yeah, I think we did. I mean, we set up this system, and then we did break it in specific ways where we felt like we needed to achieve another goal. So one example is on that northwest corner, sorry. That's where that noodle is raised. So we took out the bottom level, which is one real broken. And then we also connected those two so that they can have a shared stair core. And that's how we got that kind of semi-public space that's raised above the park. Where we also like played with that, they're all modular, which is why, I mean, they have the same width, so they're modular. But then we were playing with the typologies too. So that smaller curved building on the east side is like a single family home typology where it has its own private entrance. And
Can
it's
you
all
elaborate on, what do you mean they're modular?
like, so we have 6 different unit types where we have like a 20 by 20, a 20 by 40, and then the curved piece or some combination of those.
I mean, there's planning types, but you're not claiming like a constructional efficiency or something. It's not modular in that sense.
Yeah.
Okay. But it was always an extrusion language. The vertical, the Z direction was always explored through extrusion and cuts, because effectively you've just cut off the extrusion at some level, but they've never played or changed in height. Is that true?
Yes, early on. That, but go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no, I was just gonna say, like early on, we did play with like how much they changed in height. Yeah.
I agree with a lot of these comments. I like the project as well. There are, you know, speaking about the extrusions, one of my frustrations, you see this all the time with like developer townhomes, that the rule doesn't let you have any windows in that wall, right? Which seems like a lost opportunity. But I think elsewhere, kind of sticking to the rule set makes a lot of sense. And for me, the curve, you know, provides kind of a social moment where you have 4 units all opening up within, you know, 15 feet of each other. And like, you showed a perspective of like a shared space up high, but yeah, where was that? You can just show it in the plan.
Oh.
Was there an axon or?
It was a perspective, I think, of people sitting at a table eating or something.
This is before.
I think it was on the 3rd level there outside of your studio space.
Yeah, can you show the plan of that space?
Northeast corner. That one, yeah.
There.
This is that in the U? I didn't see a curve there.
I think it's at the end, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
right
here.
there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems to me like it's like this spot is where you want some space. Well, in this building, the doors don't all open out into the same thing, but like, I think those social the social consequences of these formal decisions are one of the things that I'm really interested in. And clearly you have, if you go back to your ground plan, you have a, you know, an interest in creating a social life, an internal social life within the building. I love this moment because it's very sectional. I think this could probably be a little more generous. Like Uli, this building bothers me because I feel like, you know, this is actually the boulevard that doesn't exist yet, but if Barton's plan happens, like, you actually want to contribute life, not just to the internal conditions of your project, but to the, you know, the sidewalks and streets of the city. And I feel like this, you know, again, this blank end wall and bringing the cars in right here, it works sectionally, but it's not very friendly to this, the primary kind of street of the precinct. All that said, I think one of the big issues that goes through my mind when I think about your project is whether or not the openings to the units between the lower, you know, the ones that are on the ground and the ones that are elevated should actually face the same way. Like, I think it is a very common condition that when you have units that where the doors are, the more public side of a unit, which I would argue is the street side, you know, we're kind of used to those not having tremendous amounts of transparency because that's usually where all the people are. And, you know, it's sometimes uncomfortable. Like, I think some of these conditions on the ground floor, especially where they face another unit, like Uli said, you're going to need curtains, but maybe, you know, maybe there's a different architectural solution there. Like, if you live across from the, you know, the guy who exercises 3 times a day and really wants everyone to know it, you're going to have your curtains closed all the time. And so I think there is one, you may have looked at this, but I think there is one way of handling this where the lower units are actually accessed from the public streets, the city streets. I don't know if that's a city street or not. Maybe not there because you have the restaurant that's up a level. And the upper units actually benefit from this balcony, which takes advantage of the fact that you have a much smaller radius and less balcony on the inside than the outside. These units can still have doors out to the playground side where, you know, the kids are or where your gardening happens. But I think if I were you, I wouldn't, it feels a little closed to the outside world to me on these, especially on these smaller access streets, which could probably be quite fine to have entrances on. But I think in the big picture, you're doing a lot of good things. In terms of the geometry, I think the building geometry is quite well resolved. It bothers me a little bit that this pinch point happens. Like, I wish the building geometry accommodated this very public path through the building, but somehow the width of that and the exact location of this building sort of seem a little bit in competition with one another. If it has a special pavement and it's the most important transverse pathway through the site, I think this building needs to get out of its way a little bit so it doesn't get squeezed down there.
So if I may, Arlene and Stephanie, I just want to sort of provide just a little bit of a backstory to the question of geometry, because it's actually interesting that in some ways it came up in one of the reviews and there was a completely different project up on the wall, and this was a diagram somewhere, and it was the diagram that where all the reviewers were that one, and like nobody knew why. Like it was completely unclear where it came from. It was just there, and I think in some ways I sort of encouraged them, and I think they realized that the sort of like strengths like implicit in this geometry, and I just encouraged them, like, well, okay, let's see what we can do with this, like run with this. And there's a constraint that comes from, I don't care, it doesn't come from program, it doesn't come from, but there's a constraint that can be productive. And I think in some ways that goes back to Grant's question about like if they have experimented with sort of these curves becoming wider or narrower, and I may be to blame a little bit, or to blame, and I sort of encourage them not to experiment with that. And so like, no, this is set. Like, you have these radii, they're very even. Where I do think that offset could have been probably used a little bit more effectively is then in dealing with kind of these situations. I don't know if you can see my mark up here, and how this sort of like looping back is used, whether something actually all of a sudden is allowed to do that as a space, and like, you know, maybe this whole thing is a space, or whether this whole thing is allowed to be one unit that sort of like curves back onto itself, or like these sort of like exceptions within the given geometry. And I think there I feel like the project remains very careful and sort of adherent to the rules, instead of like really sort of speculating on what these could be. And it's actually quite simple to sort of like imagine something where, let's say, these get accessed from this side, and then oops, this is a backside. So these are patios, and there's sort of like a wall here of sorts, and then this is actually kind of the access to those, and like maybe the patios are a little bit higher. So I think that calibration of spaces within its sort of like fixed geometry was always something that I found fascinating about the project. But I think that also could become, with a little bit more time, like a little bit richer still.
We have till 1:30, or are you wrapping up, Martin? Sorry.
No. We still have a little bit of time. Like we have till 2:30, and we have one more project to go after this. So if there's more to say, like
I was just, and I feel like I should disclaim that I think it's really well done. So it's just provoking ideas, which is, I think, probably a good thing. But I could imagine maybe you get the initial diagram, you land on the noodles and the extrusion, and I think that could be good. But maybe after you've actually used it to make architecture a little bit, maybe going back to a formal diagramming phase, because like I'm also pretty bothered by the middle path and how it just doesn't quite work with the tangents. Like it's sort of an OCD thing, but that's where I thought maybe tangents are something that you could use in this project. Like you have all these simple radii in a good way, like these clean radii. They're not spline shapes, right? Which I think I like that language. And you also have, so like I think, okay, tangent, you need to do a study of just like relationships of endpoints and curves and how they can relate. And also I don't think there's any no relationship where one swings around. Like there's no double. That to me is a little bit more figural and sort of, I'm not quite sure why that move isn't allowed, and I wouldn't leave that on the table, at least unexplored. So even adopting the strict extrusion language, which I also think has its strengths, you think, okay, in plan, it's very planimetric, then what are the other relationships that we could use? If you go back, I think it was the third floor that Francisco was talking about, that public space. This was on my list of notes, because this is one where, composite or compound shapes was a whole nother genre of those moves and relationships that could happen. And I really like this because you can, if I train my eye to just look for this, I see like a whole nother language of shapes that's really interesting. It's at a smaller scale, it's more elongated. And I kept wondering, like here, I think Martin was sketching, like, could that just come out and become a bigger platform, like create a bigger public space, maybe raised up, play with that layer, the layer piece of your system, these kind of extensions, and what are they, like breezeways or balcony? I see them as kind of like the fin part of your massive language. That thing could break from being an offset every once in a while and create kind of its own related but slightly different version of these shapes, which could be good.
I'm wondering if the placement of your stairs, the vertical circulation is right, because you obviously set up this rule, it's extrusion, and you're not allowing yourself to have any windows. So, it seems to make sense to put the stair there. But in a typical housing development, those end conditions are highly coveted, right? Because you might actually get daylight from two sides. So I'm wondering if and the way you've kind of set it up, you kind of setting yourself up for these really long corridors. Let's say if you put the stairs here and you're saying, okay, maybe that stair over here goes away. Oops, sorry. That stair over here goes away. Then you're opening up that unit, and then it might mean, okay, maybe I'm creating a shortcut and I'm closing that in on itself right here, or maybe also here, like this is so close. It's like, really, you're going to deny me access right there. So, and I think you could also break up the facade by having these, if you have these kind of vertical elements in there that are circulation elements. It could allow you to break up the facade and the relentless nature of that, you know, that band a little bit. I'm also in, yeah, there's, I mean, you need to look at the, I'm just wondering, some of your floor plans, it looks like I'm just kind of looking at this unit up here. It's like weird how the closet is just kind of tacked on and takes away from that, like you don't want those spaces to be, you know, just kind of the open space to be a remnant of kind of all the additive spaces that you put into the floor plan, because you've got like a closet and you've got the bedroom, and then the bedroom needed a walk-in closet or a closet for it, and then you end up with these weird leftover spaces. And then in the end, it's funny, I mean I looked at a housing project yesterday, a comprehensive studio for undergrads. Kind of the space that always gets the short end of the stick is kind of the living space where you sit on the sofa again, because you need the kitchen. You kind of know how big a kitchen is. There's not a lot of flexibility. You need a bedroom, you need a bathroom, and then the living space is kind of the space in between that, you know. I mean, yesterday there were some living spaces that were 5 feet wide with a sofa in it. You know, you're obviously not at that level. But I think kind of calibrating those floor plans a little bit more carefully. Can you go to the section? Can you go to a section? I really liked where you played with the piloting on the ground floor, and when you're kind of giving this shaded, that covered space. I don't know if you're showing it in a section anywhere. I'm wondering if you looked at, like, did you look at maybe what you could do with the roof, or could you go higher in certain parts? Maybe the whole thing is just not, you know, cut off at the same level. Maybe there's kind of a stepping, and there's kind of partially where you could occupy the roof. I think that's maybe kind of an opportunity, in my opinion, that you could have explored.
I think that's actually a great comment. Let me jump. I always say I won't talk in my own reviews, and then I get carried away. I apologize for that. I don't want to interrupt anyone, but I think that's actually a really good point, because if you look at these sort of like private patio spaces, and you know, we sort of talked about like that height difference between here and here, which is not much right now. I don't know how much it is right now, but it's like, but I think those like small differences have a huge impact on sort of like the privacy or publicness of spaces. So if I imagine sort of like something going up, well, this side doesn't matter really, but like a space like this being slightly higher than whatever is here, that would also give you an opportunity for what you sort of described in your mechanical diagram, that things are running like that way. And I think that is sort of like one of those moments where it actually kind of would dovetail really nicely in what you've already done. But it's just not yet quite kind of shown in that way. So I just feel like that would be sort of like actually a almost a no-brainer, almost something like a free thing to do if you had like just one more day to kind of like draw through this.
I'm sure a lot of these are just a function of how big the project is, and like managing these ideas are kind of easy to come up with. I think, at least on my end, it's just the potential that you see there, and at a kind of, let's say, DD or super complete SD, oh, I guess DD, then you kind of see where you can diversify the kind of portfolio of moves that are latent in the system, and then emphasize the variety a little bit more. But when you have to, and I don't know, I think I asked Martin, I think y'all are in Revit or something, it's like just getting the whole thing modeled, you know, compellingly is a feat, and you have a big project to deal with. So it does seem a little bit like another week, another 2 weeks, and you could capitalize on some of these. I didn't talk about the details and stuff much, so.
Well, and that's something, I mean, like, unless there are more comments, like I think we can move on, because I had I'm
drawing a foundation. So.
Thank you. I think the question of details, I think is one that I think will probably come up over and over again, and that just those kind of like missing 2 weeks or so, that I think would have benefited almost any project in sort of like this studio. I think what's actually interesting, I think you're actually very clear on what kind of problems you're setting up with your details, and you're sort of like you know, on the right track, you have these sort of like deep window casings that are sort of like penetrating kind of through that brick screen. You have sort of like ideas about the brick screen that I think are starting to kind of like be developed. If they, at the moment, they seem like a little bit blanket across the board, where like it was mentioned that like, okay, that brick screen is everywhere. And I think then that would be sort of like that question where I would really like to see some of these ideas that you're starting to actually develop, like, okay, sometimes that big 5 by 5 foot window has a sort of like screen. It may not be operable, or it may be a double hung window behind that screen that you can sort of like open, but you can't actually kind of exit through it if need be. Sometimes you may have a window that is the same dimension and it tilts open and you don't have a screen. I think that sort of catalog of details would be really something where I think it's very clear where you should go with this. So I think that, yeah, I think that would be sort of like another thing where I would say like that would be fantastic to sort of learn more about that kind of a language, I think. Good. If there are no more comments, or anything?
No, overall, there's obviously, I mean, a lot of accomplishment, not on the wall, but on the screen.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's why we can have these high level conversations. I mean, it's obviously been, it's been challenging to work in teams and coordinate all the, it's hard enough if you're in the same physical space together. So I really appreciate kind of the coherent presentation and kind of the thoughtfulness you put into this project.
Right.
Can I ask a kind of a nerdy question, a selfish question? If y'all were in Revit, were you actually sharing a central model and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
So it's doable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a server on campus that they have to remote into, so it's
okay.
not
So
super easy
there's a
from
hardware
afar,
solution to this. It's not just someone's computer is hosting it. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have to VPN in, or how did you resolve that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
I've used it over Dropbox before. I had
Oh, really?
Dropbox with someone, and it worked that way too.
And could you work on the same file simultaneously?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In Dropbox? Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah.
And I don't
presumably will work in Box in our UT Box as well. Yeah.
Oh, that thing. I just didn't want my last comment to be about Revit. It's really beautifully represented. I like the project a lot. So
isn't the last comment always about Revit? All right, good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene and Stephanie.
Thank you both.
And on to the next group. Juan, Gable, are you guys ready to go?
Yeah, hi, we're ready to roll.
Okay. Oh, wow, you're in the same space. That's amazing. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Are you guys roommates?
No, I'm actually living in Fort Worth, but we just thought it'd be useful for us to be together during this.
Okay.
All right. So my name is Juan.
My name is Gable.
And our project is called Collective Domesticity. This comes from the drivers of our project, which were a desire to have collectivity in both a formal and a social sense, and then also negotiating private and shared spaces. So our site analysis kind of inspired this idea of multi-generational living and having a diversity group of residents in our complex. And that started because we found that there was only one senior living facility available in the St. John's neighborhood. So we thought we could provide that as an amenity along with some other things.
So during the site analysis, we were really drawn to this clear separation of scale. So to the west of our site, which is here, is the commercial scale that runs down the I-35 corridor, while on the east side, this is the single family residential neighborhood of St. John.
And so our proposal or resolution to this problem was to have a commercial plinth as the ground floor, and then having on top superimposing these residential volumes that have these collective units organized under each volume. And then from there, we further articulated the plinth and provided light wells and courtyards, and then provided courtyards and other apertures on the volumes as well.
Is it freezing?
All right.
So, so this, our site, we chose site A is in the northeast of the overall complex. Again, you'll see like this is the commercial designated area on the western side, the residential neighborhood of St. John's and St. John's Avenue, Blackson Avenue, I-35, and then a green boulevard separating the two sides of the site.
So this is the elevation on the north side of the site off of Blackson. And on the right is our main commercial volume with a daycare on the left side, cafe on the right side, and then senior living facility up top. And then here is the main entrance for vehicles into the facility.
So this elevation is looking west of our site, looking east. So this line here would be that green boulevard separating the site. So here I just wanted to emphasize that this is it's actually a large complex, yet like individual volumes break down the scale of it, while these gabled roofs set at an angle provide a overall unity to the complex. And also I just wanted to point out here that so one of the parks is located on the eastern side. So we wanted to respect that elevation up there while respecting the elevation of Blackson. So our project shifts levels as it comes down to the Blackson Street.
Wait, can you go back? Sorry, I'm confused. Why is that is that the east? Would that be the south?
Oh, sorry.
Where that tree was, wouldn't that be the south of your site?
Yeah, I think I might have misspoken. This is the south.
Okay, got it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So this is the street level off of Blackson. And here you can see that, you would come in, it's go drive around, potentially park, drop your kid off at the daycare, go grab a cup of coffee. But one of the things that we like about this plan is these little boxes we're seeing here are these lowest levels of our residential units. We just like that this plane is simultaneously being occupied by the vehicle and the person. And these white blocks are, here is the mechanical room, and here's a cistern to collect water off of our plant.
So from the parking level, there are these points of circulation in two locations from the parking. Here is shown one where you could park and circulate through to the main plinth level, which is where you disperse to your own individual unit.
And then on the right here, we can see that both the cafe and the daycare facility are this double height space. And here you can see the senior living facility up top a little bit clearer. Let's go on. So this is what this level would look like from down below. Here's that central circulation tower. Here's the other one. And here you can see our structure coming through. It's a timber structure, and it's oversized in order to allow our ductwork to run through and have this plinth do work double duty. And it's clad in this perforated metal mesh with lights above it to obscure all of the ductwork. And this is our main commercial volume up on that northwest corner again that we've been discussing. It houses the cafe on the left, daycare on the right, and then right here between the two is a central lobby for the senior living facility, and then as well as restrooms for public access. This is the plinth level of that same volume. It's a second level for the daycare facility with a small kitchen meeting area. And then what was important to us was to provide a private outdoor space for this program, as well as, and then a mechanical room out on the left. And then
you enter the senior living facility through the cafe?
No, there is a lobby on the ground level right here.
From the parking, in the parking level.
Yeah, in the parking. You can here or on the plinth level as well.
Okay.
Right here. And here it's open air. And then on the third level is the senior living facility. It is longer and bigger than the other volumes, but it is treated in the same way where living spaces are sprinkled throughout. There are 4 senior living residences and then a live-in nurse with an office. And the residents here are different in that they each have their own private restroom that is larger and has grab bars on the showers and toilets just for ease of access and ease of use. And
yeah, so this is one of the circulation towers. This is the centrally located one, while another one is located in the northeast corner. So since these serve as circulation, we also thought it was appropriate to include shared spaces within them. So in this northeastern one, included would be like a gym and a laundry facility, while this one that is being shown here includes a covered outdoor dining area and an outdoor kitchen above. So if you were to park in the parking level, you would come up to this, this circulation tower and move through to the plinth level, where you would come to this outdoor dining area. Then you're able to disperse throughout the rest of the plinth. And if you continue up the same volume, you get to the outdoor kitchen up top. And just, we see these spaces that people that live in this facility, it's just an extension of their own homes. Like you can gather and have events or parties here.
And so this is the entry from the south from the park. And here you can kind of see the form of the gabled roof. And you know, it's somewhat busy, so we have these datum lines that consistently run through as a way of regulating that. And then as well as this variation in the standing seam metal paneling that is associated with each level, sense of regularity. One thing that was important to us was to intermix these spaces for like a daily reminder or daily occurrence of nature. And then so here we have the different types of plantings in these planters, and then we have the trees kind of peeking out from the level below. And so this is the plan of the plinth level. You can see the green spaces sprinkled throughout, and then kind of the multiple units that encompass each volume, or that each volume, and the central courtyard for access. Here's the central that we've been referring to. One here as well. And shows central and then different types of large spaces. Here's four units. Here is an elevation or on the level is this into the volume. And here you can see the paneling that is a main for our project. Also allows us to use so spaces.
Is anyone else having audio issues? I have a hard. You guys are kind of breaking up here.
Oh,
so I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
That it's better now. Yeah, but kind of what you just, the last few things you said, they were not very audible.
Oh, yeah, I can repeat that quick. So the CLT panel. Okay, the CLT paneling allows us to have these large gracious roofs. So we wanted to provide these lofted spaces with timber. And then this section shows the relation in each unit, and then how they relate to that larger communal space in the courtyards. And finally, just level 2, again, more of these units. Level 2 is more for bedrooms and when possible. And
sorry, Gable and Juan, your audio is breaking up again. Maybe, I mean, I think one option would be that you try to sort of like turn off your camera if you're sharing your, like, I don't know if that works.
They could also try to call in.
Yeah, I could try calling in quick.
And do audio through the phone.
Do it differently. Or sometimes if you have in the settings, if you have this sort of like the I don't know how much you're enhancing your looks right now. I think that sometimes affects bandwidth too with drawings. So like I think that would be another thing to try.
Should see the look on their faces enhancing our looks.
Well, you know that like
We don't need
soft
any
wash.
I think it's the
that soft
CGI
wash thing.
mustaches that are the problem.
That soft wash thing
Yeah,
that we're
your-
all using.
Your handlebar mustaches are.
Oh, we apologize for the technical difficulties here.
Well, we can now hear you fine, but as soon as you probably go talking about the project, it's gonna go.
Okay, well, should we just try it?
Yeah,
Hopefully
just
it's
keep
What does
going.
that teach us?
Okay, so here is one of here we have highlighted the different residential clusters, and the one we're talking about is this one on the southeast. This one is pretty typical of the different moves that we have going on. So it's essentially this volume is organized around these smaller courtyards that provide light, but also shade as well in the hot summer months. And so the ground level is typically a bedroom space, living space when needed, but there's always access to a sunken courtyard. And you know, here you can see that cistern again, and the automobiles on that same plane. So the plinth level is the main entry level. And here you can see the different outdoor spaces that we provided. We always wanted to have outdoor space close to each cluster as an extension of the units, so kind of to provide a sense of ownership of that smaller space. But this specific volume has 4 units, one 4-bedroom unit, which is here, ADA studio style, and then another studio that goes down to that second courtyard we were just looking at, and then a 2-bedroom unit up here, or a 1-bedroom unit up here. Let's go to the next slide.
That stair is going down in that kitchen. This is going down, not up.
Right here?
No, hang on, get my. This one?
Yes, going up.
Okay.
And then, so yeah, I forgot to mention, overall, we have 26 or 24 units, including the senior living facilities. And this is level 2. Again, this is reserved mainly for bedrooms, but there's always an outdoor terrace, and we try to provide a smaller living space. And this is the 1-bedroom unit with a living space and bedroom here and its own private terrace. So what we try to do with these shared courtyards is provide a film on the more intimate programs, such as the bedroom or the restroom, which we'll see soon.
So yeah, this interior render is a typical condition for one of the units that has access to the second level. So this one in particular is a 4-bedroom unit that actually has light coming in from both sides via the courtyards. So just wanted to point out a few things. So like as we spoke about on the construction, it's exposed CLT on both the floors, the ceilings, and the exterior walls. Then in this courtyard condition, you can see where the frosted glass, where the bathroom would be, and then translucent around to really provide ample natural light to the space. And again, where these peaks are in the roof, we took advantage of that space and incorporated these little loft spaces that we saw as just little private reading areas or just extensions of public space within each unit. So this section was taken through that cluster that we just went through. So just a quick rundown as far as like things to call attention to, like this is clear stratification between materiality as you move up through the structure. So up to this level is concrete. Then you have these oversized glulam beams that oversized to allow for the HVAC and other mechanical to move through the plinth without taking away the structural integrity of the glulam beams. Then see CLT plate resting on top of that with a lightweight concrete pour on top of that that allows for drainage to these in certain points on the plinth that all feed to the green spaces within it. Then the HVAC comes up into these volumes and through a vertical chase, which isn't shown here, but is in each volume they are included, come up to this space between the floor and the ceiling that allows for these linear diffusers on the floor of the second level and the ceiling of the plinth level. And also including this, we have these spaces up here that we've allocated for solar battery storage for solar panels on the roof, just additional space to use. Okay, here's a HVAC diagram, just real quick. It's a central heat pump cooling system in the mechanical room, distributed throughout the plant, then moving vertically. And this is the heating and cooling horizontal field. So again, the stratification of materiality. We have this first level, which is concrete up to 10 feet. Included in this are these concrete transfer beams that are carrying the load of all of the glulam beams that rest on top of that. That mechanical room is here. So next, the oversized glulam beams are placed on top of the concrete. These are situated such that they're running on the edge of all the volumes up top, as well as catching the edge of the green planners that we have that slip into this CLT plane, which we'll show in a detail later on. So on top of the glulam is the CLT plate that acts as the walkway on the plinth. And the lighter gray areas are those planners that are placed within the CLT grid. Next is the CLT plate for each individual volume, with the walls being added, beams and columns pick up the load of the second level CLT plates on the second level. Then the walls are added, and with all this construction, both shear and thrust are inherently compensated for with the CLT construction.
Yeah, the thrust from the gable roof.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Then again, same construction for the gable roof added to that, in the overall form. So in this detailed section, I just wanted to show a lot of these connections and how they actually function. So starting with the peak up here, you have these two CLT plates. They're mitered on this joint with a steel plate that are connecting the two. On top of that is just a typical stick frame construction that will allow for insulation to be added on top of the CLT. On top of that is the sheathing, moisture membrane, furring, then the standing seam metal. And on this corner connection, you'll see that there's a recessed gutter within the wall itself with downspouts set within the wall to eliminate any visual eyesores within the project. Then I just want to call attention on this section here. So where these planners are slipped into this seal or the glulam grid, we picture these as prefabricated concrete planners, essentially, that slip in before the construction of the walls of the first and second level. So yeah, it would just slip right in. Then drainage from the plinth level would flow into that, then onto the cistern.
And that would be reused as gray water for to water the planters. This drawing, it just kind of shows all of our systems working together and shows a clear separation of construction types, as well as how these construction systems, as well as these social systems interact, which that was a nice drawing. And this final drawing we thought was the most representative of our larger ideas of collectivity and negotiating the private and shared space that we brought up at the beginning of the presentation. So this is our last slide. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful presentation. I mean, the drawings are just immaculate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I maybe ask a couple clarifying questions to start?
Sure.
I'll sort of back through them because we're going through, the drawings are all these drawings are dense and it's kind of quick to study them on the fly, but in the assisted living unit, I felt like you might have, was there an egress problem? I mean, it was like a multi-unit thing with one way in and out, which.
1 second. So on this.
No, it was one because there was like a light well dividing the whole thing into. It was later in the presentation.
I don't know. I thought it looked like the assisted living, but it might have been the one where you talking about the frosted film in between.
Oh yeah, that was residential. One.
Yeah, it looked a little. The floor plan looked very similar to the assisted living units in terms of the bedroom setup.
I would yeah, it's like a general question about egress. Having taught, it seems like whenever you break the volume apart so much that there's some interesting problems that come up, that sometimes there's a lot of vertical circulation required and it kind of goofs up the floor plans. And in some cases you have an area where there's only one way in, which is like, you know, just sort of, and I know that there are some outs in the code for like certain situations, but I think it was this one.
It was that one.
It kind of made me worried a little bit. Okay, that was just clarifying. I know that some of these things, if it is an egress problem, probably can be worked out, but I had specific students who were always constantly trying to bridge the plan. Like it was like you had to compromise this tiny little floor plate by stuffing 2 stairs into it. And another one was that I wrote down the light situation. It was like one of the very first things, the car level residential space. And I want to say, yeah. Is there no window in that bedroom? Am I seeing that correctly?
No, it has the whole, let me in this section.
Okay, so it's facing the sunken courtyard.
Yes, right here.
Okay. I kind of assumed that was the deal, but I didn't catch it fast enough, so I wanted to clarify that. So I guess I wonder, like, my more substantive question would be, did you find that where you had to like get in cores and you have sort of relatively small plates that it makes the planning sort of tight, like it's a puzzle and you have to put the thing together? Was that your experience?
Yeah, we spent weeks. We spent weeks trying to nail that. Yeah, I think we still have some issues, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah, I think that was one of our major issues.
Okay.
Like the circulation towers, that one was one of the weirdest ones because you have 2 like means of egress in such a small volume that was hard. But yeah, it just, to meet code, we had to do it.
Right. I guess I should say that I really am drawn to the overall effect of your massing strategy, and the kind of strikes me like the final drawing you showed, the sort of busy texture of domesticity, I guess, and the idea of having the sort of plaza layer, I think, that kind of bails you out and buys you this sort of 1.5 public spaces or 1.5 grounds is pretty elegant. I think I looked at yours maybe this morning or last night, and I was thinking about that. Maybe one good, I kind of found myself a little skeptical of the lighting condition of those sunken plazas, but maybe a good reference for this kind of thing is I visited the new, what is it? I think it's the Sam Fox School at WashU. Is that what it's called? The architecture school. Mm-hmm. They have a brand new, like, who knows how much, very expensive, obviously very expensive building that they just did. And the whole like west part of their campus, it's a green space with a garage underneath it, but all the buildings on that new quad they have these big, exactly like what you're showing, these big open plazas that actually tie together a parking garage as well. And the quality of space and the difference that makes in terms of turning off the feeling that you're underground or that it's somehow negative is really strong. I think it's a Thomas Pfeiffer project. It's either, I'm sorry, I'm not remembering, it's either Pfeiffer or Kieran Timberlake, but it's a pretty cool project. It's an architecture and art school, design school, I believe, and they do this a lot. It was a really big push to sink something underneath this quad. So it seemed like a good reference for y'all. But I really like the plaza level. And of course, it seems like the roof form is maybe the most striking part of the volume overall. So I kind of feel like you haven't shown me, if you're going to do the peaks and valleys and it's going to be that forward in the project, I think you're almost beholden to a drainage strategy, and it's kind of just optimistic. And I don't care about the butterfly roof. Like, I know that can be done. In the US, it's like forbidden, but I know like box gutters was like a 4-letter word in practice. But I feel like you can waterproof it. I'm more worried about where it's going to go, because you have all of these runoff moments and you don't express them, and you're going to have more of a gutter. And I feel like that's going to become part of the style of the building, which y'all are obviously interested in. And I just found myself thinking, like, where's all this water going? And it's not really even on pragmatic ground. It's because it seems like it's inherently tied to the image of the building that you're putting forward. And I might have put a little more time into that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You can comment and talk about it. I just felt You know what I mean? Like I was imagining details where, you know, is it like the ultimate optimistic box gutter where you actually drain it inside of the volume and there's a gutter and you don't see it, which is just, that would be kind of maniacal, but it would be beautiful. Or is there room for this on what I would consider a more regionalist moment where some sort of thing extends out of those valleys and gets expressed, which I think could really be beautiful. Maybe it ties into the landscape somehow. Would y'all have any, would either one of those directions feel more appropriate for your project?
Yeah, like a scupper might be nice, because we have those openings that open up to like a gutter down below in the parking levels. That might be a pretty elegant solution for that.
Like in a downpour, you would just stand out in the middle and just see all these things just shooting off everywhere, right? Like,
yeah, that'd be beautiful.
Maybe, I don't know. I just think that because it seems like you almost brought that to the conceptual side of things by virtue of the complexity of the roof, that I would have gone after that detail even more maybe than some of the ones that you did. And then my last comment on the roof is, you had in one of your details, you had a ridge cap, and I felt like, I don't know if budget was really prominent in the project, but I always try to refer to this guy named Glenn Durst, because I'm from Texas. Actually, I'm from Midland originally, so with all of the connotations that includes. But we worked with a guy for an A&M project, so I'm getting all my bad references for Austin out of the way. Worked on a project at A&M, and there was a guy named Glenn Durst in Fredericksburg, who's like a Texas legend metal worker, like a roofing and metal siding guy. And we got to do all these almost like traditional copper details, even on the hips of this pavilion, where they were rolling the seams of the hips. And I saw that big ridge cap, and I just thought, ugh, like for this project, for sure, you know, the conceptual meat of the roof, I would look into some like handcrafted details for the way you might finish that. It's kind of drawn like an off-the-shelf NBCI roof or something. I mean, I like it a lot, but there's a moment where you could imagine these beautiful roofs coming up to like a hem, like a tight, basically a standing seam. It's possible. And that's the kind of thing that would be interesting to draw.
Yeah, that'd be really nice. And yeah, to your point on the drainage system, yeah, I think it was a bit of optimism in some of these drawings, like just say that it's going down the wall, but I think it's something we could have explored a little more.
But I think what Grant is saying here is actually sort of like not your typical sort of you know, oh, you didn't think of that, and now it's all bad because you didn't do it, and no, it doesn't work. I think what the real message here is that really, I think that has the sort of like capacity to sort of like both make things more credible and working, but also can be a big aesthetic component and work for you. So I think that's a very different thing than to say like, oh, you have a project and now if you put gutters on it, it's going to look really horrible. You know, I think
not at all, and don't put gutters.
That's not what the message was here. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think the point that Grant's making about the water management strategy is a good point, and rather than, and don't try to suppress it and make it go away, and just deal with it. I had a question, and I think we're on the right drawing here. I mean, I'm all for using as much timber as you can, but I'm wondering wherever your seamless between the material, where that material change occurs, whether that's in the right stratum. Because effectively your entire race, what did you call it, a plaza? What do you call that?
The plinth?
The plinth. I mean, effectively all of that is CLT, right?
Correct, where the walkway is, yes.
Yeah, I mean, if like here, your material change occurs here, right? It's concrete up to that point, right? And then everything turns into glulam or CLT, right?
Yes.
I'm just questioning that decision with, your planters, that plinth level, that, I mean, again, everything can be waterproof, but, it's only as good as the best craftsmanship you can get, or the material, the product that you use, and even some of those products fail over time, obviously. So I would have expected to have that seam to maybe occur here. I think, again, I'm all for using timber, but use it where it makes sense, and then where you just need to go with something that's maybe not as susceptible to to water. I mean, I understand your desire to make this really fantastic parking garage with the glue lamp beams, but I'm also questioning them having to oversize them so much that you can get your ducts through there. I would have liked to see another strategy for that. And then I'm looking at you showed us that axon of your beams. There's like, wow, that structural system is like, I'm trying to find a kind of a regular bay or a rhythm in there. So I don't even know. Are you trying to get to it, or is it just frozen?
Oh,
okay.
The structural axon.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, it's like, oh wow, like
it's a 20-foot bay that we had, whenever it was required, we would shift over a transfer beam as needed.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. You're just losing a lot of clarity there with your structural concept. I think at this point you just say, maybe it wants to be a slab, maybe it wants to be a concrete slab. I think you just, I don't know. I don't think there's any efficiency in that. And then you have to oversize the beam so to get your ductwork through. I think at some point you just need to cut your losses and say you're going to do the CLP up above that plane, and you're going to make it as beautiful as possible, and you're going to make it exposed. And I mean, not saying, I mean, the parking garage can still be well done, and it can be, obviously a flat plate or whatever you choose. You can have your fancy mesh screens there that are probably going to get value engineered out at some point. Yeah, but yeah, I think that's the critical point for me, where you have to decide, how much are you going to press forward with that material choice, and when do you decide you're going to, other things take priority. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think we're really infatuated with this idea of this parking level being this really warm, rich space that is almost a surprise when you're down there, just the condition of the wood. But yeah, I think that's a very fair point.
But I mean, then make your slats, get rid of the mesh and do some really beautiful wooden slatted ceilings that hide some of your, all the plumbing pipes that come down, and your your HVAC system and all that stuff. I mean, I would even question, can you go to the HVAC diagram? I mean, and most likely each unit's going to have its own discrete unit, right? You're probably not going to have a centralized system, even if this is an HOA and everyone's chipping in, but it's not one building. It's just, 50 units, is that right?
24.
Oh, 24, sorry. 24 units, so there's 24 owners, and each unit's probably gonna have its own system, and then you have to find a spot for that condenser somewhere.
Yeah, I think oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
No, I'm done.
Oh, no, I think we went with kind of the centralized system, because since we thought, since it was a ground source heat pump, like it'd be like this consistent temperature, and we're just kind of hoping that everyone would want a little bit less autonomy since it is so consistent. But I agree with your point. That's probably makes sense.
This is America. Everyone wants to have their own thing.
Yeah.
Well, there is a social dimension of that. Like, I think what you proposed would work, but this question comes up all the time in any kind of multi-tenant building. When you centralize the costs, you disincentivize actually, ecological behavior, because the people who like their apartment at 52 degrees all summer long in Texas have they actually don't pay for it. So more often you see what Uli's saying, which is it's a more metering and cost question. Like there's actually, you pay for what you use, so to speak, when you have individual metering as opposed to a group scenario like that. Plus you get rid of all the ductwork down the garage, and you'll have plenty of other stuff. At least sprinklers, as Uli said, all those plumbing pipes and things like that. I think regardless of whether you keep it wood or make it concrete, the thing I like about the architectural solution is the use of the structural depth to make a planter that actually could support, has enough depth to support a real plant. A tree is realistic in your scenario. By code, you probably, the big issue is actually the fire separation between the inside, the first floor of the unit, and the parking. You'll need a rated assembly there. I don't know enough about CLT to know whether I know it doesn't burn to the point of structural issues, but I don't know whether it actually is you can get a UL rate, 1 or 2 hour UL rating for a CLT floor plate.
You probably have some some type X drip board underneath that or something.
Yeah, or a topping slab or something.
Yeah, or a topping slab. Yeah.
You could probably do it. But there's like that kind of level of attention. Like I really like the level of attention, the sort of reverse rustication with the seams and the metal panels is really nice. The way the railings slide down across that structural depth of the system is really nice. One thing, this is a super minor critique, but given that you've kind of taken this approach of this kind of more textured condition as you move up in the buildings, as much as I love the detailing of the rail, I think it's counter to that because it's low and it has a very dense texture like what's high, right? And so I would say like that should actually be perforated aluminum or something, so it actually doesn't read as texture, it just reads as, it has some transparency to it, so you can see the plants, but you're sticking with that consistency of more texture as you climb up the building.
So inverting the density, like that's just below.
Well, you could do that too. Yeah, you can make it smoother on top, and yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say a few. I completely agree about the valleys. I love the idea of these gargoyles everywhere, kind of spilling water. That that has its own set of problems because you got water everywhere, and it's hard to control if you don't have downspouts. But the place where I think is most problematic, a number of your courtyards have valleys coming into them, and like, where does that water go? You can't really, you're not going to want to shoot it out there. But that's a minor thing. I mean, that's solvable. I think you could think about ways of handling it that were appealing. The overall massing strategy, I mean, the project in general, I should say, I think the mosaic quality of different scales of space that creates kind of a wide variety of different kinds of inhabitations and kind of sociable conditions, I think works really well. The project cladding and roof shape has a little bit of a OJT feel to it, but I think he's done it well, and I think there is the interesting thing about that strategy of kind of imposing a corrugated roof form across a series of separate buildings is there's this moment where you start to read them not as separate buildings, but as a whole, and so I think that that's working well. That one unit with the so do I understand the bedrooms or the living rooms that are in the parking deck? You can't get into them from the parking deck level. You have to.
No, you cannot. That was something we explored early. It was just we ran up to the idea of or ran up to the problem with just like how to justify some units having access from the parking and not. So they said all access is from the plant. Then there's some rooms are sunken.
Yeah.
It's also
I think that's okay.
A health issue, right? I mean, it's like you get a door there, then you're breathing in everyone else's exhaust, right? That's why attached garages are really not great. You're keeping all your chemicals in your car in there, and it's right next to the kitchen. It's really
right.
So,
that one that you showed, though, that one that I was asking about, where it's a kitchen, and like I'm not sure you have like either weird headroom issues or something in that one unit.
Word.
Was it? I don't know where it was.
Is that this close to the next one? Yeah.
This one?
No, keep going. Yeah.
This one, right? Like the edge of the stair is here, and I probably don't have headroom underneath that floor till about there.
Yeah, that was I guess we just kind of accepted that where you could use this portion.
I mean, again, it's a super minor point, but it goes to this kind of like I like the sectional condition. I think there's sort of a Heideggerian positive quality to living in a unit that isn't a flat, right? You can get down and be on the ground against a garden. You can be up higher, and I think that all is working positively.
There's I think that unit, like now that we're at that sort of unit, I think there in some ways, like some of the units are sort of awkwardly shaped. I mean that one you sort of come in, but I think at some level it's working for me because there's sort of like a cabin-like quality to some of these units that I imagine, with also the sort of micro spaces that are actually very tight. I mean, they're not very generous, or a lot of them are not very generous. And I think for me, those sort of like monk cells underground with that little sunken garden are sort of like along a similar category. I was actually very doubtful of those at the beginning. and then they just didn't go away, and just sort of like developed more and more. And I think there's actually sort of like this quality of sort of like this strange sort of like, oh, I'm going into my unit and I descend into this like isolated condition underground. I know there's a parking garage all around me, but I sort of, I mean, it's sort of like a space that I personally would like to work in some ways.
I completely agree. I love that unit. Like that is the unit that some cook who works at Olamai or something, whose apartment, like my apartment is a kitchen, and you know, that is my identity. And then I have my escape, my little loft that happens to be down instead of up, where I go and sleep. I think it would be desirable.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I wanted to comment on the question, Cisco, you brought that up too. You commented on how the roof sort of hovered in this sort of like state between capping singular volumes, but also adding up to sort of like a larger roofscape, landscape, like mountain formation, which I think is interesting for several reasons. I think one is conceptually, because it addresses exactly what I sort of like my claim was for the studio. It's like, how can something add up to be more than just like clusters? But I think also when we talk, for example, about mechanical systems, you know, and I gotta admit, like, that's the thing that we really looked at least in this studio for obvious reasons. You know, I think that, but if you sort of think that a little further, this question of like, sort of like, how, you know, to what extent is it centralized or decentralized and so on, there is sort of like a potential for a decentralized centralization, if that makes sense, in that roof, so that like things find, like certain things find their space in that roof. So conceptually, it's kind of like one place where everything goes. So it's not like that little like thing here and that little thing here. And at the same time, they can kind of like operate individually per cluster. So, and that, I think that goes a little bit to kind of some of the comments on the water management. So I think there's a whole narrative about the roof that takes the project from a sort of like conceptual idea about the roof to a sort of like spatial idea to a mechanical idea.
I mean, it's actually, sorry, I just drew that. There's actually, you have depth in that roof where you could actually, I mean, that's maybe like a little exaggerated. You could hide your services in that pretty easily.
Exactly,
right?
and that's where you may get those 5 feet around the kind of like condensers and everything. Like, so I think that's, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can imagine that kind of vent being the densest version of your kind of cross hatching or lines, but it allows airflow. Because I agree that you're just going to have dozens and dozens of like the Mitsubishi VRF like outdoor units there. It seems like that's just what you would have in this situation. But I think all the pragmatic ones, like I said, are interesting because it seems like the project seems doable to me in a weird way. Like I remember where I saw this pipe was when we lived in Houston. They would build what looked like a parking garage, but then they would just do wood stick framing on top of it. They were like apartments. And I feel like you could almost just use less precious structure and just like Uli was saying, get rid of the CLT, like kind of below grade, just like a garage language and then stick frame on top of that. And because you've been smart about like the contrasting the pattern of seams, that could be galvalume, like that could be off the shelf and be elevated to like a really beautiful effect, or like paint grip is a nice like matte finish, cheap version of zinc kind of. And just the way that you've patterned it, and you would be able to focus the budget on certain details, like try to get them to roll the ridge of the roof and put like most of the budget for the roof into the gutter and find that spot for those outdoor compressor units. Because other than that, I think it's even more appealing if you use less precious structure and material, because it lends it more and more credibility, like you could imagine it happening. And to Uli's point about the wood effect in the garage and how y'all were saying you were shooting for this warmth, that's why the WashU example is good, because it was just concrete, but just the cuts and the lights made it feel so different that I don't think you'd miss it. You could even do the mesh to make it more contemporary or sort of less banal feeling, but you know, just putting big light cores and several of them. So I'm assuming across on the lowest level, you'd see across and you would see like this landscape of light coming down occasionally, right? Like that effect does what you're saying, and it does it in a standard, like a normative, almost garage construction style, which would be, I think that in a way that feels like the best version of regionalism, where you're using less precious things and elevating them to a really interesting contemporary conceptual operation. And I think you're really close to it.
I think that's a great point. We had the same conversation at Comprehensive Studio yesterday, that your concept, like it doesn't need those precious materials, right? Their strength is in obviously all the other elements. And I think, just like Grant was saying, using all these commodity off-the-shelf products and still make that work, I think is kind of a testament to your idea. And maybe you don't have exposed CLT in there, but it's maybe just, maybe even if you want to upgrade it slightly and you don't want drywall, it's plywood, it's plywood paneling, just like, the most, the kind of most basic plywood that you can get. And I think your project would still totally work.
Well, I think we both appreciate the comment that this is seems feasible, at least, because that was one of our main goals. It's just to have something that could actually exist in the real world in one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, half the multi-story residential buildings in Austin are concrete podiums with 2 to 5 stories of 2x on top of them.
Yeah, it's interesting, Grant. That's actually, like, I think in Austin at least, and probably Houston similarly, I think that has become really kind of the standard mode of constructing sort of urban buildings, like somewhat.
I figured it was. It was kind of,
yeah.
Before I did a lot of practice, and I was just, the image when it goes up, it's so clear, and like the diagram is kind of so weird looking when you just see like a garage and then what looks like houses being built on top of it. It always stuck with me as an image, like in process, and it makes sense that it's widespread.
It seems strangely conceptual when you see it in its kind of like raw version, right? Like almost like an MVRDV project or something. And then when it's clad, it actually seems totally banal. Like I feel the same way about this.
I agree.
Can you go back to your courtyard perspective or plinth perspective? Because I really appreciate, that one. I really appreciate the care that you've taken in designing those elevations and like those datum lines that you've set up, and then there's different densities of the standing seam metal. Is that kind of the color that you're envisioning as white or gray, or what are you envisioning for this?
A light gray.
Yeah, I think we use zinc as the primary material, or at least what we had in mind as like a contrast between this the wooden, like, warm interiors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the zinc might be a little too reflective. I think Grant was mentioning paint grip, or even I'm not necessarily saying that I'm super great with color. You could also really experiment with color, even if it's subtle, but I guess it's just a little Photoshop exercise.
But I think there's an interesting thought experiment, and we talked about the kind of surface. Well, actually not that much anymore, like lately, but like there was a moment when we sort of like talked about that. When I look at this, and I imagine like there's an interesting density to your clusters, and that will provide, like, realistically, some of your surfaces will get more exposure to sun, UV light, rain, possibly, than others. So there's the weathering of that surface actually is a really interesting question. To what extent it just becomes dirty somewhere, or to what extent the weathering and that sort of like density and the effects that the density of volumes creates by protecting kind of certain surfaces from weather impact could be actually a really, really interesting part of this project, I think. So
and it's set up for, like, on the southern side, maybe the trim and framing of the windows get deep and they push in, and on the west side, like, it just wants vertical fins. It's all set up to have vertical fins on the west side, and that's again like the next week, but the system seems really flexible. Like, I don't know, it just seems like you could easily just detail those out and it would be a reasonable thing to add to it. But the solar orientation responding to that seems to be like something that comes late, to create that level of specificity. But I'd love to see these. Some of them are flush, like the north, the actual glazing sits proud with the surface, like to the surface. To the south, maybe it sinks in, and then treat those apertures so they're not all just the same.
Yeah, that'd be really nice.
So we're sort of coming up at the end of our time, and it's a tough day for all reviewers. So I don't want to sort of keep you much longer and enable you to at least get something to eat and get a coffee. Unless there are any more comments from anyone or anything that you want to sort of like point to.
Good job on both projects. Good.
I had one in your floor plan, guys, whether it's in the assisted living or some of the other units. I mean, that's just kind of a, well, you need to get a little bigger than that. Show me some of the units.
Oh, yeah, go.
That's just the thing. I don't know. Show me the assisted living floor plan. I don't know why those beds are all pushed into the corner. I think you need to fix that in your plans. I mean, that's just the expectation in this part of the world that you don't have. In Europe, you can get away with it, but not here. So you just need to fix it in your drawings. And in the assisted living one, you might actually want to show. It might be someone who has a hospital bed, right? So you need to make sure that. But you had the same issue in some of the units where you've got the queen size bed kind of pushed into the corner. Yeah. That's just kind of a big no-no.
Go try to make a queen bed pushed into a corner and then come back and finish all your plans, because my kid's twin bed in the corner, I just grab the mattress and like pull it up to me and make it and throw it back.
Well, you can jump on it too, especially when it's on the corner. You can bang against the walls too, which is great.
It's just a small thing, but I think you just need to correct that.
It's a good point.
I mean, I'm interested now. I'm going to go see all the other projects, but a few characteristics at the from the 20,000 foot level that the two projects shared are the base level of parking and the some atomization of the buildings that sit on top of it. One of the things we didn't talk about a lot, but because they both of the sites occupy a sloping grade, one of the challenges of that situation is you have a long sidewalk, which really has a relationship to neither level. Like at the downhill edge, that was where the commercial uses existed in both projects. But the boulevard edge is, I mentioned this in the first one, like I was concerned about how well the life of the building was actually supporting the activity of the sidewalk along the boulevard. And you all have the same situation, which is that, as that sidewalk slopes down between the parking level and the plaza level or the plinth level, it's really, really hard to do a lot there. But and maybe you had this, but if you can have accesses up to the plinth levels along that edge, I think that would go a long way. You may have had that.
Yeah, between just south of the commercial block.
But what about on the upper level? Like, are there any places where I can climb a few steps and get up on that plaza?
Yeah. Yes. Let me pull that up. Yeah. Just that seems fair.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. That makes me feel better.
You could also think about little things. I mean, that edge is actually a really interesting one, and sort of like how it negotiates kind of those different levels and like what it could accommodate. I mean, think of like there's like, I think in the master plan, well, I know that in the master plan we had a bike lane kind of along that boulevard. So the idea of bike parking along that edge, or certain things that are somewhat between urban furniture and that could get swallowed up by your plinth in a sort of coherent way, I think could also go a long way. All right.
No, I mean, and beautiful projects, a lot of work there, so should be happy with
very nice, very nice.
Are you guys graduating? Anyone graduating? Or?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, sorry.
Congratulations, Gable.
Sorry, and congratulations. Maybe we can get together at some point in the future and celebrate that. Yeah.
I would enjoy that, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good presentation and very good discussion, I think, on a very high level, on your project. Anyway, thanks to our reviewers for this session. You got off easy with just 2 projects to review.
Yeah, good luck making that work with David Heyman in 2 hours.
Yeah, and that's actually the session where we have 3 projects.
We're being live streamed, I think.
In the last section. So Anyway, Uli, Cisco, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, whatever it is that you're doing.
Nice to meet you, Grant. Yeah.
Nice to meet you all.
Yeah, thank you for sharing the work. Nice to meet you, Grant.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you, Martin.
Thank you.
Good summer. Well deserved.
I will see everybody except Uli and Cisco back here at 3 o'clock. So we'll take a little break now, and then we continue the conversation.
Okay.
All right.
A little bit.
Okay, hello and welcome back, everyone. Well, welcome back to those who have been on the review previously, and welcome to our new set of reviewers. I see David is just connecting. Hey, David, good to have you with us. Just sort of like a brief introduction, so we have with us from last session, and this is mostly an introduction for Edward and David. We have Grant Alford as one of our external reviewers. Grant is an assistant professor at Kansas State University in Manhattan. He also is a sort of like long-term collaborator, co-teacher, and friend. We've known each other for, I don't even know how long now. We have for this third, well, I was going to say third half, but the third of the review, we're going to have with us also Edward Ford, who is currently teaching a studio here at UT, but mostly you'll probably know him through the many of his writings, including the sort of seminal details of modern architecture, which I think everybody who has taught will have used at some stage, and everybody who has taken a studio class will have seen at some stage. So I'm very glad that we have you with us, Ed. Welcome. And then we have David Heyman, who is also a professor at UT. I think most of you probably know David, so he doesn't need much introduction, but I think also teaches a variety of studios and classes across sort of like the theory, discourse, and design spectrum. And so since David and Ed, you weren't there this morning when I gave a brief introduction, I'm going to sort of try to give you a very, very brief kind of like rundown of the studio content. I'm going to try to be as concise as I can be, so we can sort of like dive right into the projects. Let me just try to share my screen here. So I hope you are able to all see my screen. The studio title is New Prototypes for Collective Housing, and it's really a sort of the second iteration. I actually forgot to mention, like, Ed is also a winner of the 2018 Studio Prize for Studio, which actually had escaped me, and I was just felt reminded of it when I sort of like compiled these slides. It's the second iteration of a housing studio that I sort of started to teach here to kind of address what I think are pretty pressing questions, both of architecture, but also of like very specific to the city of Austin. And namely in this studio, the question that we're addressing is really sort of like this question, how housing, which is often kind of seen as a sort of numbers game and sort of like a question of replication within sort of industrial prefabrication, so sort of like how that can add up to something that's more than the pure sum of its singular parts, as kind of like shown in this image. I'm not going to bore you with some of the other kind of theoretical implications. For those who are interested, I'm referencing Owen Ungers's idea of gross form or megaform. We talked a little bit about that. But I'm going to jump right into the site. So I think the idea that housing, the production of housing, is a sort of like a massive enterprise that, in terms of scale, actually is somewhat similar to sort of like the scales of infrastructure that like have started to kind of shape our cities. Yet we're sort of like maintaining this idea of the single freestanding house as the sort of like individualistic dwelling unit. And so I think the site kind of reflects on some of these challenges. It's a site here in Austin. Here's the sort of larger scale plan of Austin. You have 3 major highways dashed in. The north-south one is I-35, and then forming this triangle with the kind of northern edge of US 183 and then US 290 forming the kind of southern edge. And so the site is right at this intersection between 183 and I-35. And the site of a former Home Depot big box store, as you can see in this image, is very typical along this highway edge, sort of like a buffer zone. And so really the site is in an area that's called the St. John neighborhood of Austin, which possibly also like has a history of let's say segregation from the rest of the city, not last through its kind of position in that like highway triangle. Historically a very African-American neighborhood, like a sort of underprivileged in many ways in terms of city services, but a site that nevertheless is starting to feel a lot of gentrification pressures as Austin is expanding. You can see the site here, the kind of slice that's kind of circled adjacent to I-35. There is really 3 portions to the site. Everything that's hatched, by the way, is parking. The southern portion is the former Home Depot along with the parking lot. The northern portion, which is on average, I would say about 12 feet below. So the parking's flattened out. There used to be a natural grade on the side, but now the southern portion of the Home Depot is really sort of like flattened, and then it jumps down to that northern portion, which is a former car dealership. And then the eastern edge includes a little park, St. John Pocket Park, that has recently been renovated, but sort of hangs on by a thread of this kind of dead-end street and is in some ways peripheral to the neighborhood rather than central. These are just some images of these very different conditions that we're facing. One is kind of looking into the park, and we're looking at the back side of the former Home Depot big box. The other view is a view north along the highway. So from about, let me just see if I can annotate this, from about here, kind of looking that way along the frontage road, and then sort of like the big highway interchange. So these are sort of like the 2 conditions. Again, sort of like this is the abandoned parking lot of the Home Depot seen from the highway frontage road. This is the view that you get from the park into the neighborhood. Again, sort of like a vast kind of diversity of sort of like drastic change of scales. So again, sort of like you can see here, these are some diagrams that just show kind of the components, like the highway infrastructure, the buffer zone of commercial big box, some larger scale housing, and then the sort of like neighborhood core with the residential. An interesting sort of like the scale, the one on the left here is a scale comparison, the scale of the highway interchange drawn at the same scale as the sort of the grid of the residential core. The project in some ways emerged from this study that the Center for Sustainable Development did, and I was part of that team for the city of Austin, developing scenarios for this neighborhood. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to kind of sort of like multitask here. Okay. So this is a sort of like this is the cover of this report, and we sort of basically we developed scenarios for the site that were both sort of like urban design scenarios, public space scenarios. There was a lot more involved, including sort of like numbers and money that were part of this study. For the purpose of this studio, we kind of decided to go with one of the scenarios that was based on a sort of like infrastructural baseline, which you can see here in this little diagram, of sort of like cutting a new north-south boulevard through the site, and therefore in some ways completing the urban block to the east, which you can see kind of at the sort of like lower right-hand side, and then a kind of slightly larger blocks and higher density, more highway-oriented programs towards the highway, and then another park space that was inserted as a kind of like stepped park that potentially would mitigate that site drop. I'm just going to mention really quickly, there's a 500-foot buffer zone from highways in general where it's not recommended to place housing. It is not prescribed by state law. So in some ways you can do whatever you want, but it's not recommended in particular for matters of sort of like particulate matter pollution, health, and well-being. But I think you'll see at least one project this afternoon that tackles that very aggressively. And this is again sort of like the proposed master plan. And the resulting sites that the students had as sort of like their default sites, A, B, and C, they all had slightly different densities. So the program was given in densities rather than sort of laid out. So one of the program parameters were certain densities that resulted in 24 to 28 units on the site A, 30 to 35 on site B, and around 50 on site C. Another parameter was desirable qualities of unit organization. I'm not going to go through all of these, but certain things that we generally see as desirable in housing. Second parameter was that there needed to be a certain diversity of housing. So around a distribution of like a third, and a minimum of these kind of 3 unit types to assure a certain economic and potentially social diversity. And then the last but not least, the sort of like idea of collectivity, that students were to in some ways name themselves. So it could be the addition of a collective program, it could be the reorganization of known factors such as circulation to form a collective organization, a novel form of organization. It could be a material or formal aspect that reflected the question of identity of this collective form in the city, or it could be the direct addressing of certain collectives of users. We started with precedent studies, and these are some images, like we didn't photograph this year's yet, so these are some from the last housing studio. And then sort of like try to understand different types of housing and how units agglomerate, and kind of both built and unbuilt projects. And then usually in the studio, and we did this semester too, we kind of like jumped right into kind of like a lot of model making. And like, I think the model aspect is like one aspect that I typically really try to push like at all scales, like from the scale of the sort of like first study model to kind of like final models or wall section assembly models, which obviously sort of fell a little short this semester because of the unforeseen circumstances. So this is the kind of brief introduction to the program and the project. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer any of these that you may have. Otherwise, I would say we should just dive right in with the kind of first project, and students should be able sort of like to explain what their kind of intents are and how that played out in a hopefully sort of concise way. Given so I think maybe one little remark, like of course, I mean, as an integrative studio, like there's a certain expectation of sort of like going into structures, systems, details at a kind of like high resolution. I do think that overall, I wish we had had a little bit more time for that. We lost some time kind of through this sort of like messiness of the semester. So I think in some ways that is something where I would hope that you know, I think students got pretty far, but I think in some aspects, I wish we had had a little bit more opportunity to get to certain points of resolutions. All right, with that said, the first group are Italia and Julia. If you're ready, take us away.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Italia in collaboration with my partner Julia. This is our project named Bridging the Divide. So our project is site-specific to St. John's Urban Studies and Existing Living Conditions. Here you can see the main core of I-35 from south north, connecting to the streets that lead to green public space. In red is our building site. Middle drawing are the water creeks crossing through this core, and third is the neighborhood grid established since the 50s. This is a mapping of the road drawn first in the 40s and the density urban growth throughout 70 years with demographic data of household typologies with average household size of 7 people per house. Austin's average is only 2.3. So the existing conditions are drawn as I-35 being the divide between the neighborhood shown in zoning and ecological landscapes from east to west. On the next one, we are proposing connecting to the north of the creek and south to St. John Street development, as well introduce new infrastructure typology as part of housing development along the highway. Yeah, so the thesis of the project is to create an green infrastructure for previously fragmented community that would become a stitching element for the community where building and nature would come together to create harmonious space for the benefit of all inhabitants.
So we propose significant reclamation of public land and expansion that stretches in east-west directions across the highway and connects 2 sites of the neighborhood with pedestrian-friendly deck park, then extending to the Green Creek or proposed building being that intersection of public and private claimed space. This is the north side section showing the scale of the project in relationship to the highway, the green bridge perpendicular to the existing axis. This is the south side section, scale in relationship to the single family housing, elevated St. John's Park, proposed scenario from city report, and the reclaimed bridge.
And here you can see a closer view to the proposed building and how urban landscape surrounds it. And on top of the screen, you would imagine the decked park coming closer to the building, becoming a path, passing the rain garden, and then loops around the building. And overall, you just can see how the urban spaces surround our building from each side.
So in this grid, we set the grid system to keep the clarity of the structure, which allowed us to accommodate various unit sizes and arrangements, and with 3 main circulation axes. In this massing diagram, we have 12 towers that are proposed as extruded from that grid, elevated plinth from ground plan that creates open ground floor and allows for a mixed use program to diversify the site. The 40 by 40 grid, oh, sorry, you can. This 40 by 40 grid is divided by half, thirds, and quarters to allow a total of around 60 units. So this is the parking entry through Blackson Avenue. It accommodates 54 cars, including 4 handicap spaces. It has 4 circulation courts, 2 on each side that rises all the way up to the rooftop of units, and 2 wide main stairs in the middle that lead to the public ground floor. Parking lets greenery and light in through the multiple apertures. Here in the ground floor, it's organized around the main public courtyard in the middle, daycare on one side and then retail and cafes on the other side. The spaces follow 40 by 40 grid on the structure, but vary in being either enclosed or open air spaces. You can see the 2 main stairs on the top and bottom of the screen that invite people in and at the same time serve as sitting area. And then you see that brick screen frame, which we'll be talking about more around the edges that enclose the domestic private spaces above. This is the circulation diagram in relationship of vertical stair core to the horizontal, I guess, horizontality of unit access, maximizing the typology of the functional building. This Part T diagram shows shear cores also used as utility rooms and bathrooms with long access in the middle showing the unit divide. In the first floor, the ground rises from above level, so it introduces unit entry and shared courtyard patio typology across neighbors, emphasizing on meaning of the raised plan. On the second floor, you read the plan as a standalone tower with balconies. Units feel independent with highest privacy. Only studios on the right corner have circulation bridges. These are outdoor privacy distribution diagrams where you enter versus how much you can walk around the tower.
Yes, and here you can see the elevation, southern elevation, where we show the relationship between the towers and circulation walkways, connecting them. And also you can see that open space that is the main central courtyard behind the steps. And here you can get an idea of our way of thinking about how to make our screen a little bit more geometric and visually more just differentiate a little bit screen, but keep the relationship between the towers. So we basically introduce those folding pieces that you can see on elevation here. And then it's a east-west section cutting right behind that elevation that you just seen. So the central courtyard is enclosed by two towers, two sides of the building, and with a great open view to the landscape at the front. And each tower has only 2 units in a vertical direction with double height living areas. And you also can get here like a first sense about the balcony conditions and spaces that we will talk about a little bit later. Here's the east elevation with the stepped park on the left side and also circulation cores that run between the towers. And also the transparency of the ground floor that we tried to achieve. And the north-south section cutting again right behind those stair cores. And here you can see mostly bedroom spaces, which is 1-story height. And this is the perspective from the first floor walkway right above the central courtyard here. And unit types, we have several different unit types ranging from studio to 3-bedroom apartments, and smallest being 400 square feet and the biggest 2,000 square feet. So on the bottom right, you can see the biggest 3-bedroom unit, which has kitchen, double high living area, and 1 bedroom and on the first floor, and also 2 other bedrooms on the second floor. Then next is spacious 1-bedroom unit that occupies also 2 floors with double high living area and the bedroom on the second floor. The bottom left unit has 2 bedrooms, and the smallest unit is a 1-story studio apartment.
So we're using the screen as this exploration of space beyond the tower structure and in relationship to the outside. So almost like a backdrop creating semi-private spaces. Here we're showing 3 different unit conditions. One is the studio apartment where you just see it beyond the door. The 2-bed corner apartment where you see it from the south view and then near to the stair as well.
Yeah. Balcony containment that we strived for, try to create wide and intricately shaded space, which at the same time is transparent to the outside. And it's for the structural building, it utilizes timber construction with the glue timber frame and cross-laminated floor panels and shear walls. So the material choice for the structure system reflects our desire for a faster and more sustainable construction. And here you can see the structural details for the wall section with the screen. So you can see how the structure from the park level, which is a concrete structure, rises up and creates the spaces for the public areas. And then all above structures are wood with the expressed wood beams for the ceilings of the apartments. And some close-up details for the layers of the structure, like showing two different conditions that take place in our building. So the piece on the left shows the exterior wall and like the switching condition between the solid wall and the glass. And then the left piece, the right piece shows the just different types of floors, which is concrete and CLT.
This is a wall section using the same system, opposite side wall section of the tower facing the inside courtyards. It's the in-between space between the towers connected by a zipper truss holding the circulation bridge independently from the tower structure.
And as you've seen, the towers are enclosed by screen that functions as a filter to eliminate access of heat and noise while still allowing light inside the units. So the screen is based on flexible system of steel mesh and ceramic tiles that form overall pretty light and environmentally friendly facade. And the different orientations of the facade are sold with the different positioning of the ceramic pieces in order to provide greater solar protection. Here you can see the checkerboard pattern that we used, and also 3 different types of tiles depending on the side of the building. And these are closer sections through the screen showing the positioning of tiles on how it meant to allow like light penetration and on a specific side of the building. And the goal was to protect from the summer sun and also allow winter sun in. And in regards to our systems, several strategies have been considered, and we incorporated passive strategies such as sun protection by means of our screen, and also cross ventilation. We reduced energy demands by installation of photovoltaic panels on the roof, and also addressed issue of water consumption, incorporated in a water collection system that would be used later for the irrigation of gardens around the building. And this is our last slide, and just a perspective of how we envision the future for the St. John's neighborhood look like. That's it.
Thank you. You stayed to an impressive 13 minutes in your presentation.
Yeah. Just feel free to.
Okay, I feel free to. Let me ask a kind of a large scale question about the planning aspect. Can you expand on your ambition for what you called the reclamation of public land on 2 sides of this? I wasn't clear what that land was to start with and what the argument was for kind of drafting it into the logic of this project. I was just wanting to hear a bit more.
The argument is that we're trying to stitch back the neighborhood that was divided by the highway. So by allowing or by proposing a green park across that right adjacent to our building, then that's kind of also influence on the building structure by lifting it up and allowing public space underneath.
Sure.
it.
I mean, I understand that. I understand your conceptual interest in it. I guess it becomes much more complicated and maybe much more interesting depending on what kind of land is. And when, you know, I feel like Texans hearing like reclamation of land, I feel like, I don't know if that's going to go over well. It sort of sounds like eminent domain or something. And I feel like there needs to be a really powerful argument. And so I meant like at the planning and political level to be, and I think it's interesting, but to be really serious or interesting at a really high level, I think that has to be part of the way you talk about it, not just utopian. And I think even on those terms, I would say, what is the argument for the fact that this would be good for more than one development? You know, because it's kind of like a big move in service of one housing development. And I would just think of it that way. Is it kind of an eminent domain thing?
I would not say that this is like source only our building. I think like they're all like in the proposed scenarios, there already was a beginning of creating like those public green spaces. And I think just what we were intending to do, this is like to create a system like that will work for the whole community, for the benefit of like both sides of the community, and just like just be a like central piece, but for the whole community. And
so the southern, I don't know if that's the south, on the lower part of that kind of linear park, is that an existing amenity now?
This is the creek, yeah, existing creek. We just connecting all the pieces.
Because I could, you know, the bridge I could understand, and sometimes I think about this like by way of Houston. It's like, okay, bridge is useful for lots of people, like the whole neighborhood, and then if you can position yourself as the kind of nice accelerator to get down to this linear park, maybe I might just foreground that more strongly. That it's yes, it helps us and comes from the development, but there's this logic that we can attach these two loose ends. And I didn't see that. I mean, it seems strong enough, but I didn't see that the first time. I was just thinking it felt a little bit like yeah, that would be nice, I guess, for the housing development, but that's a bold thing. And I think it's interesting. So that was one high level, like a larger planning question I had.
Can I jump in here?
Of course.
Okay.
Yes.
I have, I guess it's a question. You have this extensive upper level pedestrian walkway, and it's probably a lot more extensive than it absolutely needs to be just to access your unit. And this is something that has a long history. I mean, a troubled history, I'd say, from England in the 1960s. And then the big architects is trying to bring it back, I guess, in their big way. It seems very important to your scheme, and you didn't have much to say about it. I guess my questions are, there's a lot more of it than you probably need just to get to your unit, which I'm okay with. But the streets in the air, that was a Smithson idea that again, started this whole thing. But I guess what I wonder is it seems to wrap the perimeters of the units in a lot of cases. You have a richly complex scheme that I'm not sure I can really understand. But parts of it seems to have the quality of what I'd call a motel. And I don't mean that in a positive. It's the corridors going in front of what would be the window to the outside. So you can choose privacy or view, but you can't have both. So could you tell us more about that, or what you were thinking?
Yeah, I mean, so like as we were thinking about those like walkways, or like, you know, like walking around, for example, here or on the levels above. So like we addressed that, like there's no windows facing the public walkways. Basically all the windows are facing the screen side, where there's like lots of glass, and we like the privacy we addressed from like this point. There's like less amount of windows on the walkway sides. So there's that.
But if I were trying to get some money out of this building, I'd say we can really cut down these walkways. You know, do we need the ones that go across the thing. I'm like the mean guy here.
Yeah, I mean, there's again like that
Why do
idea
you
of that idea of connecting them is probably again like ties to the same idea that we're trying to do with the bigger picture of the community, like connect two parks. Like we didn't want to like just build two separate buildings with a park in between or something. Maybe it maybe a little bit looks like that, but those bridges, like this is still like one building with like one community living there, and we just didn't want to break them up, but like have public spaces that are accessible for everybody, and like those walkways help us with that.
But I think the point, it's a really smart point. I mean, I mean, there's first of all, there's this kind of problem with the square plan for housing, right? It's a classic nightmare. Even when you divide it in half, I mean, you see on some of the other plans that you get an interior bedroom that has no windows, and then you discover that because of these walkways, you get these public spaces that are away from the windows, right? Like they're invariably buried. You'll get a bedroom that can take advantage of the screen, but then the public spaces that can't, right? So there's, I mean, the larger point here is that because you're basically surrounding each of these units with accessible public space, that you in many ways tie the hands of what you can then do, and you get a kind of, and given that the concept is essentially to kind of open up this kind of landscape where these buildings should somehow be kind of moving outward, it strikes me that that's the dilemma that you then run into with that matrix of walkways. And I think this is the point that Ed's making. It's on the one hand a safety issue, which was troubled in Smithson's work when it came up in the 1960s in public housing. It became, you got a tremendous amount of undefensible space. And then, but the equally, I mean, if you can imagine, these are then, they might be upscale apartments or upscale units. You still have the problem of the fact that conceptually, you're setting up a kind of matrix which gets in the way of the larger planning proposal. It's about making a lot of green space that you can theoretically look out into and take advantage of. And then you have to resort to these screens that kind of like somehow negotiate and try to reclaim some of that space back for the units, which I think is a kind of conceptual proposal. I think I appreciate very much the idea that the building arises systematically. You're thinking your way through systematically from the ground up and carrying the kind of logics of structure all the way through. But there are some dimensional problems. I mean, and they have to do, I think you lose a lot in these kinds of, when you go, I could make these longer and thinner. I could step these access every other floor. I could flip. The units don't all have to be doubled. There could be a doubled and a single and a double and single, and I could get those things staggering at the very least, or I could get some. So I think there's some development there that follows from Ed's point about the fact that there's just so much walkway, and really in the end, what it provides you more with is shade than it does with anything else in these internal courtyards, which I don't mind. But I think the amount of quote unquote, it's not really public space. It's really, at this point in time, semi-private space that there's this incredible surfeit of, but it never actually makes privacy. In order to get privacy, you have to retreat behind the screens. And I wanted to kind of comment on those too. There's a couple of drawings that show that space between the screen and the wall. You have the room to kind of do a lot there, right? A couple of comments about them. The first is that, like, sometimes the screen pushes out and makes enough room. This space is almost always really a hallway wide. It's not really a balcony wide, and it's shown that way generously here. The screen will push out and the floor doesn't push out with it, which it could. I do think that the screen right now has some weirdnesses to it. I mean, I like where it's going as a kind of idea. Currently, the tiles are a good start environmentally. The west ones have to be vertical, not flat. They don't really solve the problem flat. The north ones can't be flat either, because you get north sun on the facade here in the late afternoon and the early morning in the summer. Remember site design, this is like, this goes back to site design. We talk about this explicit problem, but it seems to me that actually these screens could, on a much more local level, they could open up and allow these porches to grab these views, even if obliquely. And I mean, I like this idea of this fold that you're running through this drawing, although I think it could be happening at the level of each unit. rather than the level of the overall. I think the level of the overall is quite powerfully bound just by the fact that these are similar towers of a similar fabric, of a similar kind of, you know, and that you could really be kind of right in this view, taking that idea of that diagonal and using it to open up this porch space, because you're not getting it elsewhere in the compound.
I was interested in it seemed like catwalks, like almost like scaffolding around the building of the paths. And I think that, you know, where it's a big space, an open space, it feels like it could be reasonable even if you had, I don't know, a bedroom or something on that wall. For some reason it seems doable, but when it becomes like a tight pathway right next to the building, it doesn't feel like a nice space to be in. And then it kind of forces the problems of like privacy issues or like the motel condition. And although I know that David and Ed weren't on the last review, it's really interesting to compare. I think it was Juan and Caleb or Caleb? Anyway.
Sorry, Gable, Juan and Gable.
Okay, I knew I wasn't getting that right, but I noticed it right off in your plans, and I really just thought it was interesting to have them as like a case study next to each other, because I think down to the garage, you never cut next to the building, right? You have the light wells, which are good, but they're always free floating. Is that true?
What do you mean? Yeah.
You know, the cuts that go into the garage level on your design, they are always freestanding. I don't see any happening next to the buildings. Is that right?
Yeah.
They're between the buildings right there.
Right, and that's a really, I love that when it, like, two projects in the studio create out like a really surgical comparison, because that has a totally different feel even in plan. I noticed it immediately, because in their case it struck like the WashU example where the buildings seem to mix between the levels. And although I think you'll have a really good effect with the light and bringing that natural light and the planting down to the garage level would be really good, it's funny how it just has like a different atmosphere completely than if you see the buildings go below into the basement. That seems to create two grounds and make it more public and less subterranean. And I'm not sure you would get that effect here. And then the other main difference that really lends itself, because they kind of blended that on the one level, and in your case, you create this raised level that makes it has to act as a kind of pathways and catwalks. And you know, that's kind of like the hinge that creates some of the issues that we're talking about. So I just think that those, like, y'all should talk and compare them, because they're almost set up like a sort of type, same pieces, just shifted, like slightly shifted, and it really changes everything about the recipe. I think that's interesting. I was glad to see that there was some attention to, like, I think it was a bowstring truss kind of working underneath the bridges. Is that right? Yeah. Because in my mind, I was thinking, man, they almost look like I would get vertigo. Like, it's kind of scary.
Go back.
Bridges. Like the view on the bridge, I felt like I would be nervous, or like if you had your kids, I felt like I'd just be nervous the whole time. And I was thinking that if you go for a full raised landscape, let's say, try to romanticize a little bit of these pathways, I almost feel like it needs more structure, like a light structure, and really act like a matrix that I can explore and want to be on. And you need to bring some sort of at least perceptual parity between the buildings and the bridges, because right now they seem like such an addendum. They're almost like a suspension bridge over like a gorge or something.
If you go back to the perspective, they're
more occupiable.
If you go back in the other direction to there, right there, you can see that they're actually they're not quite correctly conceived structurally, right? I mean, like they're in the section, they look like they're actually resting on that structure over there, but here you realize that that whole thing is cantilevered on nothing, right? So it's like there's a piece missing here that is somehow keeping all that whole thing, allowing that whole thing to be. Or there's a monster, you know, moment beam and a big shear plate up there somewhere. Not a big deal.
I'd like to put a bookmark on something David said. It's a very basic housing issue. Like what kind of space is there? There's two theories. One is the old Christopher Alexander one. There's public and semi-public and semi-private and private. And then there's what I call the Jane Jacobs one, which says there's public and private. And that's been the last 50 years. And I think every scheme is going to raise those, but it goes back to these walkways. And I would just refer you to projects like Park Hill, which was the largest of these from the 1960s in Sheffield, I think. And then again, these Ingalls projects, these big architects things, they think they're going to do it right this time. Not quite sure why they think that, but it's worth looking at. But since I'm Mr. Technology, I think, you know, when you put parking under a scheme, it designs a scheme for you a lot of times. And I feel like I don't know what the options are in terms of the 40-foot grid, but I think a lot of the things that are happening upstairs spatially are perhaps determined by the grid of the cars down below. So I don't know the answer, but I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm wondering. You know, I wonder what the other options are. It is really hard to do. The other technological thing I would say is you're using what I call a platform floor. It's a very common high-tech thing. You've got a CLT floor, and then you've got a space, and you've got a floor on top of that. And that's used a lot in Foster and Rogers, and those guys use them in office buildings. They're not often used in housing because, well, they have the situation you have where you concentrated all the plumbing and the services into a central core. And most housing doesn't have suspended ceilings because they don't have that kind of services, that ductwork and so forth. So again, I'm being Mr. Cost efficiency here. I think we could get a lot of material out of your project if you've got that you understand what I'm saying? Go back to your
section, the big
yeah
perspective section.
Exactly.
That one.
Yeah. Well, no, you don't see it there. You got these layers on top of the. I think it was like a wall section, axo. Keep going. Yeah, keep going. There. Oh, there was it. There. See this. I think you might need that in some places, but certainly not throughout the building. It's a small point, but if you were, if you know, well, it has to do with resources. You know, you're losing a lot more material than you need. You're building a bigger building you need, and again, it's very useful, but it's usually not deemed necessary in this kind of a program. I mean, there's part of me that's seeing a wood building wrapped in this, a very heavy wood building wrapped in this delicate, light, ethereal tile and steel screen. And I don't object to that. I just wonder what the possibilities are, I guess, of making that, contrasting those two systems against each other.
Mm-hmm.
I was, the screen, I guess I would say that I didn't follow quite what the fold gained for the project. I wondered if you felt a little bit too, like it was a little bit too rigid with the grid and the square floor plates and everything. You felt like it needed a little something that just wasn't orthogonal or something. But I was pretty skeptical of it. And again, I agree that anytime I see a screen, I think it has to be differentiated relative to orientation, just as a matter of course. And I feel like that would probably happen if it were developed more. The fold I don't quite get, but I really quite liked the color, frankly, of the sort of balcony view, because I feel like color is ignored so much, and especially in studios. And I feel like we're shy about it. And I don't know, like a kind of nice sort of dappled, variegated green. I feel like it would be good to be around in a lot of cases. And it kind of leads me to a presentation question, because y'all have quite a like heavy, bold way of drawing things, kind of almost angry or something, like the primary, or even not even primary, but dark red annotation on the slide we were just looking at. And I think, oh, this is sort of easy breezy, and I like it. I like the idea of a kind of glazed ceramic tile. I think that would be good. And I like the color palette, and I think I would probably go back and just replace that red swatch color with one of these greens, and the whole feel would just lighten, I think. And it can be important, because I think there's a little bit of disparity between just the atmosphere, again, of some of the images and drawings, and I would try to sort of snap those into alignment a bit. So I think the punchy color and imagining that as a glossy sort of ceramic tile is going in the right direction, as well, as David said. But the fold, I think, is another one of those things where maybe I don't know, like just that won't be worth it. And I think even being kind of clean, the geometry being clean and true to the grid might be better anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for the folding thing, I mean, this was one of the last changes, but we just felt that like we need some like scale kind of on the facade or something. So basically like the fold starts where units are divided in elevation. So we just thought that's a way maybe how to do that. But I mean, I completely see what you're talking about.
I would probably, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, right now it's a problem anyway. I mean, that these things don't go over that fold, right? I mean, that the system itself, you'd have to, I think it's fine. I think it's a kind of placeholder idea. And I think in that regard, I think the comments that you're hearing are, as a placeholder idea, it has some built-in problems. I mean, the one is that, I mean, it could do more for this space, right? You wonder why it can't open out and allow me to see through, right? You know, on a local level. And then these things, they don't actually fold very well, right? They're because they're not like scales. And then they're quite expensive. I mean, when you kind of fold them down, you realize you're making a whole other additional exterior surface essentially. And so then there's a kind of question about, is there some other way to accomplish that? I mean, I think there's a weird thing here about that. Another message that I think is strange, and it has to do with, I mean, you look at the kind of question of, I mean, I realize it's a studio, and it's a studio, but the point that Ed made about expense, and then the kind of point that you guys are making about, actually the point that Ed made about big. I mean, big's a kind of funny thing, you know, Ed. I actually think that those projects, they have the potential to work in Denmark, and they have the potential to work because they actually appeal to a certain particular user group and a particular age level and an income level, and they've succeeded quite reasonably in that regard. I think in that regard, what's missing in this project, I actually think the level of finishes and the level of cost is probably appropriate, but it assumes that there's a kind of group of people who are willing to, in a sense, homestead here along the highway because they'd be closer into town. They could put the money in and live here. But then I think there's some amenities missing. And my own sense of the kind of next generation of this project would be that on that level up from the commercial zone, like if you go back and plan the commercial zone, you do that? And that, right, so if you look at that level, there's a whole series of dilemmas about it. I mean, one is that net to gross is really, really low, right? There's a lot of space, a lot of outside space, and relatively speaking, not that much office space when you could, you know, tie these together in different ways and make them larger, right? And then the second one is if you go to the next level up, right? So then you realize, like, if you came up and and you connected some of these spaces below, that you could begin to offer on this level in some way amenities that would then cause these public spaces to be staggered, right? The system of walkways. So you go, well, here's a 1-floor unit, there's a 2-floor unit above it, and then there's a 1-floor unit above that. But here's a 2-floor unit and a 2-floor unit, and now my entrance levels are offset by a floor, and that allows me to have half as much of that spidery walkway that that Ed is concerned correctly is expensive, and I'm concerned is indefensible, and all three of us are concerned is like it doesn't allow you enough kind of view outward. It's a more sophisticated problem. It's a kind of getting that section to stagger in a way, but it begins to afford for you some vertical variation in this, what you want, a neighborhood that really is isolated in the way you defined it inside this kind of larger green space. I mean, you've chosen to make the connection to the neighborhood one which is about green space rather than about fabric density housing and so forth. So I think that you have to, having made that choice, I think you have to really pursue it. I mean, Grant's correct. I mean, to justify that kind of big thing across the way, what's going to happen is really large buildings are going to get built next to it. What's happening along Waller Creek, like Waller Creek, that great green space that they're making through Austin is as big a development ploy as you could possibly imagine. The only way that bridge would ever get made across the highway, like Deck Park in Dallas, if you know 5 of the wealthiest developers in Texas stacked up behind it, ready to build really large buildings as a kind of edge city right across the way. So it follows back. I mean, all of these things are kind of bound together in a kind of conception that I think y'all could be a little bit harder about I mean, I realize that you're fighting other battles. You're fighting the battle of getting all this stuff coordinated. I think you need to be congratulated for the fact it's hard to do. You go through a housing project, you get a housing project done. Wow, you know, like you learn more from doing it once, and then the next time around, you know really what's stacked up against you. But I think in the end, you still have to have a kind of clear conception of who's living here, why they're living here, what you're offering them, what the target is, what you need to provide for them.
I've kind of picked at this thing, but I think it's really challenging. I mean, the technology of the thing and the density I find really difficult. You know, a high-rise building and a one-story thing would be much easier to do than this in-between world. But just the sheer number of problems that you had to deal with is intimidating. And I think you've done a credible job in many cases. I mean, we've talked about other ways of doing it, but getting all this done in this amount of time with the most disastrous semester I've experienced in years of teaching is pretty impressive. So
you can blame your instructor for sort of like keeping the pile of problems in front of you. I think one conversation that we had that I think was actually really useful throughout the project was this, and it came up at several points, was this idea of like the economy of means. Like, what do you really need, and where do you need more of it, and where can you get away with less of it, and how do you sort of like balance these things? Because I think there are many levels at which that could add some resistance to your project, that it doesn't just allow, okay, so like I can have a walkway here, and I can also have a walkway here, and then I can have a screen here, and I can also have some trees here. But it would really sort of like force your hands in many ways, that you can only have a certain amount of things. And I think the question of the walkways, I think they're probably, you know, I think there are probably moments when you need less of them, and they really just become circulation, and it's just about efficiency. And then there may be moments where you actually need more of them, where you need to sort of like tie something like this together as a whole platform, and like, you know, maybe these bleed together and become sort of like another space that is used in a different way, and then something else happens here, and that becomes a platform, and then maybe you have less here, and they're just like two little towers. So I think that variety of like could generate or could move what is actually a very simple, and I actually appreciate the simplicity of the grid and of extruded volumes. But it, in some ways, it could take on surprisingly different contents in terms of what's in those towers and how they're used. I think that that goes to everything. That goes to sort of like the question of the floor slabs, the kind of screen. Does the screen have to go all around? Does it sort of bulge out sometimes? So I think that's actually a really helpful conversation, I think, that we had in this project.
The more I look at this plan, one last thing, it's like when you start to question the diagram, I just keep looking at like the proximity of these two and wondering if it wouldn't just be better to plan that as a plate. Like it's basically a kind of an oversized light well almost between them, and you think maybe the proportions would be easier, and like it's got so much bias in where the gaps are and where they're close and where they're far, that now you kind of look at it like, I wonder why it's not this now. I don't know, because we were talking about how subdividing the square floor plate is difficult for planning. I would also echo that I think it's amazing, like in all of the projects that I've seen, how much you get done, and that it is a provocative, like complete housing proposal is quite daunting, even aside from the circumstances. So I think you are to be commended on that as well.
Right. So thank you, Julia and Italia, for starting us off in this session. Let's move to the next project I propose. Amaya, Lexi, are you ready?
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, bye. See you later. Are you graduating?
I am.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is this a vertical studio system, Martin? Like they'll have 4th and 5th year mixing, or how does it work?
Yes, it's part of the advanced studio sequence. So yes, we have sort of like a mix, and we can do a show of hands or so. But yeah, it's basically sort of like the point where we're sort of like past the core sequence and students can choose their studios, and one of those studios has to be this studio. I mean, at some stage during that option sequence.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Amaya Lucas.
Hi, and I'm Lexi Benton. Thank you so much for joining us today. Our project aims to create a dominant building and zoning strategy that matches the infrastructural scale along I-35 and similar highways. Through massing and filtration, the project mitigates pollution and sound, allowing densification and inhabitation of this otherwise uncomfortable late capitalist hellscape.
Our project is in the lineage of the continuous monument by Super Studio due to its strong form and indeterminately long scale. But our project also breaks down so as to function as both architecture and light infrastructure, and it is very dependent on its context. Our construction method supports these goals through the use of a precast stacked construction, which directly relates to the infrastructure of I-35 and its indefinitely reproducibility. So this is an aerial image of the St. John neighborhood. We see I-35 tracing its way through the center here. Our main interest of the site is in the massive scale jump. It's very large along this highway infrastructure compared to the very small scale of the residential with no mitigating medium scale. And so architecture really in this city becomes infill between these hard edges of infrastructure. And this is an index of elevations found in the immediate vicinity of the site from the infrastructure of the flyovers, hotels, storage facilities, things of that nature, down to the smaller size of the residential, local churches, and smaller scale commercial.
This is an illustration of the 500-foot setback along the highway where it's recommended not to build residential. The main two challenges that come with that 500-foot setback are pollution and particles, as well as sound pollution. This was the site we were given, which is within this 500-foot setback. And we were really interested in this site for our zoning strategy that we're proposing, where we aim to reduce the amount of space required between the highway and residential. This is a site plan of the given site, and for this project, we detailed out this portion here of the zoning strategy. For the massing, the building is an extrusion 300 feet back along the highway, and it is broken into a parking mass and a residential mass with a void carved in between. For the overall form, we were interested in the project being perceived as an occupiable structure. So the building form is a grid, which can be perceived as overscale columns and beams that are occupiable. To the street, to the highway, and to the existing context, an austere gridded facade is presented, and there is a relentless, unchanging top elevation regardless of the topography below. This site plan is showing how stuff is laid out from the highway to parking and big box stores immediately adjacent, with the void, which holds the tree barrier for filtration and a continuous bike path. And then we have residential suspended above a podium. And here's a view going over that forest on a bridge condition from the parking to the residential. Here in these cross sections, you get a sense for the different types of programs. This is a big box store. We have lifting the parking up, which can change in level. Bridges from the parking to the residential, and the residential is suspended on top of this podium, which holds micro economies. There's a certain elasticity built into this podium to allow for the elevation to stay consistent regardless of the topography.
And we wanted to demonstrate that concept through these diagrams. Up in the top right, you see a condition like our existing condition in St. John, where it's navigating I-35 to this residential neighborhood. But as well, we wanted to demonstrate rural conditions as well as urban conditions in the city, essentially anywhere that a highway might already exist. And so in this long section, we see the towers and bridges of the residential lifted above the commercial podium, with units centered around shared courtyards with communal programs that create these more localized communities. This forms a gradient of neighborly associations along the continuous building proposition. And for those programs of the courtyards, we see things like basketball courts, a greenhouse that's accessible to residents. As well, there's some zones in the podium where it's actually carved out so that you can pass through from the neighborhood side into this walk and bike kind of zone of infrastructure, as well as more enclosed and kind of sensitive programs such as a daycare, and very public things like public parks. We see here another one of those pass-through zones with a more ceremonious stair and a public pool as well. These courtyards are crenellated by column articulations that are cast into the wall panels, and they can be suspended, such as on the left, or continue all the way down depending on the program, and can even be infilled solid like we have in more sensitive programs such as the daycare. And these column crenellations are not structural for those residential units, but instead support only the glass roofs that are inserted in these courtyards, which give each courtyard their own sense of identity. These roof structures are inbound of the columns and can be fully hermetically sealed, or they could be an example like this, where it's above a pool and it's covered, but still open air. So this is our plan at that upper podium level. And then the next one is our top floor residential. So our vertical circulation is centered in those towers at the residential side, the most outbound side of our project, as well as in the parking garage. And then in the pattern of those is an alternating pattern of stairs that are more like central cores, as well as just fire stairs. And those are alternating with ones that do not have circulation and that instead extend down and grab the tower below to make double height units. So this is kind of showing the circulation. Depending on the different programs on this podium level, they'll require different access. So some, like the public park, you can see is the darker gray, which means it's fully open, as well as those bridges that connect between our parking garage to our top of the podium. The lighter gray, such as the pool, is somewhere that's partially controlled. And then the fully white is something enclosed, more sensitive programs potentially, or private to just the residents. And you can see as well the pass-throughs. We're carving out of that floor plate so that if there is any commercial spillover into that zone, it's opened up for light access and views and things like that, visibility. So for the circulation for the residential units, we have these stair cores connecting all the way to the bridges with hallways, and then we have one long hallway connecting those stair cores as well. And within the units, this internal circulation actually mirrors that and also wraps around the courtyards. And so mechanical access is behaving very similarly. So we have the vertical distribution happening within those tower cores, and it is distributed across our project in several kind of localized zones. So we have mechanical space in the lower podium as that lighter gray, and then the darker gray above is screened in for compressors and things of that nature. And then for horizontal distribution of mechanical, we have drop ceilings in those circulation zones to distribute it.
The lower podium holds the micro economies that were mentioned. So programs such as restaurants, gyms, commercial stores, as well as support for the residential above, such as laundry and bike storage. Going up above, we have the upper podium, and then we have the different units on 3 levels. The breakdown of the types of units is a variety of different sizes. So these are studios up here at the top. These are 1 and 2 bedrooms, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom, and then on the top 2 levels, studio, 1 and 2 bedroom, and then 4 bedroom. And so these units are grabbing this piece down here. This axon is showing one of the top level 4 bedroom units. The way they are organized is that all the bedrooms are on the outside for fire truck access, and then all of the living space takes up the bridge that comes across the courtyard. On these units that occupy the tower, the inside of the concrete panels is exposed, as well as the crenellation of the panels that is built in is exposed and expressed on the interior as well. In addition, there are balconies on this top level that are enclosed for outdoor access.
We wanted the structural expression and construction logic to really reflect this mitigation between infrastructural and residential that we were interested in. So we selected a trabeated precast concrete structure. It's consisting of off-the-shelf spanning members and more bespoke sandwich wall panels. So as you can see in this exploded diagram on the right, we have these central cores made up of those structural panels. Those are the vertical towers, with beams that latch into those, and built up on top of that is the load-bearing wall panels, and then on top of that, the roof construction. And given the continuous projection of the project as a zoning strategy, precast stacked construction is something that's highly replicable. And given that it's these carefully prefabricated panels, they can be rapidly assembled on site, similar to the methods of constructing highway overpasses like the I-35 183 flyover that's just north of our site. And the layers of these wall sandwich panels are decorative concrete with the crenellation relief pattern and insulation, then 5-inch structural concrete cores that are tied together.
We decided to take the nod to infrastructure a step further by using it as an aesthetic element on our facade. So pulling inspiration from aerial images of highway overpasses, we created 7 different geometries that will be cast as a relief pattern into the decorative concrete of the panels. This pattern will be, the different geometries will be joined together to create different patterns along the facade that will go, that can create different densities depending on how the pieces are put together, and also gives a very fine scale to contrast with the really large overall form of the building, which is similar to what we observed with the scales on the site.
So on the left, we have a standard double T and beam construction detail. This construction method is expressed in our parking garage. And we wanted to take that same logic into the units with the construction techniques, but we wrapped it in the finish material to have it be less exposed. And so here we can see the steps of filtration through our building with the first wall facade as our first barrier, the distancing from the parking and the big box, the vegetative barrier / filter in the center, and then onto the residential on the right-hand side. So this wall is really our first line of defense from the highway. We had heavy insulation for sound and vibration at the lower portion. The big box and parking programming are both serving as kind of a distance buffer from the highway. As well, we have precast planter drip edges with climbing vines that interact with kind of thick gauge tensile guardrails for the parking. And that allows us to maintain that same facade pattern that gives the gesture towards the inhabitable post and lintel kind of thing you saw on our elevation. And that facade panel that we have is taking just the wide that's the like decorative concrete of our panels and attaching it with a steel substructure. These panels are perforated and hung a distance away from the parking structure so as to allow for ventilation. Okay, and then in this center strip, the forest zone that we have, the planters kind of act as a boulevard divider. They're raised up off the ground to indicate that it's somewhere where you can pause, tie your shoes, take a phone call, but it discourages significant occupation due to continued pollution. It's being mitigated, but it's not, you know, fully resolved at this point. We're still within that setback distance. And bridges in this zone continue the rhythm of the column structure. It's being pulled out of those interior residential courtyards through this space and onto that circulation facade for the parking garage. And this is a snapshot of the park that we have, and it uses an intensive green roof. This is in contrast with the extensive green roof that we have on the very top level of our parking garage. And then finally, the farthest residential side, we can see that bridge construction here in section, that stacked assembly. And on top of these bridges on this side are occupiable roofs. Since this is the farthest edge of the project from the highway, the pollution and sound pollution, things like that, have been obstructed and filtered enough that the residents can actually utilize that space and it can engage with the context or conditions surrounding it.
In conclusion, the project is neither purely architecture nor infrastructure, but a mediation between the two. It is not a city in itself, but an organizational experiment creating a striated zone and partial urban condition for optimal occupation within this undesirable and unhealthy condition. The project aims to reach something that should not be considered ideal, but rather something that could hopefully be considered acceptable, fine, or good enough, all things considered. Thank you.
Can I just say, I'm very proud of everybody for sticking to your presentation time. And as you've noticed in our previous sessions and in this session, it makes a huge difference for your feedback. So I think that's really good.
I wish Peter Smithson were here. He'd be so happy. There's a building I was thinking we just torn down called Robin Hood Gardens, which is a very similar tight grid of precast columns, which bring me to, they are columns, right? I mean, you have, I see all these, how far apart are they?
They're about 8 feet.
Yeah, they're columns, but then on the facade, they're built into the panels. Where am I going here?
Yeah, so this is a detail in plan where you can see how it's not actually truly in the residential a structural column. It's just purely kind of a bump out of that concrete facade. And so that's why it's not acting structurally for, like, our beams are sized big enough to span that distance. It's more of just a crenellation and it supports the glass roofs. Some of them are structural in the bridge condition, the circulation, but some are as well just articulations and kind of spatial, qualitative elements.
Well, I just find it fascinating because this is, you know, this is what Saarinen and Nice and all these people said, that this is the expression of mass production, is you had this repetitive piece that's over and over. It's like the Model T. And you've done way beyond, you know, the system you're using, this post-tension, we could, yeah, you could get huge spans out of this. I mean, we could get rid of all of these right away, but we need them for other reasons. So
it is missing the post-tension cable. It's seriously, y'all. By the way, just note to y'all.
Yeah. But I mean, they admit that they don't need maybe, you know, there's obviously, they love these. And I'm trying to look for the, because you know, the part of this I really love, there are a lot of drawings. You were showing how each courtyard could be developed in a different way. It was a line drawing.
The long section?
Yeah. Wow. You need fewer drawings. I know I never say that. Well, yeah, getting, Yeah,
There, just stop there.
Yeah, this is my favorite part of your scheme because it suggests not repetition, not mass production, not standardization. It suggests individual attention to things. And then I have this, reminds me of certain pieces of music where all I can hear is the drum. You know, I have the rhythm of your columns marching across this. So I would suggest that the basic module I see there of the ABA of the small piece, the big piece, small piece, the big piece, that is the infrastructural constant. And I don't really know we need these pieces. I mean, it's true it's an old, you know, in the 1920s, they said, if we make everything the same, we'll save a lot of money. And then when the digital era came along, they said, well, we don't need to do that because we can make everything different. It turned out neither of those things are true. They're just generalizations. But I just, when I look at this drawing in particular, I see this richness of the programmatic differentiation. And then I see this, I mean, I like Mies and Saarinen, and the GM Texener, you know, there's a kind of beauty of that, like a Donald Judd relentlessness to it. But I would think about that. You certainly, you're using a lot more concrete than you need. Mm-hmm. I guess the real question I have about this is I buy the concept that you're going to use this parking garage as the buffer between you and then you're going to have this housing. But the housing to me seems very indifferent to the two sides that it has. One is facing the parking garage and one is facing, I guess this was just is it just a vacant? Yeah, well, you're getting at it there. It just seems to me there would be a bigger difference. I would think more about what it's like to be in one of your units looking outside, looking to the south or the north. And it seems like I'd have a very different, are they north and south? I don't know. If I look at the section of the housing there, I'd like to see more difference, or even the plan of the housing. I don't know that the courtyard, you know, maybe it's.
I think the main way we were really kind of conceptualizing the difference between those, because we have talked about it some, is that it's I guess a little bit more of the very literal constraints of where can we actually place like living space versus where do bedrooms have to be due to egress and things like that. So we've pushed all of the bedrooms to those outsides, and inherent kind of within that and our circulation scheme, the main kind of difference between the two halves is the small scale studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms being set to that side, and the larger 4 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms being pushed to the interior. And I think that, you know, we were also interested in kind of some thoughts about maybe economic, like likely disparities between somebody who's living in a 4 bedroom versus somebody who's living in a studio apartment. And I think that we were, when determining on which side to put that hallway, we were interested in sort of pushing the smaller units to that neighborhood side.
I appreciate all that. I just think they could be more, when there are a whole series of firms like Mitchell Jurgala did this whole series of buildings. They're really single loaded corridors. They were really maximizing the idea that a double loaded corridor is just indifferent to everything, and that you should have Alto is a great example of somebody who really looks at the two sides of the building in a different way. So I can see the case that you're making for this. It seems like the sides are so different that it invites variation. I'll shut up. I'm talking too much.
I kind of have like a passing question because I feel, as I will defer to Ed and David, but it seems to me like using the concrete just must be wildly inefficient, and just it's heavy. It's hard to, you know, just in terms of like the material resources and embedded energy costs and stuff. Isn't that all kind of contrary to the critique? Like it would be even more banal if you just did like the platform and stick frame the houses on the other side. It's almost being like memorialized or something in the polemic of being precast concrete. And I wonder if that's a little bit of a hedge or something. Like it's to complete the critique and embrace the banality that you're critiquing, I would use the construction methods that are used for as standard a construction as possible. But you don't need that much mass to construct housing, right?
Yeah, I think that's a totally fair critique. But I think we were kind of interested in the infrastructural context and how to sort of using that same language and same system, how to break it down. But I definitely understand. I definitely understand.
And I think that's clear. So, I mean, I regard it as a polemical project, and I think that's great. And I commend the rigor and the beauty of the drawings, and the way that you've presented it is really good. I agree. If you go back to I like the zoom in of the section where you're walking us through the scenarios. And I like immediately just saw of the plan of the courtyard, of the kind of pleasure ground plan. It just looked like Manhattan Downtown Athletics Club horizontal. Like it just has that the same polemical effect, basically the same graphic effect, especially with, I was just imagining that park as golf, right? Like I can't not, because it just looks like that's what it refers to. So, but if you go to the section, so I really like the project, but I'm going to critique it now. I guess like I'm almost giving you advice, life advice.
And that's what you're here for. Right. That's why we invited you.
I feel like when I see this, I genuinely I was excited and relieved to see the play. And it just left me thinking, man, if you could turn y'all's talent loose, but replace any irony or cynicism with beauty and pleasure,
please,
it would be really amazing. and I don't quite get why you wouldn't do that, because I perceive that even and I like Pomo, like I don't really care. Like I like all kinds of styles, but what I see in the pediments and the archways, I think those are references to some of the big box store profiles, because I saw some diagrams earlier. And I just think, why not be cynical? Why just it would be awesome. Why not make it awesome? You know,
just like roof. Yeah, take a look at that. There's that Superfield is doing that precast piece. I guess it's just opened on the Museum Insel in Berlin, you know, where they use that ultra white concrete, and like it's spectacular. I mean, it's really, really spectacular. And you go, I mean, I have to say, I completely agree with the point that was just made about like going, I loved your presentation. I love the fact that I felt like you were two like robots that were reading it. I really love that sense of it being read by robots who are controlling the future. Like this is the future. But I agree about the cynicism. Like it seems to me like there's this thing about, you know, there's this kind of difficult dream of this kinds of housing, and it's, you know, all these architects have broken their teeth on it and have failed, you know, in different ways. And you need to look at those failures. I mean, you need to look at you have to look at Sterling, at Runcorn House, and go, why did it fail? Like, or Galleratese by you know, like by Rossi, and go, you know, like where, I mean, I do think there are some instances where it works, like Abraxas housing, but by Bofill, you know, where you go that like there's a certain level of desirability that has to be brought into the making of this thing, that takes the time, the kind of dark, kind of hard edge that 20 and 30-year-olds can imagine living like an irony, you know, and then project that forward to like, do you like imagine that you're 50 or 60 and that you're living in this place, and you know, where does the value come in? And I think the kind of, I mean, for me, my favorite part of the drawing, aside from the presentation, which I just thought was spectacular, verbal presentation, I actually really like the idea of this patterned texture in the concrete walls. Can we go to that for a second?
Yeah.
Like I tell you why I like that. So I like it for this really weird reason. It has to do with this kind of funny thing. I remember when I was in graduate school, Mineo gave a lecture about H. Richardson, and he talked about how much he liked Richardson and how he thought that Richardson was this kind of cusp figure to the modern, because in the Richardson building, the building was good from far away, but the building was also really good up close, right? So which is this thing that like none of these other architects are good at, right? Like, so I love the idea that up close, this thing begins to take on this kind of Sullivan-esque quality of these decorated panels and where they come from, whatever. But for me, what doesn't work is the next fractal scale outward, right? The one where you go, all right, so the one between that one, this is the one where it suddenly immediately becomes stupid, right? Where you go, wait, like these columns that you're adding, the thing that begins to provide a kind of order that begins to move this thing into the poetic or into the heroic, out of just the cynical. That's where, for me, the project, and I think that's a concrete issue. I think it's a concrete issue, and it goes back to the first point about what are these columns? Wait, why are these columns? You know, like, I understand why that thing is there. I understand why that thing is there, but it's at this level where there are these vestigial pieces that you guys introduce. I don't think they need to be vestigial. I think that they're a thing that you would have to conceive your way through. You know, some points have been made about the dilemma of using precast for residential because it has a different set of problems it has to solve. I think that's all that be worth looking at down the road. But I think that's, to me, where the problem is. It really has to do with the fact that these windows and then these columns, which are the thing would allow you to establish this kind of intermediate scale of pleasure once you're in that space in terms of experience. It's kind of a throwaway on your part. I do have to say, I also think that the other thing that isn't resolved is the elevation of the parking garage to the neighborhoods, right? Because it's like the cat in the hat. It just moves the problem back. So the cat in the hat comes back, right? You know, it just moves the problem elsewhere in the bathtub, right? And I think that elevation of that, I mean, I will tell you, my favorite building in Texas right now is a precast concrete parking garage. There's these two precast garages on the way into Houston. They're part of the whole Shell complex. I think they're the best buildings in Texas right now. I mean, I think that in terms of getting heroicism out of that particular way of putting together a building, I think that's one direction. But I still think the question of that whole elevation of the parking garage to the neighborhood, it still has some issues. I think the other thing is that the kind of integration of the social spaces as just this thing which is horizontal, really primarily, as opposed to horizontal and vertical, I think bears some further thought. I think the whole question of like getting the circulation, right now the circulation is just you're either outside or you're inside, and then there's no intermediary kind of zone. I mean, like I said, the bridges from the parking garages that they're like a kind of habit trail, massive habit trail for people. I think that could bear some development, but I think, polemic or not, I think this is a fabulous, fabulous project. I love seeing it. I love the fact that it's the two of you. I feel like the two of you are getting, as I've seen your work mature over the years, you're getting harder and harder and harder, and more and more and more weaponized. And I like that about you.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, that doesn't, of course, I don't know you. That doesn't surprise me. And the more you teach, there's like, you see certain personalities again and again. So it is accomplished, but I have to say, I would push back a little more. And it almost seems, the reason I say that I would look for the positive way to pursue it is because this kind of critical project that stops at that is dated. I mean, that's one way to put it. And we're kind of looking for ways forward, not an index of the problems that everyone's aware of. And then I would probably be more out on a limb to say that, and also you need to try to empathize with the users of the late capitalism and the Home Depots that you seem to critique so much, because probably in a few years, you're going to be going to Home Depot to try to renovate a house or do something that you really like. And in your houses, one would be loath to even hang a picture of their mom or something, because the walls are concrete and it'll sound bad, like the sound will reverberate. And you have to be sensitive to that stuff. And I think it's important. It seems more important because this almost seems like a generation. And I don't mean like it's out of date sounds too harsh, but it I guess the older I get, the more I'm like, yeah, but why not do the exact same thing you're doing without the cynicism again? Yeah. But I'll say one thing that's more specific. On the housing side, I noticed in the plan that the kind of lasered long hallways, like the access hallways, and we have a really nice new building at K-State, and it just happens to have, by virtue of the renovation, a super long hallway in it. And that's why it strikes me, because it's like surveillance almost. Like you can't go out in the hallway without like a quarter mile down the hallway seeing someone, and you're like, sometimes it just feels a little tense. So there's like this one, again, like a human experiential thing that I think it would be interesting to see you two react to which is you have to break up the monotony of that hallway and use the architectural system at your disposal and take something of that public sort of pleasure ground section and figure out a way to incorporate some of those ideas into the residential circulation. That seems like something you could do. It seems like it could be incorporated into the system. And there's nothing redeeming about that hallway. So it's like ripe there for it. And yeah, again, it wouldn't surprise me. You seem very talented, and I do like the project too. I guess it just causes me to worry a little bit. And
Yeah,
I'm not that old.
To respond to that, like we did think about in a less kind of architectural move way, like controlling the access at those hallways that are pointing up. I think that's a really good point, that we could bring in sort of the courtyards and have those maybe absorb and break up, like even taking a tower or something like that and shifting the program of it. I think that we were interested partially in the play of like, you know, is this a long continuous hallway, or is this perhaps thought of as more of a zoning strategy? And so this really would only truly be like 2 courtyards worth of a building, and how that kind of, you know, is a little ambiguous, I suppose.
You mean it would be like a piece, or it wouldn't necessarily be as expansive as you're saying? Is it?
I actually don't mind the giant hallway. I mean, I was about to get to do a house with a 300-foot long, 4-foot wide hallway, and I was so excited. I was just so, I mean, I think the argument isn't that it doesn't have potential. It's just that the kind of potential of this kind of really profoundly scalar, monumental experience doesn't happen. Like you go into the rooms, and then the rooms are just kind of ordinary. They're ordinary dimensions. They're just laid out as kind of like, this is a kind of a plan in which a bathroom should be 30 by 30 feet. Because theoretically you get, and that's just a toilet, right? You get, and you know, and that you begin to experience against that scale, right? Like this right now, the weirder thing is that, and I think this is my perception, I agree that currently the hallway's not great, because you go from that hallway into these kind of relatively mundane little apartments, as opposed to going from that hallway into, I mean, the 30 by 30 foot toilet, I actually wasn't joking. I experienced that once. It used to be in the old Rome, in the Campidoglio, there was the old palace there had these roughly 10 meter by 10 meter grid. And one of the rooms had been turned into a toilet. And there was a toilet in that 30 by 30 foot room. And you look out the window and you saw the head of Constantine looking back in at you. And at that moment, you got this disjunctive experience between this monumental scale and the individual body, which is like, if you're making an argument for scale, then you have to make the argument poetically rather than just, it's just consumptive, right? It's just the provision of more. And that's what I mean about the project not firing yet at that level. And I think this is where the whole discussion started about you guys being cynical. Cynicism doesn't take you through a kind of lens into a kind of like an argument for why this actually makes a better world, as opposed to just makes more of the world as it is, only more clearly. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't lie to you about how it's screwing up your world. You know, yeah, I'd rather you lie to me a little bit with the architecture.
I actually sort of like two little things that I hate to sort of talk on my own reviews, but I just can't hold myself back. Because the question of the hallway is a really interesting one, and I have always thought. So I renovated at some stage 350 meters of a 7-kilometer long building. Well, actually one that was in like 5 segments. That was the resort in Prora. Like, I don't know if you've heard of it. It's in the north of Germany. And it's essentially, if you look it up, it's a gigantic sort of single-loaded corridor holiday machine that was built by the Nazis for the working classes as an indoctrination thing. And that thing is literally sort of like a single-loaded corridor building with hotel rooms along it. It has sort of like corridors. It has sort of like extra wide corridors as interior streets to a certain extent. And it's actually not a horrible experience, surprisingly, to walk along those corridors. I also see, I think somebody mentioned
that is from the point of view of like an architect sort of predisposed to be fascinated with the extremity of it. I mean, that's in a way that's important.
But I think it's also experientially the thing that you sort of pass certain things is important. You know, I think and that way I think you're sort of like the sort of like diagram. If you imagine this to be something that you pass through. And then I think that's where the courtyards come in, because I think the courtyards are these like individualizable pieces, at least, right? Like that, where I see the roofs are in some ways like maybe stand-ins for that kind of individual character. But I also imagine that you pass very different pieces along that way. So it's not that relentless thing where you always have the same, which I think is maybe sort of falling a little bit short in that explanation or sort of like visual.
You have a view from the corridors looking across the public spaces. Like I can't recall if you have
view from a corridor, not quite. We have an interior from a unit.
Or like looking across the public spaces, I get the courtyards.
It's looking over.
Is that the most? Okay, I couldn't recall. I would be interested in the view that Martin's describing, where you're like aware of the scenery change. That would be a significant moment to sort of prove.
Yeah, I think we have several renders we'd love to still produce after this.
Yeah,
that's one of them.
I have just one short comment. This is not late capitalism. This is 1960s communism. These are what the Germans call Plattenbau.
It better be.
And precast is not an accurate material. And go to East. This is your assignment. Go to Eastern Europe, Russia. They built these things by the thousands. This was their Model T, and they're just terrible. They just don't fit together is the basic problem. The ones that David mentioned, like Runcorn, that's a Cadillac version of this.
It is.
Yeah, and
even then it failed.
Come back and see if you still love precast as much. It has gotten better. They make incredibly different kinds of concrete now. There is, I have to say, the embodied energy. I mean, there are sustainable issues with this. You're using you're using a system that's really made for 160-foot spans to build rooms that are, granted you have other pieces of the program, but it is you're using a gigantic, way more powerful tool than you need for the job that you're doing, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. But that's why there should be palaces. There should be palaces. I mean, these apartments should be 10,000 square feet, and a 2-bedroom unit. I mean, there's some other issues about communism. I mean, there's some other perverse issues about like who controls the programs, how's maintenance done? Is it condominium ownership? Is it fee simple ownership? Is it like who? And all of which would be part of the proposal. But I think I actually like these explorations in school. I do actually think that the precast point that's being made about getting deadly serious about the precast is actually really worth going into, as opposed to just saying we're going to grab it and then we're going to use it to beat our professors over the head because they're old people, which trust me, I did that. All I wanted to do is kill my professors. That was the only thing I wanted to do. But I actually think that there's this kind of thing where you go, all right, like the two of you have this kind of opportunity to take it into tremendous seriousness. Mm-hmm. And I think that involves really deeply doing the deep dive into precast and precast systems, because there's more complexity involved here. There's a lot of the whole post-tension cable thing that keeps these systems standing is this whole other thing that it would have to get integrated, and then vestigial things, and then there's sun shading, and there's a whole series of other things that would get added in. But whatever, I mean, congratulations. I like the project, and I think it's a kind of a terrific school project.
Maybe just sort of to closing, I've never seen your project really as cynical. I know you have sort of like this tendency to sort of like throw in little pomo things, which is sort of like fashion right now. But I think there's actually I have always seen this project as a very serious project, and I think one thing that you didn't say and that wasn't brought up, I think that is, to me at least, interesting, is that this sort of like typological inversal of the Texas donut, right? Like, I mean, we're building versions of this all the time, everywhere. We're sort of like putting a concrete parking garage in there that like occupies actually the most central kind of space, and then we're wrapping it with, in that case, actually stakes. And like sometimes we have a podium that has commercial that may also be concrete, may or may not be concrete. And so I do think there's actually a language or sort of like a recalibration of elements that are actually very, very common in what's going up. And like, of course, at a scale that may be not necessarily so familiar to us, but even if we take like all the donuts together that have been built in the last 20 years in Austin, I mean, like, and you line them up, you'd actually sort of get close to something like that. Mm-hmm. So I think there's sort of like an aspect to it that it actually is very serious to me, and like very serious also in reference not to sort of like a utopian or a dystopian vision or egalitarian idea of housing, but actually sort of like a very sort of like realistic look at what's going on. And maybe I'm over-interpreting things a little bit, or I like to read things in here, but I do think that that's something that I think is definitely of interest to me, and especially it came up with when we sort of like talked about materials, and like I think can't remember, Grant, maybe it was you said like, well, why don't you use stakes for the housing or something like that, which I think is kind of this one aspect. I think it's maybe yet another layer of discussion on your project, and I agree. I mean, there are like so many layers that it would be fantastic to sort of like you know, continue that discussion, and I'm sure you probably will at like in some forum when you sort of talk about the perspectives that you still want to create. So yeah, are there any more comments like in closing on the project? We have one more. I'm gonna sort of like send us on a like little break after this, like just a 4-minute break or so, 5-minute break for everybody to step out quickly, and then we have one more project. But if any comments in closing on this project?
I would just say I wish this is a project that started at the big scale and stayed there. It's in a way, I wish, you know, Khan used to say he didn't like the word housing. He said, you do a house and then you do another one. And I wish this project in particular had been just looked at one unit, regardless of where it's located in this larger infrastructure, and say, what's a nice place to be? You know, what's a nice apartment? So I would say that you raised all these issues about the infrastructure, but ultimately you have to come down, not to just the corridor, but to that room that we were discussing. Mm-hmm.
All right, good. Thanks.
Are either of you graduating?
No.
No.
One more,
Sweet.
Stephanie.
One more. Sweet. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.